Заварить кофе? Последний шанс. Раз. Не надо ничего. Раз. Так он сам просто кладу и все выключается. Хорошо? Интересно. Так, мне, наверное, тоже отсюда надо говорить. Загораживаюсь. Brief introduction on some administrative things, and it's your turn. So it's free. I will eat 3 minutes from your time. Hope you don't mind.
In Russian or in English?
Both.
Oh, come on.
No problem.
Oh. Ukraine. Come on.
No one will sit there. But, it's time to connect you.
Okay. I need space here.
Huh?
I need space.
Do you have enough space?
Survive.
В смысле, в колонке не будет. А туда писаться будет.
Where is
Вот и
the...
главное. This one. Good. Ну что, начнем, пожалуй. Всем добрый день. Меня зовут Александр Гладыш, и спасибо, что пришли на нашу конференцию Lua In Moscow 2017. Учитывая количество докладов на английском, я думаю, я ради наших иностранных гостей тоже переключусь на английский. Hi everyone, my name is Alexander Gladish, and thank you for coming for Lua In Moscow 2017. A few words before the first talk. There's coffee and cookies available for you for free in the next door. The restrooms are about the same place, follow the signs. There would be a lunch, I believe at 2. And, well, a note to the speakers. I expect, to show you this sign after 40 minutes of your speaking. I will show you this sign after 50 minutes of your speaking. So if you see this, maybe it's good to finish in 5 minutes and have 10 minutes for the questions, but it's up to you. And the next speaker after the current one, please, before 5 minutes of your talk, 5 minutes before your talk, sorry, please come to the audio guys back there and get your mic on. Well, I guess that's it. Let's begin with the Roberto and the functions in Lua talk.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organization for inviting me, and Alexander in particular for organizing the conference. Well, today I talk about functions in Lua. It's a little something I've been thinking about, the importance of how functions contribute to Lua. Most of the time when people learn Lua, when people talk about Lua, always tables is kind of the special stuff about Lua. And I'd like to discuss today how functions are important, how they play a very kind of a deep role into the design of the language. So first, we would like to discuss what function mean. I mean, there is a lot of different words that people use to describe what actually doesn't have a real proper name. People sometimes talk about anonymous functions, function values, or first-class functions, closures, lambdas. Each one actually means something a little different. They do not, and none of them means exactly what most people want to talk when they talk about that kind of function. So what we are talking about, the first important property we want from functions in good languages nowadays is that they are first-class values. What does that mean, that functions are first-class values? First, it means that functions are values, so we can assign them to variables, we can pass them as parameters to other functions, we can return functions from other functions. Is it working? This one? Yeah. So. And of course, we can also store functions in data structures in general, just like any other values. Of course, when we can pass functions as arguments and we can return functions, we have what's called higher order functions, which exactly are the functions that receive other functions or return functions, functions that somehow manipulate functions. And something that it's not, some people think it's obvious, but it's not, is that we can call those functions anywhere in a program. I mean, as long as you have the value in your hand, you can call it, no matter what happened before, no matter where the program is. If you have the value of a function, you can call it. This is what we call first-class values. The second important property we want is that functions can be nested. That means that we can define functions inside other functions. So for instance, here I have a function foo, and inside that function I define another function p, and of course this is recursive, so inside p I can define another function, etc., how many levels I want. The third important property is that the language allows you to write what it's called anonymous functions, that, as the name says, is functions that don't have a name. And syntactically, that means that we can write a function as an expression into your language. For instance, here is an example. I have inside the parentheses, what is in red is an anonymous function. I just write the function where I need it. I don't need to pre-declare the function somewhere else, give it a name. When, for instance, I want to pass it as a parameter to some other function or whatever, I need to create a function. I just write it exactly where I want that function. And finally, what it's really very important too is that when I write a function inside another function, we have what is called lexical scoping, which means that the function can access the variables of the enclosing functions where it lives. This is the classical example. I have a function make counter which has a parameter n. Inside that I declare an anonymous function, and that function can access that outer variable and can not only read it but can write to it and can change its value, etc. And here is a typical use. I make a counter, and then I can use that counter, and the function somehow keeps that n alive. And what is very important, as is presented in this example, is that a function can escape from this enclosed. That is, this function here, it is returned from that one, so it escapes. So when I call this function, this external one, it doesn't longer exist. It disappeared, but the variable, this n, still exists, is kept, because this inner function uses that. So this is it's a little tricky sometimes to implement that in an efficient way. We will discuss the implementation in the end of the talk. But this is a very important property, as we will see later, why we need that. And as I said, these people, mostly people that know functional languages or that learn this stuff in some decent languages or more modern languages, tend to think of all that as like a unified thing, but actually they are very different concepts, and along the time we had different languages with very different properties. So here are a few examples. For instance, C has actually, when you use pointers to functions in C, is exactly the same as first-class values. We can pass functions as parameters, we can return functions, we can call them whenever we have the pointer to a function, you can call it. So actually in C we do have first-class values, we can store those pointers anywhere, but we do not have nesting, and then we do not have anonymous functions, and of course we do not have lexical scoping. In Lisp, the original Lisp has functions as first-class values. It did have anonymous functions, but it didn't have lexical scoping. It has what it's called dynamic scoping. That actually was a bug, but became a feature. And then the Lisp, the scheme corrected that. Lisp now it has both. It has both lexical scoping and dynamic scoping, but the original implementation, because of a bug, it didn't have lexical scoping. Pascal, the original language, Pascal, it does have nested functions. You can declare functions inside other functions. They do have lexical scoping. A function inside another one can use the variables from outside it, but functions are not first-class values. The only thing you can do with a function is to pass it as parameters to other functions or to call them from where they are visible. You cannot store them in variables, and in particular, they cannot escape. Exactly, they cannot live outside the function where they are declared. You cannot return a function, for instance. And Python 2 and Java, now Java 8 even have anonymous functions, but they still do not have lexical scoping for variables. You cannot change an external variable. You can only access the external variable. Python 3 corrected that. Java still has this limitation. And for instance, in Ruby and Smalltalk, we have a thing that is called a block that is a kind of function value that you can pass as parameter, but it's not first class. There are some rules when you can call it. For instance, you cannot store that in a variable and call it later. So these are examples of why those concepts are somewhat independent, and none of them, this is the most strangest thing, none of those names that I presented, anonymous functions, lambdas, or first-class values, actually mean what we want to mean. We should say, I think the correct would be to say something like first-class functions with lexical scoping, which is a horrible name for something, but that's what we have to say to be correct. So now I'd like to discuss how Lua uses functions, and exactly not only uses functions, but how Lua uses those specific properties of functions to achieve its goals. And before that, I'd like to discuss what are the goals we are talking about. So I'd like to discuss here some of the most important goals in Lua, and in particular, simplicity and scripting are the most important. I mean, the ones that functions contribute most to achieve in the language. So first, portability, it's a very, very important goal of Lua, that when we talk about portability in Lua, it's a different concept of portability from most other languages. First, because it really runs almost anywhere that has a CPU. And second, because it's really easy to port. I mean, portability is not only that Lua runs, but it's easy to run. If you get a new hardware, you just put Lua there. Some people, I have several stories about, oh, okay, I had to spend like half an hour to put Lua to run in a completely different hardware. So that's all it takes to put Lua in any kind of CPU. And as an example of real portability, that Lua even runs inside the kernel of operating systems. That, of course, then it's a very difficult code to run. You don't have an operating system behind you. You have to do everything from primitives. And actually, the FreeBSD distribution now comes standard with Lua included in its kernel. And Linux doesn't come, but there is an implementation of Lua, a module of Lua that you can put inside the kernel of Linux to automate several different tasks there. Well, simplicity, it's something that is more difficult to measure, but a kind of proxy for simplicity of the language is the size of the reference manual. Unlike most languages that you have like
like Bibles to read about the language. The whole language, the API with C, the language itself, the libraries, all are described in the manual. That this is the spine of the manual. This is in proportion to the book, it's like 100 pages. That's all you actually, everything is there or should be there. And a lot of people actually do learn Lua from the manual. Of course, it's not easy, but it's possible. It's not a didactic material, but it's kind of the reference, the main documentation, and that's a kind of proxy for the complexity of the language. Size also is very important. Lua, it's a very small language. This is how the size of the whole implementation evolved with time. Here we have lines of code. So it's today still less than 25,000 lines of code. There are logical lines of code. Actually, it's a count of the number of semicolons in the code. It's a proxy for that. So we see that we are getting little more documentation. We have a time here that was a little less documented. Now it's a little more comments, but still it's a very, very small implementation. This is, as I said, is the whole, the precompiler, the runtime, the libraries, etc. And of course, the most important point of Lua is its ability of scripting. And here it's important to emphasize that now a lot of people are using scripting language as a kind of synonymous to dynamic languages, but they are quite different concepts, and scripting language has a very long tradition of being different from, usually scripting language is a dynamic language, but not all dynamic languages are scripting languages. The main point of a scripting language is this emphasis on interlanguage communication. One of the first scripting languages were the shell languages in Unix systems that you use to control other programs. So the idea of scripting is that idea of some language to control other parts of your program that usually are written in a different language. And the general idea is that this, what it's called the system language, that name came from TCL. The TCL guy was one of the first to kind of to formalize this idea, the Osterholt. And so this is, we call the system language, typically C or C++. You write the hard parts of an application, like a game engine, for instance, that has all the graphics, all the physics, all the real complex algorithms, but are parts that change little in a program, and you use scripting to glue together those parts, for instance, in a game to create exactly scripting. It's a very good name here that actually almost has the script of a movie. It's what are the characters, what they talk, how they react to events, what are the scenes that your game have, the levels, etc. So everything is written in the script as part of the script. And usually the programmers that write scripts are not professional programmers, but are people more like end-user programmers or people that are trained in what they have to do and not in program. So usually, of course, they are programmers. They are if they are programming, they must be programmers, but they are not professional programmers. They have other more important interests in their lives. So what Lua has for scripting The first Lua is implemented as a library. This is a very important point of the design. The standalone application is just a client of this library, and it uses the official API just like anybody else. Since the beginning, Lua has been designed for scripting. We will discuss that when we see how functions are important in the language. We'll see how functions contribute for this. A lot of people think that scripting, oh, you can just get a language and put the API and then you're done. It's true, but it's half the true. I mean, to get a good scripting language, the design of the language has to think about how the language is going to communicate with other languages. In particular, the design of Lua makes it very good both for what's called extending and for embedding. Extending is typically you get a Lua program and then you put extra functions written in C, C++, and embedding is the reverse. You have a C, C++ program and you add small hooks or any way to configure or to change small parts of the program using Lua. So the main loop is in C and it's calling Lua, and a lot of languages that call themselves scripting languages are really bad for that kind of design. And in particular, we do have real uses of Lua embedded not only in C, C++, but in a lot of different languages, including several real uses like embedded in Ruby and in Python, etc., exactly because of these scripting features of Lua. And so back again to see how Lua uses functions to achieve those goals, mainly simplicity and scripting. I mean, a good API with C, with other languages. Well, first example is modules. In Lua, we always talk about modules are just tables. Actually, modules need tables and first-class functions for us to be able to implement. Here is a typical example. We use a module mostly like any other language, but actually what is going on here is that we are just calling a first-class function that is the value that we stored in a table. We have several facilities for free because everything are first class, so we can give different names for the modules, we can give different name for the functions. We don't need any extra syntax or anything in the language to have that. The only thing we need is a function required that again is a completely regular function that returns a table full of functions inside it. What we need from functions for that, first, of course, we need first-class values. Also, it's very useful lexical scoping, because then this is a very common practice. When you write a module, you can have local definitions inside the module, and all functions inside the module can see those local definitions because of lexical scoping, but nobody else can see those local definitions. So you have kind of private functions inside the module. What are good about that? As I said, we don't need new features in the language. As I said, this is very convenient to interface with other languages. For instance, in the API, we also don't need anything at all in the API with C. For instance, if C wants to call a function in a library, it just gets the table with just a standard operation for tables, get the field in the table, and then it has a function, and it calls that function, just like it calls any other function. In the same way that C can define functions for Lua, it's very easy for C to put those functions inside a table and return the table. So it's very easy both for C to call functions inside libraries and for C to create libraries, and we don't need anything extra in the API between Lua and C. All that comes from free because of this design using functions as a basic ingredient for and the cons, what it's bad in this design, of course, sometimes it's nicer to have good syntax to rename some stuff. Some people complain that you have to repeat the name of the module. For instance, when you write here, you have to write math twice, that it's very bad, and yeah, I don't care, but a lot of people do. So it's nicer if you do have, you have that specific, but everything that you put in the language, then you have to replicate in the API, or you have this problem that you can do in the language, but you cannot do in C, and there is all that kind of problems. And another bad point about that is because everything is first class, this design is too dynamic sometimes. For instance, there is no secure way to know all the modules that some piece of code use. If you program with a discipline, it's very easy to see require the string here, but because this is a regular function, here can be an expression. You can compute in runtime what is the name of the module you are requiring. You can have a require inside a if, and then it's a conditional require. So there is no secure way to ensure that if you have that piece of code, that are the modules that this code use. So it's nothing really bad. In C, we have the same problem that people grew up using .age files, etc., and then it's a discipline that is kind of part of the people even think it is part of C, all those stuffs about includes and header files. That's completely out of the language. It's just a culture that grew with the language, and once you use that way, everything goes fine. So another interesting thing in Lua related to functions is the eval, or the lack of eval in Lua. Eval is a hallmark of dynamic language, the idea that you can run a piece of code dynamically, and that's very important. That a lot of people say, of course, I can write an interpreter of any language in the language itself, so any language can have eval. For instance, I can write in C a function that gets a piece of C code and runs it. That's, of course, that it's possible. But the main difference between a real eval and a fake eval is that you run that piece of code in the same environment of the program that it's calling eval. That is something you cannot do in C, you cannot do in Haskell, you cannot do in static languages. In Java, you more or less can do if you load classes. That is kind of official part of the language, but you have to go a long way to do that, but it is possible. But in C, in standard C, there is no way to write a function like I equals y plus 1, and it knows, which is this I, where this is a global variable, etc. Some systems you can try use like find symbol or those things, but this is completely out of the standard. But the interesting point about Lua is that Lua doesn't have an eval function. Instead, it has a compile function that is called load for historical reasons. And the idea is that load, instead of executing a piece of code, it returns a function that represents that piece of code. So eval and load are basically equivalent. I mean, here is, if I do have load, it's very easy to write eval. I just load the code and then calls the resulting function. If I have eval, it's not that easy, but it's possible to write load. You just put the code inside a function. You concatenate function, a header function with your code and in the end, and you evaluate that. The result would be a function that represents that code. So eval and load are more or less equivalent in the sense that you can do one with the other. But why we prefer load, what is good about load? First, it clearly separates compilation from execution. In particular, load is a pure function. Load doesn't have any side effects. Load is a safe function. You can call load. Load is not going to destroy anything. It's not going to do anything except consume a little memory, and even memory is limited by the size of the chunk you are compiling. It's easier, as we said, as we saw in the last slide, it's easier to do eval from load than the reverse. So load, again, in that sense, is a kind of more primitive. And also it's nice because any code in Lua always runs inside some function. So we do not have this idea of you have global code and function code that is the body of a function. All code runs like if it was here, so all code always runs inside some other function, which means that we are using nested functions in Lua all the time, even without thinking about that. So again, this is very important, this idea of functions being first-class values with nesting and with lexical scoping. In particular, chunks can return values because they are functions. I can just put a return in the middle of a script, and it does what you would expect, is just stop the execution of the script because that function returns. You can have local variables in a script, and it looks like this local variable is in the open, but it is inside a function. And lexical scoping allows you to use that local variable in all functions inside the file, as it was like more or less like a static variable in C. It's quite the same as a static variable. It keeps its values between different calls to the functions in that file. So another interesting thing we use functions in Lua is for exception handling. This is in red. This is not Lua. This is important. This is how most languages do exception handling. You have a try, and you have a catch. You have a special syntax and a special semantics. And some languages have the catch and then has a finally, and has a lot of different rules to describe what happens if there is an exception inside the catch, or if there is an exception inside the finally, or if there is a return inside the finally, and then when you are executing the value to be returned, it throws an exception, etc., etc. It's quite complicated, but it's very nice. It's a very good structure. In Lua, we don't have anything like that. We just have one kind of magical function called pcall, from protected call, that it is a higher order function. It gets a function as an argument, and what it does is that it just calls that function, but in a way that if there is any kind of error in the execution of that function, pcall kind of captures the error and returns politely to you result. So typically we use pcall with an anonymous function here to replicate that, but of course I can put any function as a parameter to pcall, and pcall will return a code, true or false, depending whether there was errors or not. And if there was an error, it returns here a kind of error object. It's the same thing that in here that you throw an exception, you get here the exception. Here we call error is a function that kinds of throw the exception, and you pass a parameter to error, and that parameter appears here, and then you can check if there is not okay, then you can have your exception code with error. It's a kind of very different design. Some people will say it's a kind of strange design. It has some good parts, some bad parts. Again, we have to see the goals of Lua to actually evaluate that. First, as I said, it's very important to have anonymous functions with lexical scoping in the language, so we are able to write code here as if not notice that here the code is inside a function, but if we have lexical scoping, that code can use the variables outside here exactly as the code here. So it's basically that's why also we use that kind of strange indentation that's typical in Lua. We just ignore that you are inside another function. You can pretend, except if you return here, everything else here works exactly if it was outside the function. And so what's good about this design? It's a very simple semantics. You don't have that complexity of what happens, etc. Everything is simpler. We don't need any extra syntax. Again, the languages just have two functions that although the implementation of the function is magic, the function behaves as a regular function. You call them just like regular functions, and they are first-class functions. They are just, you can pass them as parameters, etc. And the most important thing, it's very easy to interface with other languages. Exactly, we just have a pcall in the C API and an error in the C API. So it's very easy to throw an exception in C, calling error, and to capture the exception, to catch the exception in Lua. It's very easy to throw an exception in Lua, calling error, and to catch the exception in C, and all kinds of combinations are very easy. And what's the bad parts? It's a little verbose. As I said, the body cannot have a return or a break if the body is inside a while. And this is kind of old now, because try is not cost-free. This is an old idea of C++. For instance, in C++, there is this notion that try should have no cost at all. You don't pay any price to put some code inside try. You only pay the price if there is an exception. If you throw the exception, then it can be very expensive, but try should have no cost. But this is an old idea of JavaScript, for instance. Now, last time I heard V8 doesn't even try to optimize functions that have try inside them. So try, it's very expensive in some other languages. If you just put try, the whole this function is not supposed to be fast. I don't care about it. So, and in Lua it's the same. We pay a little price to create this function here and to do the call. It's not very expensive, but of course there is some cost in doing that. I will skip iterators. There is not that interesting. Huh? Let's see iterators. No. Let's see objects that. Well, this is a very compact explanation of objects in Lua. I assume most people here know about that. The main idea in Lua of objects are just tables with first-class functions inside them. And we have the syntactic sugar for methods. So, for instance, a column foo means a dot foo, passing a as the first argument. So you have a kind of self or this parameter. And when we declare the function, it happens the same. So it's only syntactic sugar. Again, the main point here is that functions are just, methods are just first-class functions. And again, what is good about that, it's very flexible. It's very, there is some discussion in the list now that you want to chain dots and columns, but the interesting part is that you already can do that with a little extra code. I mean, it's very easy to call super, or to call, I want to call that method of that other object with whatever, or, I mean, you can do whatever you want with that design. Again, the main part is the API. It's very easy to interface that. We don't need anything extra in the API. Again, it's very easy for C to call methods in Lua. They just call a function providing the this parameter explicitly. And the reverse, it's very easy to write methods in C. Again, they are just regular functions. So the API, again, it's very, very clean between Lua and C or any other language, because the API has no notion at all about objects or classes, etc. The API works with tables and functions, and whatever is built on top of that, it's just go through the API without any limitations. The cons of a lot of people that work with Lua have this experience. You need some work to get started. It's a kind of do-it-yourself object system. And there is no standard model for, so different people sometimes have different object modules, and sometimes can be difficult to learn somebody else's code because of that. 5 plus 5 for...
Plus 10.
Okay. Well, the Lua C API what is, as I said, a main point in the API is that functions are constructs that we found in just any other language. The notion of functions, of calling functions and returning from functions, is exactly the same in Lua, in C, or in Java, in JavaScript, etc. So it's very easy to translate that notion between languages. As I said, once you have a function in the API, you just call it in C. There is no thing about inheritance or about those concepts that are more difficult to translate. So, as I said, a lot of features in Lua don't need anything extra in the API. And some features are actually the reverse. Both exception handling and load, they are actually, the primitives are in the API. They are functions in the API for Lua. And then we just get that function and export to Lua. So, it's a kind of reverse, but again, it's very easy, this translation between the language and the scripting between the language and the other part. Have some time to talk a little about the implementation, how as I said, the most difficult part in the implementation of functions with those features is this idea of the variables, because usually we have this idea in imperative languages that variables, local variables live in the stack, and when the function returns, the stack is popped, and the variable disappears, and if a function inside that escapes and still wants to access that variable, the variable doesn't exist anymore, and so we need a way to solve that. One easy way to solve that is to put the variables outside the stack. This is what some Python does, for instance, but it's very expensive. To call functions become more expensive because you have to allocate space for those variables. Every function you call, you have to deallocate the variables when the function returns. So the idea is that we want an implementation that allows us to have the variables in the stack, at least when we are not using closures, and kind of to move them out of the stack when the stack is going to, when the variable would be going to disappear. So, of course, the idea is that we use closures. A lot of people use closure to talk about this whole idea of functions, but actually closure is a name related to one particular way to implement this feature. Functional languages like Haskell, for instance, don't use closures at all to implement what a lot of people call closures anyway. So the idea is that a closure represents, of course, the code of the function plus the environment where the function was defined. And the Lua uses a concept that we call up values to represent the environment. That is, a closure is the code plus some special structure to represent each variable that the function needs to access outside from the outside. And the main idea, as I said, is that we want zero cost when we do not use closures. So we want to call functions to have the variables in the stack. So the basic data structure is this is a closure. As I said, you have this is the code of the function, and for each variable, it has this special structure that is a value. And the main idea here is that, for instance, if you have here one function that uses y and x from the external environment, it refers here to a value that refers to the variable in the stack. So the function here can access the variable in the stack. That function here uses only x. And a very important thing, that's why we keep this list, is that it shares the same x of this function. We need why this share is in, we will see why this share is important in a moment. So we have this, the variables are alive in the stack. The function where the variables are defined just use the variables as any other variable. They are in the stack. They are, I mean, as I said, the original function has zero cost to access those variables. Only the closures, when you use that, need this extra structure to access the variables. What happens when a function returns or when a variable goes out of scope is that we have this idea. For instance, we have this scenario with x here, and then the top of the stack goes down. So we move to this point here. The variable goes out. So we move the value of the variable into the up value. Now the variable lives here. It doesn't need to live in the stack because exactly it went out of scope for the original function. And we correct this pointer so for the closure, it still accesses the variable in the same way it did before. Just go here, look for this pointer, and finds the variable here. And that is why it's very important to have only one up value for each variable, because if several functions were sharing an up value, once we move the value here, they continue to share this variable here. So for instance, if one function increments x, the other function will see x incremented. So this is a very important property. There are several details that I will not discuss, but the first thing is that it's possible to do that with a one-pass compiler. The compiler is very simple. It is what it's called safe for space. It means that we only keep the variables that we actually use. Some implementations keep the whole environment of the external function. And so, for instance, a function can have 3 variables. One, it's use a lot of space, but you are only using another variable, but you keep alive all of them because the implementation does not have granularity to distinguish that. Well, and some other details that are details. Yeah. And so, final remarks. As I said in the beginning, Lua it's not only about tables. And like tables, Lua itself uses functions for several important constructs in the language. I mean, the idea is that functions or closures or whatever name you want to give, it's not only something that Lua has to offer to programmers, but it's something that Lua uses to build several of other important constructs. And this idea of first-class functions greatly helps to make the C API simple and generic. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
So questions? Guys, please wait for the mic to reach you. If the question is asked without the mic, Roberto, please repeat it for the camera.
If I understand.
What time did it take to come to the current state of functions in Lua? In the history.
Oh, that took a long time. Since the first version of Lua, this is interesting because exactly the history of Lua shows those different features of functions. Since the very first version of Lua, functions were first-class values, in the sense that we could pass them as parameters, could return them, but we didn't have nesting, we didn't have lexical scoping, was just the idea of. And then in version 3.1, we introduced the idea of anonymous functions. And then the declaration of function became syntax sugar for an assignment, as it is today. It's just a variables equals to an anonymous. So all functions became anonymous. But we didn't have lexical scoping. We only had lexical scoping for values. We could, like in Java today, a function could use the value of outside variables, but could not assign to those outside variables. And then in Lua 5.0, that was released in 2003, I think, we came with that implementation of up values, etc., that allowed us to have lexical scoping.
Okay, next question.
Is it possible to use protected call mechanism in the coroutine context?
To use what, sorry?
Protected call mechanism.
Oh, in
the
coroutines.
coroutine
Yes.
context. Yes.
Yes. Now, yes. Yes.
Now at version.
I don't remember.
1.5.1.
I
No?
don't remember 5.1. I think 5.1 already had that.
Same.
5.0 didn't have that. But I think 5.1, 5.2 and 0.3 for sure allows that.
Thanks.
Next question.
Maybe you ask about the structure for objects. We need in our product know when object is destruct. And now we used CIP. Maybe in next version we have destructor for object.
Finally. for plain Lua objects?
Well, we do have, don't we? Finally, or
I mean the finalizer, of course.
well,
GC.
GC, well, we do have that.
GC only for user data, but plain
no, for
object.
tables.
Since what version?
5.2.
And you probably use 5.1 with LuaJIT.
Yeah.
That's a different language.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Next question, please.
For what need it can be, it makes sense to embed Lua in some language like Python. In case of C, where we embed Lua in C, it's rather obvious. And for what need it makes sense to embed Lua in Python, for example, or Ruby.
Ask him. He embedded Lua in JavaScript. For instance, the Python in particular, it's very interesting because I gave a talk in a long time ago, but to a PyConf in Brazil. I was invited for a talk about Lua in a Python conference, and the slide didn't have Python at the time. And then one guy in the audience, he said, come on, you should put Python there. And the main idea is exactly to have isolation. He has a huge Python program for financial applications, and he wants the user to be able to write script, but he doesn't want the user to be able to change the whole program. And exactly in Python, you don't have this notion of different states or like in Lua or any kind of protection, real protection. So if you allows the guy to write any Python code, he can change the whole program, he can do whatever he wants in the program. So he allows him to write Lua, and so it has a very clear interface API between Lua and Python, and so it's very restricted what they can do in Lua. It's kind of a sandbox. And then when the guy said that, like 3 or 4 other guys, oh, I use for the same thing, etc.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roberto. In 5 minutes, there's next talk. Thank you. Anton, please come and test the connections. Так, кликер.
Флешку куда?
Флешку с той стороны.
Нет, нет, сюда. Наоборот?
Или можешь попросить Роберта. Может быть, общение. Так. information is now better packed in my head.
Извини, мне нужна помощь с PDF-ом, как открывать.
Не открывается?
Ну,
Здесь. Эй, оно повисло, что ли, вообще? Что происходит? Ага. И Microsoft Edge. Друзья, ваши вопросы Роберто вы еще сможете задать на круглом столе. Последний слот сегодня вечером. Full screen. Просмотр. Не очень быстрый ноут, надо сказать. Ну? Нет? Нет?
еще раз.
Просмотр. Угу. Так,
И давай
проверь, что
клик. Да. Okay. So.
Okay, it's time. I give you Anton Soldatov from IP on Web with challenges building yet another Lua implementation. Sorry, Roberto. Anton, please go on. Sorry.
Hello everyone, thanks for coming. My name is Anton. I work as a software engineer at IP on Web, and yes, today we're going to discuss challenges that we faced while building yet another Lua implementation. First, just some background how we use Lua in IP on Web. Lua in our company is used for scripting business logic in the area that is called programmatic advertising. And our projects are working under really high load. For example, our largest project processes about 300 billion requests daily, which gives us effectively about more than 3 million requests per second. That's why we've been using LuaJIT heavily. We've been using it in production for over 10 years. But 2 years ago, we decided to build our own implementation. Through years 2015 and 2016, we were actively developing, stabilizing our solution. Of course, we were validating it. And at the same time span, first pilot migrations of real projects occurred. And they turned out to be successful, so we went on. And in the last quarter of the last year, more projects migrated. And now, here we are now in the first quarter of 2017. Actually more than 95% of production servers across the company moved to our implementation. So when we decided to move from LuaJIT to something built in-house, what were the goals? First, we wanted to get rid of LuaJIT's design limitations. So as our project scaled up, at some certain point of time, we started facing these hard limits of LuaJIT. So I think those who use LuaJIT probably knows about this issue of 1 gigabyte of memory available on x64 platforms. Then as we decided to build something on our own. We wanted to introduce some features that would solve specific IP on web business issues. And after that, we wanted to make sure that what we have built was like really Lua, so to validate our code base, to ensure, we wanted to ensure stability and to ensure smooth migrations of projects, so that there was strict requirements. We could not afford us to make our Lua developers to make some changes in the code. So everything should be done smoothly. Yes. This is the quote from the official list of frequently asked questions in the official site of Lua. So it's about calling. What do I call software derived from Lua? But to me, it looks like it's really, this question is closely related to compliance. And there is a definite answer. So as long as parser and virtual machine remain the same, well, you have Lua, okay. But of course, we needed some formal procedures to ensure compliance. And as we forked, initially we forked the code base of Lua JIT, which is kind of compatible with Lua 5.1. We, naturally enough, took the official test suite for Lua 5.1, which is available on the official site. And our original plan was pretty straightforward. So we integrated the suite into our build chain, and we ran our implementation again in the suite. And each time we encountered failure, well, obviously we have to fix bugs, because after all, this test suite is not only about compliance, it's just normal tests which could, of course, detect crashes of platform and so on. All these bugs should be fixed. After that, any incompliance found should be fixed too, and then we repeat until finally we reach 100% compliance. That was the original plan. And, well, actually, we were not able to achieve this good number of 100% compliance, unfortunately. So let's count. So just to see what is the discrepancy. It's just, the suite, it unfortunately does not give you an ability to just to say how many tests your implementation has actually passed. So we simply just we have overridden the built-in assert function, and we say, okay, each successful assert is a pass of a test. So let's count all them and compare. The result is following. The reference implementation passes about 367,000 tests. Both Lua JIT and our implementation, the pass rate is about 92%. It's about 336,000 tests. Okay. Now I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what is hidden in these 8% of discrepancies between the implementations. The first challenge that we faced was tail calls. So this construct, when a return value of a function is, say, immediate call to another function, this is outlined explicitly in the reference manual. Just it says to implement proper tail recursion, we have tail calls, which reuse the frame of the color function. Okay, it's more or less clear. And we started investigating the failure, and we wanted to isolate what was really happening and why we had some discrepancy with the official test suite. And we were finally able to isolate to the following case. So here I have two functions which do pretty same thing. Each function simply returns its own environment. The only difference is that the uppermost, it returns the table, the environment table, say normally, while this is returned via a tail call. And we have a function foo, which simply invokes these two functions and compares if environments are actually equal. Before calling foo, we set a dummy empty table as environment for it, and then we print the result of foo. Well, we would expect that the result would be true. But in our implementation, and this is somewhat we inherited from the Lua JIT code base, it returned false. Well, really, on the one hand, it's really something strange, because here you can see, the fact that the function returns false, it means that this function in fact uses some other environment. And it turns out that since it is a tail call and this function reuses its caller frame, which is frame for foo, in fact it returns this dummy empty table as environment for foo. And again, it's really strange, because we can see that changing just syntax can affect the semantics of your program. And I really would not like to advocate the solution, the result in our implementation, and the origin in the original implementation of the Lua code, in the Lua JIT code base. But on the other hand, you see this statement in the reference manual. It specifies that during a tail call, your tail called function reuses the frame of the caller. But it is not maybe exactly specified to what extent these frames should be reused. And the question, there is a small subtlety. Function environment and a frame caller, are they related somehow? Should there be some, what should actually happen in this situation? And although common sense advocates that this function should return true, we can see that there's still may be some alternative opinion, and which is propagated in a code base which is used in production in multiple projects. Now I'm just emphasizing that these decisions comes from Lua JIT. It's widely adopted and used in many applications, and that's really the issue. The second challenge was testing some implementation-dependent limits. In fact, there are many of them. Well, maximum number of local variables, of up values for a function, etc., etc. In the existing test suite, all these tests are scattered around the suite. So currently, the suite is not, say, portable. So tests that cover these limits, which are obviously implementation dependent, they're not portable. And actually, luckily, we hit only one issue here, namely this one. For some internal reasons, we had to change the number of local variables in a function. And if you want to achieve some compliance, the only choice you have now is to simply hack into the suite, change something, and ensure that after your amendments, the suite passes. which is a solution, but, well, it's probably not good to change the official suit, because then you come to someone else and say, okay, I comply with the Lua official test suite, but it's slightly amended. So just what could be proposed here if there would be some official API that would expose these limits, and of course it should be discussed which limits should be exposed or which should be not. We could write tests in much more portable manner, and here is an example for the case that we met. So if you have some official way to retrieve this maximum of local variables, then you can simply craft a function with exactly the max number of variables, evaluate it, assert that it's that this produces a valid chunk, the valid function, excuse me. Then you could simply add another variable and make sure that after this change your code does no longer works, so that parser actually breaks if you have more variables than supported by your platform. And if you have some limits that you decide, if some limits could be, if you decide that some limits should be left entirely out of any specification, this could simply mean that all tests for those limits could be simply thrown away from the suite and go to some implementation dependent part. So in fact, our real world plan, which led to this almost 100% compliance, was following. We still run implementation again in the suite, and if we encounter failures, we fix obvious bugs. But if we encounter some incompatibilities, some incompliance, we closely evaluate if we fix our implementation or if we unfortunately have to amend the suite itself. Then we repeat until everything passes according and thus we achieve almost 100% compliance. Well, strictly speaking, there is an opinion that not 100% compliance is not compliance at all. And strictly speaking, yes, it may be true, but still this result, these 92%, they help us in our everyday life, because first, when we initially forked our code base from LuaJIT, well, first at that time there was no official tests for LuaJIT, and now we had at least this, and this is much, because you see it's about 300,000 assertions in the official test suite. So we have this explicit number, we have integrated suite, we run it on daily basis as development continues, and there were multiple times when having this suite on board helped us to reveal some regression bugs. So although one can argue that almost 100% did nothing, no, for us it's really something. It's the result. After we finished this integration project, after we finished testing with the official suite, we decided to look at other implementations and how they deal with this problem. So I've looked at Ravi, which is a superset of Lua 5.3, and there is a quote from the README for the copy of Lua 5.3 tests, which just simply is in the Ravi folder in their GitHub repository. So you can see that they have absolutely the same issue. They amend the suit, they some comment out or modify it to exclude testing tail calls and limits. So yes, that makes the two of us, and the issues are the same. We wanted also to find some more testing material to extend our validation base, and we were continually looking at other implementations and probably some third-party suits, etc., etc. And at least according to the Lua, to the wiki page at the Lua users site, there are multiple Lua implementations, but all they generally fall into one of three categories. They either provide no tests, or probably we failed to find the suit for them, or they use the amended official test suite like Ravi does, or they provide, well, good suits, but they are just not easy to integrate. For example, there is a project which is called, if I'm not mistaken, Rambulan, which is an implementation of Lua for Java, and it does have a good suite, but it's simply snippets of Lua code which are incorporated into some Java infrastructure, so we just could not afford to take the suite and integrate into our build chain. So finally we ended up with 2 extra suits. Luckily, at some point of time, Mike Paul, the author of LuaJIT, he published the set of scripts to test LuaJIT, and sometime later, with the help from the community, this set of scripts gained rather good infrastructure, good runner, so we were able to integrate the suite into our own process. And besides, we are using the test suite for Lua 5.1, which is shipped with the Lua Test More module by François Perrat. And a couple of words about challenges that we have not faced yet, but which we might probably face in the future, or which theoretically could rise if, well, anyone would start a project of re-implementing Lua. It's issue. Probably it would be an issue with the garbage collector, because it is explicitly said in the Lua manual that Lua implements an incremental mark and sweep collector, and then who knows if, for example, one decides to move to something like mark and compact, or if someone gets inspired by the latest findings in the Java world and would decide to port epsilon GC to Lua. So will it still be Lua then, or not? Because if it happens, if some alternative implementation arises, it will be immediately contradicting to what the reference manual says. And from the language designer's perspective, this might not be so strict issue, because this can be just said as some subtlety in the reference manual, and that's not so important from the language design at all. But when engineers build and validate their own implementations, they follow rather, I'd say, dumb and formal policies. So you have the manual, you have the suite, you go check all your tests, and if you fail, if your tests fail, it means you are incompliant. So something has to be done about that. And these subtleties they suddenly and unexpectedly start mean a lot. Another challenge is with tables. It's well known that in Lua tables are the only type for implementing data structure, etc., etc. And for anyone who has looked into Lua sources, it's well known that internally tables are implemented with the so-called array part and the hash part, just to accelerate for the purpose of performance. And actually, this implementation detail is carefully hidden in the reference manual in the Lua part, so one really doesn't know what is under the hood. But when one comes to the C API, which feels also is an important part of the language, as Lua is really both embedded and embeddable language. So C API is not some small addendum which might be easily ignored, I think. So, and if you read Lua create table, then suddenly you see that it says something about array element and non-array elements, the terms which actually have not been used on the previous, say, 40 pages before. So what is it? Again, it is pretty understandable that this decision was probably made because just to ensure better performance. But it looks like a small inconsistency, because either you expose this detail to a higher level, but probably explicitly provide in the manual some algorithmic complexity requirements, like it is done in Python, for example, or you make the implementation totally opaque, hide everything on all levels, regardless if it's a Lua level or C level, but then you then you move everything about arrays versus non-arrays into implementation-dependent details that each implementation decides whether it wants to be performant or not. And finally, I'd like to share a great code snippet that was presented by Yegor Skriptonov in the mailing list. That's a beautiful, I think, it's a beautiful code golf, I'm sorry, for detecting Lua version. Yes, it's really amazing, I think. You see, it's really all about portability. And one can say that these things about compliance and so forth are some dull problems that are raised by some platform developers just because they have no time, because they have too much time, and just want to talk about this. I have found a subtle moment in the manual, it's too boring. But it's really not. Because once, for example, in your company, you want to migrate from one platform to another, or if you're a library developer which wants to comply with as many production versions as possible, and when you really unexpectedly start facing some issues in some dusty corners, but they suddenly become real issues for you, then you see that portability really is important, and it does matter. So now, unfortunately, I see no definite answer to a very simple question: what exactly a Lua interpreter is, and obviously, each implementation just try to find its own ways to answer this question by their own design decisions or whatever. But really, I think that the reference manual and the corresponding derived test suite, they ought to be a solid basis for the compliance assessment. And it would really be great if the suite, the test from the test suite and some parts of the reference manual could be mapped to each other. So if there is something in the manual, some statement that can be automatically covered with a test, so it should be done more or less easily. So I think that is it. Thank you, and questions.
Thank you.
As I remember, you've reached the same number of passed tests, and were the tests passed in your interpreter the same with past tests in Lua.JIT, or there was some percent of incompatibility?
Yes, I understand your question. It's a bit tricky here. So basically, yes, we pass actually the same tests as Lua.JIT passes. What is the difference though? Those who work with Lua.JIT might probably know that there is a define in the sources which is called LJ52 compat, which enforces some Lua 5.2 features to be turned on by default. So what we did actually, in our code base we reverted this define. So we and thus so fixes are just here. We just move to we abandoned this define in some places. So yes, and we tested with Lua.JIT compiled without this define too. So that's why you see exactly the same numbers.
Thank you.
Mm?
Roberto, will you say something? Or later on question and answer session? Okay, next question.
I have some questions. First, didn't you think that funding Mike Paul will be the best solution for your problem?
Actually, we tried, but he didn't answer. I know that he did answer to probably Cisco or some other companies who and did some work for them. But we approached him, I think a couple of years ago, with exactly the question about memory limits, and he kind of refused to like this. So as far as I know, the talk didn't go any far.
Another question. Did you use LLVM for your project?
No, we do not.
You wrote the JIT from the ground?
No, we forked the Lua.JIT code base.
Oh, okay.
So we took the code base, we removed that 1 GB memory limit, then made some changes, and basically the idea of JIT is the same in Lua.JIT, but we are continuing to improve it.
Do you plan to make your work public?
Good question. Currently, we are not ready to, and my personal opinion, my opinion of as a developer, and I know that my teammates share this opinion, that we would really be glad to, but the official position of the company is not clear at the moment. So.
And another question. Do you think that making some incompatibilities in Lua for your local use is okay?
Well, as we introduced some, it is okay, but You know, I think, well, in the ideal world, no. And yes, we are 100% compatible with Lua JIT, but the fact that we are not 100% compatible with the reference Lua, it really worries us.
I have a question.
Sure.
Will you share the test suite modifications? It's not the implementation that you're testing, but modifications of open source code. I know that the license does not require this, but still.
Well, I think we can discuss it, and why not? So, yes, we have some ideas how to improve the suite and make it more portable, I think.
More questions? Well, I believe, have a bit of time. Roberto, will you share your feedback? If you would.
Well, first point, I already discussed that with you, that the tests of Lua are not meant for compatibility, for compliance. They are really meant to find bugs in the implementation. But there are the limits we didn't care about, but there are several places in the tests that we do have limits, external limits that we don't know about. And what we do is that we just check dynamically for the limit. You don't have to have that value in Lua. For instance, you could change the tests for total number of variables for something, for instance, try and do a binary search, and quite the reverse. You could print as a result of the test. This implementation supports that number of local variables. We do that, as I said, we do that, for instance, for time t, that some implementations has a 4-byte time t, some implementations have 8-byte time t, and so, and instead, if you do tests for one size, it fails. If you do for the other side, it fails. So we do a test that tries to find out what is the size of time t, and it prints that as a result of the test. So this is something that you could change. I could change that too, but in the future. About the manual, for instance, the create table, the documentation is no longer that one in the new versions. Now the documentation is very explicit that those parameters are just hints, so they have no real semantics associated with them. You can just ignore them. And about the garbage collector, I think that the point is that although it says that it implements an incremental garbage collector, you do not have the right to see the implementation when testing or when using Lua. So what you have to ensure is that the behavior is similar to what you can really expect from an incremental garbage collector. You can implement the collector the way you want as long as you cannot see the difference. For instance, you can increment a stop the world garbage collector and just say there is a low quality incremental, the increments are too big. For instance, because it doesn't say what, it doesn't have any guarantees about, for instance, there is those numbers, but again, those numbers have no fixed semantics. You say, oh, we can be more aggressive or less aggressive, and you say, oh, I have a very poor incremental collector, but it's still increment. On the other hand, if you change for a reference count without caring for cycles, then you have a real semantic difference that contradicts the manual, and then that would be a real incompatibility. So I think you have to see them, even if the manual say it implements that way, it doesn't matter, because you have, if you don't have a way to see that, you just ignore the manual. The manual can say, oh, it implements, for instance, a descendant parser. If you cannot distinguish from a LL1 parser, you just ignore the manual. So what else? Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to do some comments.
Yeah,
And I have some, but I have to check that. I have some very strange thing about the tail call in your first example. First, you said there is a synthetic difference. That's not a synthetic difference. I mean, any function, for instance, if getFM, instead of being getFM, it's any other function. If it returns multiple values, the first implementation would return only one, the second would return all of them. So the coder are quite different. They are not just a syntactical difference between the two functions. The second one is that I have to check. I didn't check in 5.1, but at least in 5.3, and I believe in 5.1 too, there is no tail calls for C functions. So I really don't know what's going on here. Because it shouldn't have any difference between both calls. Maybe it's something else, I don't know, because in C, functions are not tail called. I believe 5.1 already has that, so I don't know. You should investigate that more closely to see what's going on.
Well, actually, I investigated this with Lua 5.1.
You did?
Yes, I ran this. So as our code base is.
But sorry, in 5.1 it is equal. They are equal.
Yes. Well, the function returns true, and both
behave the same.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the problem, they should behave the same.
Yes.
Or not. No.
Yes, I believe they should be, but I was just trying to understand myself why it is not in our case. So it turned out that initially there was a misunderstanding of a reference manual and everything just...
Maybe you're doing tail calls for C functions, and then you would be correct. Maybe the Lua would be wrong. Because then the one here refers to a different function when you do tail calls.
Yeah.
When you are inside getFM, it gets the function that called me, but the function that called me disappears, so the function that called you is the second one. So it should be different. So you could argue that 5.1 has a bug here.
Thanks for feedback. I think just some remarks on Roberto's notes. Yes, at some point we understood that the test suite the test suite was more about the implementation, more for the interpreter, but not the compliance, right?
No, you did not. No, you did not understand.
Sorry?
You did not understand correctly. It is not more for the implementation. It's only for the implementation.
But
the goal of the test suite is to find bugs.
Not to discover the compliance level.
No, not at all. This is not a kind of a secondary goal. This is completely out of our... We can change that in the future, but until today, even for some time ago, we didn't even publish the test suite. And people start asking, and that's the test suite, but exactly, we didn't publish exactly because it's not to be used for, if you use for different purpose, it's your problem. Our guarantee for the test suite is it's used to find bugs. And as end users don't need to find bugs, then they shouldn't need the test suite. If they want to use, but it's
sure, I see a point, but in our situation, we needed at least something to ensure compliance.
I agree completely. That would be great to have that. I'm not. I just saying that this test suite is not maybe we should start from scratch and do it, because it, as you said, it has a lot of details. I'm surprised that you didn't have other problems, like I told you about error messages. Use exactly the same text for error, but the same.
Well, actually, we had. I just simply did not put them on slides.
Yes, because there is a lot of details really buried inside the code that Sometimes as I said, we have to change for the test itself be portable among different machines, but we really don't. It's not in our goal currently to do anything about compliance.
Thank you. I have a question. Do you focus only one platform, or your implementation runs on all platforms that LuaJIT supports?
No, we focus only on x64 because our production service use only this platform.
And the operation system only Linux or Windows?
Yes.
And
only Linux.
Okay, thanks.
More questions, please? Okay, then that's it for this talk. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you.
And see you at the start of an hour for the next talk. Микрофоном, ребят. 8 минут еще.
Да, сейчас. Ага. А это вы выключили?
Да, конечно, по привычке.
Да.
Сколько время? Сколько?
2 минуты? По моим часам 1 минута. У меня часы вперед.
Ты меня представишь, да?
Надо придумать, когда мне становиться, чтобы, видимо, сюда. Смотря на микрофон. Через минуту начинаем. Я не буду читать твое название доклада. Ты его прочитаешь сам.
Don't.
Как тебя после ресторана?
Developer.
Well, guys, the next talk I give you Konstantin Osipov from Toronto.
Thanks. Hello, good morning. My name is Kostya. I'm a Toronto developer, and I was actually invited. Thanks for giving this talk, and it's going to be about our 6-year experience, 6-year journey with Lua up to now. Actually, it's about 7 years since we started using Lua. And how many of you actually know what Toronto is? So there are a few, but for the rest, I'm going to just give a brief introduction. It's a database in the first place. So it's an in-memory database, and it's using grid technology for distributed storage. So the idea is that you have many nodes which are running in a cluster, and every node both shares data and executes some business logic within the data. So these are nodes communicating, speaking to each other, handling requests. It's possibly a layered application. So there are, for example, a front layer which is only business logic, and you scale it independently from the storage layer, which is both business logic and the storage. So the typical usage of such a cluster, such a grid, is that you run it 24/7 by 365. So you run it all the time, and it's highly loaded all the time. So it's a request response application, typical, for example, for Go, now Go applications, Go servers also typically request response applications. And the important thing that this program needs to run and not crash, and it needs to run Lua all the time and not crash. So I will begin this talk with some quick and actually not so quick overview of the incidents over these years, what we had in production, how we would debug it, how we would try to find the codes, and what the values. So the entire purpose for me of this talk is to actually formulate the values that an application like this one would have in a programming language. So. And I mean, do you prefer exceptions for error handling, or you return values? Why? Would you want dynamic or static typing? Why? So these are basically the design choices of a programming language. And when you use a programming language in an application like ours, you evaluate these design choices, and you kind of think, what do I actually need? So then once I get to the values, I will also give some perspective about to prepare for this talk. I looked at the modern trends in programming languages, where they are going, and I conclude with some alternatives for our project, like where we will be going, because we are right now entering a decision point, what to do next. So let me begin with this is a disclaimer, because what I'm going to talk about is highly debatable, and and I hope I can move to the next slide. So so what kind of incidents did we have in production? Mostly we deal with if the thing crashes and it has a reproducible crash, it's very easy for us. I mean, if you can crash it, you can fix it. And the problem comes when you can crash it reliably. So these are the most difficult incidents, when the thing crashes once a year. And we have programs with uptime in years, so we have such crashes. And when you do have a crash, it's
You were talking about Lua or
Logit. But I will be talking about it's not about Logit. It's about no, the crashes are about Tarantul. So the whole thing crashes, right? So the question is whether Lua is such a buggy language so that it crashes. No, it's not. It's not about this. It's about Tarantul crashing in production, running Lua programs in production. It could, and this is what I'm going to speak about. Like, why would it crash, right? Lua is so stable, Tarantul is so stable. Why would it crash together? You know, so yet it crashes, and these crashes are hard to debug. We see things like this, and this is actually a simple one, and we see things like that, and this is a more difficult one, and yet in both cases, I have to say, we actually were able to nail the source of the problem. So, where was I? Yeah, so one example is this Fluors. In Mail.ru, we have a complicated business logic for fetching mail. You can have external mailboxes, so you can use your Mail.ru application for like working with Gmail or Yahoo Mail and wherever. And under the hood, we fetch the mail for you. And to fetch the mail, we actually need to store context for authentication, and we need to refresh this context all the time for every user in the background. So we end up with this application, which actually is a database and is also an application which would refetch the authentication tokens on the schedule, expire them on the schedule, and it's a clustered application. So this was the case with the application crashing. This is an easy case for us because sometimes we have a customer and we don't even have access to the perimeter of the customer. We don't have access to the data, there are security issues involved, so this is why all we get is this. And so with Fluors, we exactly had this once in a year crash. And to understand the scale of this, yes, of course, there is Lua Logit in this case. There is Tarantul, which is a threaded application written in C and C++. It can crash. And there is FFI, foreign function interface. There are Lua C modules, Lua extensions for C. And when you start looking at all of this, if you remember Java, for example, Java claim was that, it's a safe language. It's a safe language because it's, there is a bytecode level safety, there is a memory safety because, there are clear separation of memory in Java and so on. So why would one use technology like Lua and build everything into a process, build everything together, avoid any borderlines between things, and expect things not to crash? So my claim is that most of the crashes are not coming from the things that, for example, Java is addressing. And if you look at the operating system kernel, like Linux, like FreeBSD, it's all written in C and C++, it's all extensible. If you look at the Perl, PHP, other language implementations, they are all written in C, and they're all extensible. So C is probably one of the most reliable languages as it is, and we need to look at deeper, we need to look at the causes of the crashes. And if the cause is, so the cause can be from the language itself, which is very rare. It could be from an extension, which is more frequent, but it is easy to reproduce usually. So an extension, and if it is like by extension, I mean in this case, in case of Lua, is the Lua C API extension. And it could be coming from, in this case, in things that we had, due to sloppiness in the language implementation, which was Lua JIT in our case. So my claim is that most of the crashes that you deal with, you can isolate and fix. But we had to deal with pretty specific things, and if you look at this one specifically, it's the foreign function interface finalizers problem. So how many of you are actually know what this is in Lua JIT? So a few, very few. Lua JIT has some hard barriers for limits, for memory limits, and for certain things in which it just can't cope. It just throws its hands in the air and says, "I can't continue anymore." And there is a limit on how many foreign function objects you can create in the language in the runtime. So when this limit is reached, it just essentially it can be as easy as that. It can as simple as that. It can be more complicated. And this limit actually can be fixed, and I'm going to next slides talk about how it can be fixed. And what I'm describing this as a background story for values. So the reason I was discussing crashes is that to give you an example of a value that you look for in a language. So you're looking for safety, and at what level of safety and how you implement safety is what I'm going to talk about. Because before I go on, I will give you a few remarks about Lua JIT. So I think the reason that FFI finalizers table is problem is not fixed in Lua JIT is a more broad scope when you actually look at the language and you look about the purpose of the language. I think Lua was not really thought for systems like that, for systems which work with a lot of memory, which work with request response in 24/7, and I'm going to sort of expand on that. And for systems which are highly, extendable, so which have a lot of coroutines, C API modules, layered application when you have Lua enter in C, then enter in Lua again, and enter in C again, and so on. So you have layers of calls. And this is what I'm going to be discussing today. But before I continue, let me just say, hey, yes, we are using Lua JIT, and Lua JIT is a dead thing. Let's just face it. And the reason I think it's a dead thing, I stated here. And the main reason is the developer community. So this is another, once again, I'm discussing this to discuss it as a value, right? So a language is alive when it has a vibrant developers community. And I don't mean users, I mean developers. This is a different topic for me. Developers are those who are contributing patches, who are contributing to the language. So, and in case of Lua JIT, it's merely an implementation. So developer community for it is basically people contributing code to the source repository. And for it to be vibrant, the maintainer in this case needs to work with the community. So needs to give feedback, needs to nurture, needs to coach. And we don't see any of that. So at this point, I believe Lua JIT is dead primarily because of lack of this. And once you have this for years, you lose trust, and trust is not something you can regain easily. So what specifically I'm talking about? So not just not be, regarded as a person who is just putting blame on someone without reason. So of course, Lua 5.2 and 5.3 compatibility. There are things like Unicode, like garbage collection, new garbage collection, which are neglected for years. There are patches which are rejected without coaching and nurturing the contributor to actually come up with the better implementation. So this all, to me, means that we need to do something about Lua.JIT future, and I will talk about it in the end. But for now, let me say that there are some great ideas how Lua.JIT can be improved. In beginning from alleviating the barriers that it has, and Lua compatibility, and JIT extensions, and so on and so forth. There are some great ideas in Lua.JIT, and it shouldn't be just discarded without it should be the best thing to do with it is just to pick it up and continue developing it further. So, but for us, it's not only about Lua.JIT. The reason I'm giving this talk is at this conference, because Lua.JIT, we agreed in the beginning, is a different language. Is a broader scope. So a language is two things: a specification, language specification, and language implementation. And Lua, Pucrio Lua, is exactly the source for us, is like the beam of light, of what's in a good language, And here I want to discuss one thing about Pucrio Lua, and this is a quotation from the manual. It's about Lua error handling. So I think I'm going to make a bold claim here, is that there are deficiencies in the way Lua API is designed with regard to error handling. And this is just one case when, well, we are a community, right? So I'm giving my feedback, and it's all a question about, moving on, taking the feedback and moving on. So what a good error handling should be like? So I claim that these are the three major traits of good error handling API. It should be safe. If you can ignore the error, it's not good. So if you return one and then you ignore the return, this is not a good API. It should be very difficult to ignore it. It should be ergonomic, meaning that it's not polluting the code base. If you have all the checks, if you have nested try-catch blocks, and you have so many nesting levels just because of your error handling or case switches, this is also not good. So in this case, in both cases, Lua API that is chosen for the C API, I mean long jump, set jump based error handling, is very good. It's very hard to ignore long jump, really, and it's very ergonomic. So typically you don't need to pay a lot of attention to checking the errors. Everything is inside pcall. But the third property of the good API is composability. By composability, I mean that when you can put different paradigms and styles for error handling together. To give you an example, C and C++ error handling techniques are composable. You can put them together. So you can take a C API, wrap it with try-catch, and you're done. You can not try-catch, but with throw. I'm sorry, with raising exceptions, and you're done. You have a C++ API. You can take a C++ API, wrap it with try-catch, and export as external C API. But with a long jump strategy, composability is actually at risk. So I'm not even mentioning C++, because if you long jump through your stack frame which has a destructor in it, you're screwed. That's That's out of question, even though it would be really handy to have it, but you can't have it. So, but let's just consider C. We took a look at C modules at luarocks.org, and we discovered that most of them ignore potential errors from API failure. So typical module would allocate some resources like open a file, allocate memory, before putting it on a Lua stack. So it sits on a C stack. So at this point, it's entirely unsafe to long jump. Before putting it into a C stack, you would call some C API like check stack and stuff, and expect this is going to work, or call Lua new table and stuff. Expect this is going to work. So this, of course, doesn't work if you have 24/7 clustered applications, because it has to fail sometime. And since we are not just a company which is running this in-house, for example, IP on Web is a company which is running most of the software it has in-house. We are a company who has, as I said, who is selling support for Tarantul, who is having external application. When we are involved with 3 or 4 sub companies dealing with the exploitation for us. With one company is running the physical servers, another is running the system administration, another is actually the integrator which is giving us, and we are doing all the work. So it becomes extremely difficult for us to run in this environment, and values which we have are different in these environments. So this is one example, and it could be fixed. I mean, we just need some sort of P call for C API, I guess, which would wrap long jump into a return code, or somehow make it interoperable for us. And the scope I want to set for this talk is like, I started from sort of speaking about Tarantul crashes, then I said, hey, these are low-JIT crashes, and then I say, the scope of this for us for me, is to look at the future for a language inside the database. So I'm looking for values which would be specific for databases. And the next value, it also a war story. So in some case, what we did, and I think it's the community, our community likes it very much, is that we allowed a language console inside the running application. We just provide a Lua console in Tarantul. It can be a highly loaded application, and the system administrator can expect the internals of the application just by connecting into it. The way we implement it is we use coroutines. So every program is running in a coroutine, so we allow another coroutine to coexist, and this coroutine is handling the system administrator work. Or in queries, and the other coroutines are actually handling the load. So this is a case of a major outage, and I mean, why would be such a simple statement? This function is simply reporting a size of a table in a database. So a developer whom we do not control simply had a local variable which wasn't properly local, which was named S. So when the system administrator just started to inspect the thing, he overrode the local variable, and the entire application went crazy because of that. So that's a very easy way to break things. Of course, you could say, hey, why didn't you run this through some type of checker? Why didn't you use strict, which you can have in Lua? Why didn't you do this or that? Why didn't you allow the system administrator to do that? And this is the whole point. In some cases, you can't control these things. In some, you just work with the external user, with the community, and it's all about the amount of effort you have to put into this to make things happen. And like, educate your community, educate the DBAs that are going to work with it. So for us, the default scope of a Lua variable is a safety issue. Another safety issue, and I'm going to talk about safety here again and again, is a type safety. And I'm a Lua.JIT user, but I've been following, of course, Lua developments for the number type and for functions, for changes in the functions API, for all the 5.2 and 5.3 changes, basically. So before giving this talk, I came to I fired up a Lua interpreter and tried a few tests. These are the results. So while this might make sense to some, I mean, and let me give you some scope. I mentioned in the beginning that I was involved with an interpreter implementation myself once. So the case when I was involved was MySQL, when I was doing the SQL PSM interpreter for SQL stored procedures. How many of you are actually know SQL? Well, and those who know, what happens to a SQL cursor when you open the cursor and then update the table the cursor is pointing at? What happens? Who knows the answer? No one, right? So you claim you know SQL. Okay, but whatever. So the thing is, SQL was a language which descended from Ada. And Ada was the language which the government of the United States created to actually make programs reliable. So SQL is one of the most reliable languages by its design. It has strong typing. It has static typing. So it has exceptions. It has modules. So it's actually very verbose and very safe. But the trouble with SQL is that it's hell to use. You know, it's complicated. The syntax is too verbose. The language itself lacks lots of paradigms, and I'm not talking about the expressional SQL. I'm talking about SQL PSM here, the stored procedure SQL, if you understand. So it lacks the expressiveness which we find in the modern languages. So when I as a database developer, I'm looking for a language which would be as powerful as a language like Lua. And I'm going to talk later about the values of Lua, which I highly respect, and but still would be as safe for the purposes that we have here as perhaps SQL. So one of the key issues with safety is type safety. And this includes underflow, overflow, division by zero, and things like that. You don't need to have, my opinion is that you don't need to have static typing to ensure type safety. Dynamic typing is a very nice thing, and plus dynamic and static types are going to can coexist. I will speak about this in a moment. So the key thing, since we moved towards Lua moved towards having discriminated number types. So I think the future will be so that there will be more discriminators. And by discrimination, I mean the underlying implementation can be either float, or actually double, or integer. So and you change it on the fly, which is completely fine. And thanks for actually adding Lua is integer. I'm going to talk about this again. So you can you provided the user with a way to query the underlying structure of the type, which is also very good. But it would be also nice to have safety as we go along. So like not a number, underflow, overflow is just another type of a discrimination to me. And in the future, if you look at like Facebook hack language, they have been struggling with PHP unsafety for a long time. And they had to add things which is called type qualifiers in hack. So if you could declare a variable without a type qualifier, it's a dynamically typed variable, but you can taint its type or reduce its sort of dynamism by giving a type qualifier. So that's a possibility at least. But for now, it would be, as we are a database, imagine we are using Lua for any kind of storage procedure. We want to make sure that when the data which comes back to us is not there is no data loss on the way on the round trip. So the storage procedure which is using say, you know, I'm not even talking money, but any kind of integer numbers. So when it comes back to us, there is no loss, or if there is a loss, we can control it and constrain it. So on the same token, since I mentioned that data coming back and forth, it's also again easy to use marshalling. And I have to say that most of my troubles with Lua marshalling are at this point sort of gone. It's thanks to Javier for his helpful support on the mailing list. We don't have any trouble with the array versus table marshalling at this point. We found a workaround, even though it would be nice to still have an explicit discrimination, and I know it's hard to do, but it's still possible to do efficiently. And so that we can have a safe round trip from the language and to the language and back. And so another war story which I would like to continue with is a garbage collection. And in this case, I love the efforts to create a generational garbage collection in Lua 5.2 and on. And so the case we had in production is we have literally 1 billion records spread around 144 servers which we needed to update. And so to update these records, we have another 500 dictionary records which we should be used for update. So basically it was a screwed up import. Imagine you are importing your entire organization. This organization is actually quite large. Since it had 1 billion records. During the import, you screw things up. So you need to quickly fix things in a running cluster. And since we have a grid architecture, we can easily provide people with these things. It doesn't have to be a client-server application. What we do is that we create a Lua program, which we push into the grid, it executes, and voila, the data is up to date. So we decided the best strategy for this grid script to run is to actually cache the 500,000 dictionary records on every node, so that every node could be updated quickly. And we actually solved the problem. We were able to migrate these records in a matter of tens of minutes. So imagine the RPS on these nodes during the migration. But our first implementation was just 1,000 RPS on the entire cluster. Or not on a single node, I'm sorry, not on the entire cluster. And of course, this was thanks to the lack of generational garbage collection in LuaJIT. And the reason it was so slow is that we had, it took some guessing to understand what's going on, but basically every update would generate a lot of garbage. So you had to update a JSON dictionary which had lots of level of nestedness, and you would convert it to a Lua table first. It would be a lot of garbage to collect this table. Plus, you had a lot of Lua variables, which is this 500,000 records already in the garbage collector. So when we fixed that, when we stored these 500,000 records in a Tarantul table, we actually were able to achieve throughput, maybe 20 or 30-fold of this. So thanks for the generational garbage collection in Lua 5.2. I think it's an important step forward for the applications of our kind. And here I just want to again, since we started to discuss garbage collection, ADA, for example, doesn't have garbage collection. SQL PSM doesn't have garbage collection. Do you really need a garbage collection in an application like that? And I think yes. So you just need to solve some of the challenges of this very difficult problem, and you need to share the values of garbage that we have. So, and when you look at the sort of design trade-offs in a garbage collection, these are the trade-offs. So you want you begin with saying, hey, I want the lowest heap overhead possible. I want to avoid extra stuff that I store on heap, just to support GC. Then you start evaluating the program throughput and garbage collection throughput with your garbage collection strategy. And this means how much overhead garbage collection actually poses on the program and stuff. Then you become concerned with pose time, frequency, and distribution. And distributions is the key actually here. So distribution is the most difficult thing to achieve in our case. Pose distribution, because you may have, in this request response style, grid computing, you may have complicated tasks coexisting with small tasks, and complicated tasks generate a lot of garbage. If they generate a lot of garbage, they influence the spikes in garbage collection, and they become influencing the latency of small tasks. So it's a very challenging thing to have even latency distribution in a such kind of environment. And we of course never always advise our users to avoid running heavy tasks alongside with the short tasks. We say, hey, you have a replication cluster, set it up side by side, you have the same data there, and you can run analytics there. But still, it's an issue. So with all this complexity, why would you want garbage collection at all? And the reason, I believe, we need to have database applications, real-time database applications, and garbage collection, is that is the dynamism of the programming language that you get together with it. So you can have an easy-to-use, a flexible programming language without garbage collection, and I think it's a bigger value for the next generational databases than safety here. So we need garbage collection, but we need it to be safe. I mentioned that the runtime application is not only distributed, but typically in every node you have a bunch of coroutines coexisting, running together. So I wanted to say a few words about this as well, because if you look at the modern languages, like I will give a survey of the languages I analyzed, all of them nowadays are having coroutines. Even C has extensions for coroutines. Even every new language has coroutines. So coroutines is just a commodity at this point. But when you when you start looking at the implementation, you find that most languages, they simply add the feature, but they don't look deeper. So they don't make the feature work as the first-class citizen in the language. And by first-class citizen, I mean this. I mean debugging, I mean introspection. Cost, of course, is often taken into account, and I mean interoperability. So for us, as an example, we have our own coroutine runtime, which works together with Lua JIT, and it worked fine with Lua 2.0, and in with Lua JIT 2.0, with Lua JIT 2.1, we sent Mike broke it, we sent him a patch, he rejected it. So we are now running a patched Lua JIT just to support our own coroutines. So why do we need these patches? And we need them because of the interoperability. When a coroutine is used, it has to be assumed that it's not necessarily the Lua code or the language code, the high-level language code that is changing the coroutine, the current coroutine. It can be a module that is changing the current coroutine. So essentially, the context switch can come from anywhere, and the language has to be friendly. But it's not only that. It's about introspection and debugging. By introspection, imagine being able to see what coroutines are currently active in flight. What language would you give such a feature? Go, maybe? Is there a way in Go to see what processes are running right now? Go processes?
Go processes or Go routines?
Go routines. Yeah, so, okay, Erlang is another language which gives you that. Another feature you want to have is supervision, for example. In Erlang, you are able to supervise a process and define actions on failure of a process. So these are high-level actions. Another thing is the size and how well the coroutine integrates with the module. So it's a matter of C stack. To me, it boils down to the size of C stack. So Erlang processes, for example, the minimal size of the process is 60 bytes. You can have millions of processes on a single machine with 60 byte process size. The minimal size of process we were able to achieve is 64 kilobytes. It's 1,000 times more. And to really be able to have lots and lots of, the interpreted language doesn't have to have a lot of context associated with the coroutine. But when you start using C modules inside the coroutine, you already need the stack. So that becomes the major player. And I'm thinking about some kind of integration between the language runtime and the extension in the C API, and so that you can make sure your extensions are safe, but yet they are also efficient. And another issue with coroutines, which is also often missed, is again error handling. And the things about error handling that I wanted to raise is would it be possible to pass an error from one coroutine to another? What is the language support for it? So, and Lua, when it comes to Lua, the API itself, and I believe we can discuss a lot how LuaJIT is not this or not that, but we have to say that LuaJIT is what it is, and many features that we have in LuaJIT are thanks to what was in the language at the time LuaJIT was created. So it's an idea flow. It's an idea flow from the founders of the language to implementers, and so the values that are great in Lua already today, and we had a talk today about functions being the first-class objects as a consequence, and the reason, and these are the values we share. This is why I list them here. As a consequences, we are able to do hot code reload, package management, code shipping in the grid. These are the very important values to us. So we don't want to run the compiler every time we want to change the code in the grid. This is why we are using an interpreted language. Coroutines, threading model. For example, many people ask us, why don't you use Go? This is not any fault of ours, that people ask us this. It's just people keep asking us, why don't you use JavaScript, for example? And I think by the end of this talk, it should be clear why. They don't provide some of the values either. So there is no perfect language, But Go threading model is different from Lua. Lua threading model, single-threaded. When you have when threads are outside the language, works much better with our paradigms when the language runtime, the concurrent garbage collector, and everything like that. It's much harder to control in case of concurrent languages such as Go. So I believe the threading model is right. So single-threaded is the way to go. Speaking about garbage collector, we again are talking about perhaps not concurrent, but single-threaded garbage collector, which is easy to manage. Excellent interoperability with C. And the value which I always mention about Lua is less is more. So Lua has very few concepts, and they are absolutely great. Those concepts that it has. So we add to this, to conclude sort of my talk, we add to this robustness. And by robustness, I mean it should be, as I said, I don't mean Java-style robustness. I mean it should be possible to nail things down. What happens in the language, what happens in the extension during execution, even a busy loop. I mean, for us, it would be desirable to embed some instructions into LuaJIT. And I don't mean it has to be done, in a stock Lua. No, by no means. Just I'm saying our goals. It would be desirable to embed inspection instructions or signal checking instructions into generated code, so that busy loops cannot, hog CPU of a server program. So if there is a mistake in a script done by a user, this script can be cancelled still by a system administrator. And to do this, you actually need to modify the interpreter to check for things once in a while. It's safety, and I spoke a lot about various kinds of safety today, and it's transparency. By transparency, I mean, as I mentioned the coroutines, I said that, hey, you need transparency, what coroutines you run, what is the stack trace of every coroutine currently in flight, for example, and this stack trace can go through Lua, through C, and through Lua again. You need to look all the way deep, being able to look all the way deep. And of course, ease of use. And yes, and since we are in Russia, all the while not giving up performance. Russians like to drive fast. So as I said, I looked at a lot of languages when preparing for this talk, and as I said, we are on a decision point right now because we can't go on with LuaJIT anymore. These are the languages I looked at. There are some trends. There is no perfect language. Rust is very good for our purposes. Still, Rust is a compiled language. And if you look at the trends, you will see what I've already mentioned. Coexistence of dynamic typing with stronger typing, with safety, coroutine support, actor model support, alternatives to exception handling. So if you look at Go or Rust, they both provide not exceptions, but alternatives to exceptions, optional options, results, and things like that. So what else? Functions are first-class objects more and more. We see this more and more. So no perfect language was found. And what are we going to do with Tarantul in the future? And of course, keep suffering is one alternative. And I have to explain all the time that, hey, our development team it has capacity and it has certain limits to it. So we are mostly focused on database features. We cannot afford building a language platform ourselves, especially considering the portability issues and things like that. So we are looking at alternatives like using LLVM as a platform and building something on top of it. And we have to take into account the values of our community, like compatibility. We don't want to screw them. And we are also looking at forking LuaJIT and making it work for us. So these are the alternatives on the plate right now. And as I said, the whole thing a lot depends on the Lua community working together and us sharing the good values with the core of the language and with the broader community. So if we are able to achieve what we need in long term with Lua language specification, then we are in a good shape long term. If we are not able to achieve this, then even like saying, hey, let's fork LuaJIT doesn't make a lot of sense to us, because we need to satisfy our values in the first place. So thanks for listening. These are the questions. I anticipated some questions, like why don't you use JavaScript, and I want to why don't you use JavaScript, and so Ruby, PHP, or your favorite language. These things you might have, and these questions I don't recommend asking, so to speak. If you have anything else.
Okay. First question.
I've been too aggressive.
He's actually a nice person. I know him.
Yeah, it's just the emotions.
How do you handle timeouts and busy loops right now?
By Unix signals.
Oh.
But we are a database. We can afford this. So we have a persistent state, and we have a redundant persistent state, so you can kill a node. But if your entire cluster is dead, then it's a trouble. Yes.
What platforms do you have to support now?
MIPS, ARM, Intel. And FreeBSD, NetBSD, Linux, that's what we support. Mac OS X.
Next question.
I saw in the conclusion list you have mentioned the LLVM. So what is about LLVM in few words today?
We are not working on anything, so I'm preparing like the ground for the effort. So we are releasing SQL support in 1.7, and after we do SQL, or basic SQL actually, so we are going to end up with 2 virtual machines on board: LuaJIT virtual machine and Lua virtual machine. And ideally, we wanted to have a single actually virtual machine or virtual machine runtime. So long term, we might consider either using LLVM for all the language backends that we support and becoming multilingual. That's just basically the possibility. Another possibility is that we can use and extend LuaJIT bytecode with the SQL-specific instructions, like fetch from a cursor, like query value of a table and things like this. And again, use a single virtual machine for everything.
First, I'd like to mention that there is LLVM Lua, as I remember, made by some Chinese. Maybe I don't.
Yes, there is. There is Ravi. There are people who are trying to use Lua and LLVM together, indeed.
And second, you mentioned that you would like to move forward with LuaJIT, and some other people said, and there is some activity in the mail list. Why don't unite maybe and make some organization and paralyze your
I hope
effort?
this will happen. I am surely hope this will happen. We actually had been discussing this before, and it's entirely my fault. I've not been moving forward on this. Part of this is actually also coming up with the sort of organizational chart. So it's not that easy. It's not about creating a GitHub, repository and saying, "Hey, guys, come in here." What I think we need to lay, foundation for this is also talking to lawyers. Is also coming up with the non-profit foundation for this. Is coming up with the values for this. Like for me, one of the core values is Lua compatibility. And for others, it might be not so. And for me, one of the core values is safety. Again, for others, it might be different. So it's about actually defining this first. It's not just about forking to a tree to accept a few patches.
If you want to participate in this effort, drop me a line. I will.
So Alexander is actually
contacts.
trying to push this also, and
did you know the reaction of Mike on this movement?
I don't care, honestly. I mean, it's irrelevant.
Roberto, do you want? Okay. Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a brief announcement. If someone is going to St. Petersburg, there's two places in the car going that way after the conference available. Come to me. See you at the beginning of an hour for the next talk.
Ну, насколько я понимаю.
Раз, два, раз. Good. A little bit more time for everyone to get here. But it's time for us to continue. I give you Javier.
Okay. Thank you. Well, as most of these talks is more about LuaJIT than Lua. I'm working for Cloudflare, and some of you might remember in the goodbye note from Mike when he said that he's tired of doing LuaJIT. He said that he was ceding the governance of the project to Cloudflare, and as a lot of people have noticed after that we haven't actually been able to do anything with that. When I was still interviewing for a job at Cloudflare, my future boss asked if I would be able to take the maintenance of LuaJIT, and I said no way, I totally not qualified for that. But I got a job mostly from writing Lua code, but still began to read all the sources of LuaJIT, and as I then said, I just fall in the rabbit hole. So this is what I'm doing mostly full time now, reading the LuaJIT code, trying to extract all the knowledge there, and teaching others. Mostly within the company, but I have already a very long blog post in the Cloudflare blog, and I want to keep doing this, because as Kos just said, LuaJIT has stagnated. He said it's dead, but he wants to keep suffering, using it, and part of the problem is that it's really complex code, and it really shows that it has been written by a single one. So there's a lot of very hard to read stuff. So my contribution is to try to explain how it actually works, and from then to maybe more people will be able to do more patches, and even if Mike doesn't accept them, whatever, we will try to coalesce some other versions of. Well, this is my contribution. Okay, but in the end, everyone loves LuaJIT because it's really fast. It has a lot of very nice features, but since it's so complex and so hard to see what happens, we get a lot of cargo cult. So don't use pairs. FFI is the fastest, but it's also the slowest. It's really hard to see what happens. So let's see how it happens. This is mostly the simplest Lua code that actually can get compiled in LuaJIT. It's just a loop with a counter inside and nothing else. So what does LuaJIT does with this? First, we have this option, the BL, that shows the bytecode. And yeah, it's mostly readable. You have something here, there's some other parts, and this might be the loop, and there's an addition, yeah. Okay, it's there. And JV. V is the verbose of the compiling, specifically the JITing. And it says that we have a trace with a loop. We already know that. That's not much. So there's one extra option, the JDump. Oh, this is way too much. When I got this, I just stopped reading because it's really too much. So I tried to make it a little more readable, and I got this. It has very nice colors. There are colors, there are different columns, we have gray parts. I think it's an improvement. So this is Loom. We just use it instead of JDump. You use JLoom, and you get an HTML representation of what happened with your code. So let's see. It's again almost the same bytecode. There's a very small difference. it shows where did each part came, even for those parts that came from an out of order line. So it has already started to mangle with your code. And what does Lua then does? This is a loop. So when it runs several times, 200 times in this case, it detects that this is a hot part of your code, so it would be compilable. It would be an advantage to compile it. How does it detect that it is a hot spot? First, there are 64, just 64 slots. It's not a hard limit. It's easy to change, but nobody has ever found a need for that. Each slot, just to start with the counter, it starts with 108. And when a loop or a function is bytecode instruction execute, on each execution in the interpreter, it yet decrements the corresponding slot for that instruction. When it underflows, it goes down to 0. It detects, oh, okay, this is a hot part, let's trace it. What's tracing it? It executes once again in the interpreter. We are still in the interpreter, but the interpreter saves each instruction that it encounters and sends to the recorder. And the recorder emits the other part is the IR, the intermediate representation. It's just called the IR. It looks like an assembly code, but it's never executed. It's not executable code. It's just a representation of what is the interpreter doing. It doesn't represent your whole code. If you had several functions, returns, conditions, or whatever, it doesn't appear in the IR. It only records what actually happened on this extra execution. And let's try a very small change. Instead of adding a variable, let's use a simple table and use this table insert to add the index to it. Okay, the bytecode looks very bad code because, as you can see, the loop includes the table, global table, and the local calls, and we should move that out of the loop. It would be the first thing one would do. But let's keep it that way and find that in the IR there's no longer any table query. In fact, there's not even a call to table insert. It calls the length function, adds 1 to it, and then stores there. Actually, it looks like t of t length for +1. If you try the same, it would generate exactly the same IR. That's because the recorder, that when it saw what's happening, it replaced it with the code that does the same as the table insert, and is just that same. Another change. Yes, we add a second I there. It does the same thing, but in the NYI table is mentioned that this is not compiled. The bytecode is almost the same. The only difference is that we move twice the same variable. This 4 in this case is the I. But the IR is totally different. It is very terrible. Yeah? You see there are now true traces instead of 1. They are not marked as a loop. They are marked with this stitch. We have these big snaps. And what happens is that this is what happens before the call. This drops back to the interpreter, uses the interpreter to call table insert. Using afterwards, it returns to the to compiled code and goes back to the one. So we get the loop by jumping from one trace to the other. And now we have to pay not only the fallback to the interpreter, but also the loop isn't optimized as a loop. It doesn't hoist the table queries out of the loop. So it's just this single change. It has a very huge impact on performance. So we see that these traces have different finishes, have different endings. What happens when the interpreter detects this is a hot code and start tracing? It has to finish at some point. It could be a happy ending with a trace compiled, or it would be a sad ending with a trace aborted. But the end is all. There are several ways to end. And what happens when it ends? If this is a trace abort because, well, there are a lot of heuristics on when to abort or not, it increases the hot counter. Remember that when on each iteration, on each execution of a loop or function defining, it decreases. But on each abort, it's increased. And if it gets too high, then the start intrusion, the ones that originally started a trace, is blacklisted. What it does is that it replaces. There are some instructions that have two forms. This is the original form emitted by the parser, and when it's blacklisted, this is a different version that does the same, except that it doesn't do the hot count decrement. So it will never be counted as hot. Will never go again to try to trace because these traces have failed too much. But if it ended with a compiled code, then this is replaced by this other version that records the trace number that was created. So the next time the interpreter encounters one of these J variants, it will just jump directly into the encode. Okay. Let's see how the IR goes. Okay. This looks like instructions, almost like an assembly language. So these may be parameters, but there are different types of parameters and different symbols in there. And what do they mean? And we have types. That's weird for a language like that. Some other things. Symbols and whatever, and who's that feel? So back to the theory. In the manual, it says that the IR is on a SSA form. This is static signal assignment form. This is the definition that is a form of a representation that never modifies a variable. So if you do any instruction that modifies a variable, it's replaced by one that modifies a new version of the variable. So if you say x equals x plus 1, it's replaced by x1 equals x0 plus 1. And phi, or phi, is the function that is used at the control flow merge points. So if you have a conditional code that at some point increments, and in other condition it's maybe multiplied by 2, they are done on the. If you are doing SSA, then they have to be different versions. And at the end, on the merge, you have to choose which version you are going to use afterwards. Yeah, there's an SSA book, and literally in the credits they said just lot of authors, so I don't know who wrote it. But the nice thing is that in the LuaJIT IR we don't have merge points because we don't have conditions. So we use only the phi instruction, the phi function. We are used only for the end loops and are used only for the internal values of a loop. Let's see how. Okay, this is again the same code. Let's start with following the I variable. It's loaded from somewhere, kind of like the stack of the APIs, almost the same. And then there's the add. This 001 refers to the result of the 001 instruction. So all these numbers, the four digits, are the numbers of the instructions, because the result of the instruction is used as a variable version. So we have a lot of versions just because each version is the result of an instruction. So here we add 1 to this variable. Then we compare it with 200 because that was the limit. So what we are comparing is the result of the add. So now within the loop, we add again. We compare again, but we compare the second add. But what happens when we redo the loop? Then we will add the previous version. No, that doesn't make sense. So there's the phi. The phi function, in this case, unifies the 4 and 8. These two adds, the phi function is telling us that they are just two parts of the same variable. And since the IR is compiled finally to the encode from the bottom up, it's quite easy for the converter to first record that there will be a variable that will be referred as 4 or 8 and is the same. Okay. And these couple of plus signs just mean that the results of these instructions are part of a phi, and they all get the same the same register in the CPU. So some of the characteristic of the IR is that they are linear. There are no conditions inside. There are no jumps. They are only exits. The loops are always go to the beginning, except for the optimization that we'll see. The only condition-like things are the guards. The guards are exit points. The guards are left by the recorder to assure that the code is still the same as it was originally when it was recorded. If we had a condition and goes one way, the IR will represent only this way, so we put a guard to assure that it will all come to the same conclusion on the several iterations. When it goes to a different condition, the guard will just fail and will exit the trace, and it will have to either be compiled again or maybe patched with a side trace. But the point is that there are no conditions within a trace. There are no jumps, there are only exits. And the guards are really optimizable by out-of-order CPUs. They really like that kind of conditions instead of more general conditions. And there are also guards not only for conditions but also for types, because each IR instruction declares its result type. It declares on the type that happened to be when it was recorded, and if afterwards, because Lua is a dynamic typing, if afterwards we get a different type, that guard would fail, we'll need a different trace to get this. And that makes the LuaJIT to actually optimize for each kind of code that you use. If you have some heavily polymorphic code, maybe you will only use a few versions, and those versions will be compiled, but not the other possibilities that you are not using. So we get very, very little of overhead by having the dynamic types, because at the end, the compiler, the processor doesn't really know about the types. It's only worked with memory values after all. Okay, for example, this very simple code. We fill a table with a sequence of integers, and then we iterate on them. And this is the loop. We see that this store and load, they declare that they are numbers. And if we change to store strings in the table, the loop is the same in Lua, but the generated code is almost the same. The only difference is here. Now the store and load are declaring that are strings. And these carets means that these instructions are guarding on the type. If when it does a load, it doesn't find a string, it will just fail and go back to the interpreter or to another trace if there's another one available. Okay. Oh yeah, this. Okay, in the IR, the purpose of the IR is not only to do all the nasty thing, because stripping away the nice things of Lua, but also that because it's very easy to optimize. For example, the dead code elimination. If some code is not used, then just it won't be emitted to machine code. It's relatively easy to detect when it's not used, because they are all the reference to the specific instruction. If an instruction executes and is not used later, and it's not a special barrier instruction, then it will just not be emitted. We have this type specialization. That means that each trace is only working with a specific set of types that allows the rest of the code to be optimized for that types. For example, sometimes it will use not a big floating point value. Maybe it will use an integer, maybe even a short, if it can detect that it won't get bigger ever. And there's the operand function. If an instruction that does, for example, a load, use it only once for a single instruction, they would try to fuse those two instructions in one. And again, it's relatively easy, because all the linking between instruction that is declared, which instruction uses the result of which one. And a very nice optimization about the loop optimization. In principle, when the recorder emits the IR, it emits the code in this form. When a loop always goes to the top of the trace, because as I say before, traces are linear. They have a single entry point, is the top. You don't have any internal jumps, so the loop is only to go up to the top. But when after it's emitted and it's marked as a loop, it gets this transformation. And it's relatively simple. It just repeats the code again. Puts a marker and repeats the code, omitting all the loop invariant instructions. If an instruction wasn't used for anything within the loop, it's just not repeated. So in this case, we get within the loop, we don't get the loads. And in some other cases, we get the whole expressions are not repeated within the loop. So those expressions are only evaluated once and not on each time. That's why in the example about the table insert, the table queries, getting the global value table, and then from the insert field. That's just when repeated within the loop, and were mostly free. And the other complex part of the IR are the snapshots that I have omitted on some parts, but they're here. Snapshots are the link between the IR and the bytecode. They repeat some references. Sometimes there are a few other complex things, frame stacks and stuff that I don't completely understand yet, hopefully. And they are like commit points. If any guard fails, what happens is that it rewinds the code to the latest snapshot, and then the interpreter continues using that snapshot. Anything that happens between one snapshot and a failing guard is just ignored. It didn't have any side effect. So around any real side effect function, there are snapshots to keep that. And that's part of the reason why some non-interpreter functions has to be called from the interpreter. Non-compiled functions have to be called from. So the snapshot link back to the bytecode, and there, let's say, the commits code. No? And yes, this is the latest part. When the IR is converted to the M code, you can see these guards are here as a conditional branch. They are annotated with the number of the snapshot that will roll back if taken. This is slightly complex because this is the other way around, and 3 is the exit, but sometimes we will use this snapshot for exiting. This is a very strange part. But still, in this case, the snapshots were relatively short, so they all fit in the registers, and so there are no special instructions here saving the snapshot. They are just using the available registers. When the snapshot gets longer, or when there are a lot of side effects, they have to be saved, and then you see several other move instructions here right into usually like this. This is a load. The snapshot sometimes saved to there, but this is usually tried to eliminate in the most part. And this also helps a lot on the exit, because there are several parts of when you exit a trace. Well, every code has to exit at some point. But if a given exit is taken several times, it will also become hot, and it will also be compiled, and we get what is called a side trace. Let's do here. This is the original loop. Let's repeat that loop with an outer loop like this 100 times, and the bytecode is just a little longer. You get a new for I and a new for L. This for I, the initialization, a new for L. No, nothing to be scared about. And the code is, we get here 2 different traces. And as we see, this is the original one, this in here, and the second one starts at the bottom and then goes to the top and continues. And we can get here, it starts in the 12th instruction, goes to again top to 6, and as it's declared here, it backs to 1. But the nice thing is that it has been patched. So I will zoom here, and this is the exit. This is the exit of the end of the inner loop, and it goes to the outer loop. And look at this instruction. This jump has been patched to show the start of the next one. And in fact, the end of the other is also, the end of the second trace. This jump also goes back to the start of the first one. So this when we get several traces related within each other, we are slowly building really an assembly language program. So that's part of the secret of why it's so fast until you hit a non-compiled instruction. Yeah, that's mostly it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
What most recent CPU instructions do LuaJIT use inside, and is it possible to modify it with new CPU instructions?
Yes, the backends are relatively well isolated because there are backends for several different processors, and in fact, I think that's the single part that where Mike actually accepts some patches, mostly for ARM code. The ARM code has been evolving very well, ARM64 especially, but also in x64 or AMD, in fact, there are, for example, the SSA 4.2 are detected and used for all the extra registers. You know, having extra registers is always a blessing, and a few others. There's also a few, not exactly patches, but there are some extra modules that, with a very small patch, let you add more extra instructions using like Dynasm. This Dynasm was the assembler that Mike wrote for the LuaJIT 1, and it's used in part in LuaJIT 2, not in the compiles pipeline, but it's used to create the interpreter. But still, it's there, and there are a few threads in the GitHub issues about adding extra instructions. So if you check the GitHub, there you can find about adding extra primitives, and it's relatively straightforward.
And how deep do LuaJIT go when unrolling loops?
Oh yeah, there was some anecdote that I wanted to put in this case. When it detects that it's the recorder here says that these are strings, I tried to for example alternate and string and an integer and string and a number, string and a number, and it unrolled. I got a step by two loop automatically with handle one half with an integer, one half of a string, and then add two to the counter. Yes, there are some limits declared in the configuration. I think by default they are like hundreds of or so IR instructions. The limit is in the number of IR instructions that are emitted before looping the loop. Yeah, you can just raise it. Yeah, the downside of raising it is that sometimes it takes a little longer to compile because it's trying to see if it can unroll a little better. So getting is not much an improvement usually.
More questions? I have a question, if I may. Thank you for sharing the tool, by the way. I feel it's very good that those tools start to appear, but I think you will agree that it's far from being, still far from being really user-friendly. Like not for the systems engineer, but for the end user who codes in LuaJIT and who has to optimize the performance still.
Yeah, you mean Loom using as an optimization tool? Yes, it's mostly still just an easier to read dump, but it's still just a dump. I have a few ideas about adding just a simple function that says, they give me a snapshot of how things right now without any recording trace before. But I don't know, it's a little heavy because of lots of strings and HTML generation, and it sometimes feel like a web application is not the right thing to embed into a compiler. But yeah, if you have any ideas, I'm really glad to test. Yeah.
Thank you. And another question: what is? Can you answer? The question is: what is Cloudflare official position on the transition of Luajit maintainership to the Cloudflare? I'm sorry, because why I'm asking, you mentioned several times that Mike Paul decides this, Mike Paul decides that.
And didn't we? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, we don't have any official, let's say, power over it. We haven't taken out the GitHub repo. In fact, Mike added that repo after he supposedly gave the governance to us. And well, I say us, but I wasn't there back then. It's really complex. And at the same time, we as a company have tried to hire not only Mike but also a few other well-known names. I think they at first thought that maybe I was, but well, I still trying to do what I can. About what's Mike doing, I have my own fork in GitHub, and that's where I do all this stuff. But I still do pull requests, and so far no one has been accepted. I really don't know what's going to happen.
Does Cloudflare know?
No, I don't really think. As a company, we do have an investment in Luajit. We use it a lot. The official line is we don't want it to die. We want to do whatever. We want to invest in not dying, keeping it from dying.
You've seen the slide from the last talk, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And what's about? Okay, that's engineering and like working with programmers which submit patches and stuff. But there's more to that. There's community management.
Yeah.
Does Cloudflare plan to invest in the Luajit community management? Anything? I know that it's not a question for you, but you're the sole representative, so maybe you can answer it somehow.
Yeah, of course, and I will pass this to a few other people there. We don't have too much, too much experience of managing communities, honestly. As much as we are open source friendly and we try to open almost everything we do, almost, but still, with this is not. We don't have so much experience on actually pulling people and making getting there to enthusiastic and feeling welcome. But yes, we would like to do that. That's the official part. Is we would like to, and we would invest some on that, but we don't know really what to do.
Thank you. Any more questions? Good. Then thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
And can you please switch?
Okay.
Before we make an interruption for dinner, lunch. The lunch starts at 2 o'clock anyway. It's still closed. The lunch is here, down below. It is for an extra charge, but it should not be expensive. And the cantina will open at 2 o'clock. Meanwhile, you can have the. Thank you. Meanwhile, you still can have coffee and snacks and stuff. But I wanted to tell you. I wanted to make an announcement. I will. There's official Twitter and Instagram feeds for the conference. This is the hashtag if you use social networks, perchance, just make a photo. And if you post something, you will appear, I'm sorry, you will appear on this page, but not quite this one. It went away. I will set up it momentarily. Well, that's it, and see you at 3 p.m. For the next talk.
Главное, чтобы я тебя еще увидел. О.
Hey. Hey everyone. Not everyone made it back after the lunch, but I hope the people will arrive quietly. And we're continuing our program. I give you Dmitry Potapov. We will talk in Russian.
Да. Здравствуйте, коллеги. Разговор будет на русском языке. Можно было бы на английском, конечно, но информации достаточно много. Я готовился, честно говоря, быстро. Вот. Поэтому, собственно, наверное, на русском будет проще. Да и к тому же все-таки большинство все-таки русскоязычные, наверное. Вот. А Роберто, может быть, так поймет. Ну, правда, тут сложно. Тут будут еще тексты на русском языке, к сожалению, в основном. Ну, и даже не на Lua, как ни странно. Вот. В общем, я сооснователь компании Logic Editor вместе с Сашей. И основная наша деятельность, она посвящена редакторам бизнес-логики. Ну, разговор, правда, сейчас будет вовсе не об этом, потому что про редактор бизнес-логики у нас был уже не один разговор. Вот. Сейчас разговор будет об одном перспективном нынче направлении, которое называется онлайн-маркетинг. И, собственно говоря, что мы можем интересного в этом направлении сделать, и каким образом мы можем здесь использовать Lua. Вот. Собственно, Lua мы используем просто по факту того, что это основной наш технологический, так сказать, в стеке нашей технологии, это основная технология, которую мы используем. И это не просто так, а потому что, собственно, это действительно хороший, интересный язык. Особенно, чем больше смотришь на остальные языки, тем больше любишь Lua. По крайней мере, я. Итак, приступим. Вот. Соответственно, в настоящий момент у нас что получается? Мы пришли в эту область случайно, на самом деле. Мы писали кусочек Data Management Platform для одного из наших DSP. Это все имеет отношение к рынку RTB, Real Time Bidding. Вот. И рынок действительно достаточно интересный. И смысл рынка заключается в том, что, ну, собственно, реклама она всегда была достаточно простая. Я сейчас просто некоторые вводные слова скажу, потому что, как бы, кроме Lua, тут надо понимать и специфику, собственно, и контекст, о котором речь идет, иначе будет немножко сложно. Вот. Соответственно, раньше была реклама достаточно простая, там выкупалось, допустим, на какой-нибудь площадке там рекламное объявление, оттуда направлялся трафик, он приходил на сайт, вот. И дальше кто-то из этого трафика в случае онлайн-магазинов, например, покупал, кто-то не покупал. И все считалось достаточно просто по бухгалтерии. Да? То есть мы смотрим, вот у нас вроде бы за это время там доход вырос, а расход у нас был, там, увеличился настолько с тех пор, как мы подключили новую площадку. Ну и ладно, вроде бы можно жить так на так. Вот. Проблема этого подхода, она заключается в том, что это все равно, что у тебя есть стадо овец какое-то, и какие-то овцы хорошие, какие-то похуже, какие-то вообще с другими бодаются, кто-то шерсть не дает, а мы вроде как выкупаем их всех. Вот. И пока рынок был такой голубой океан, все было достаточно просто. Вот. Все приносило прибыль. С тех пор, как стало много рекламщиков, стало много магазинов, появилась потребность в том, чтобы относиться к этому рынку более серьезно заниматься анализом этого рынка, вот, и более серьезно считать свои траты. Вот. Соответственно, после того, как мы позанимались этим кусочком DMP, мы поняли, что на этом рынке сейчас представлен набор продуктов. Это продукты разного толка, это и аналитика, всем известный там Google аналитик, но кроме нее еще достаточно много. Вот. Это и продукты, которые позволяют какие-то более комплексные решения. И нам показалось, что в этой нише что-то можно для себя найти. В частности, именно потому, что вот сейчас получается такая революция, да, сюда, так же как во многие области, приходят более такие sophisticated методы. И, соответственно, поскольку мы занимались немножко большими данными, чего-то знаем про математику, вот, и умеем писать некоторые high-load, то, в принципе, это все так срастается в то, что можно сделать небольшой прототипчик и посмотреть, что же получится. И я думаю, почему, собственно, этот доклад вообще делается, потому что вот подход к тому, как это делалось, наверное, будет интересен. Вот, как общий подход, так и написание каких-то конкретных кирпичиков, из которых строится все это. Итак, Какие же, собственно, для того, чтобы понимать, что мы будем писать, надо сначала понимать, зачем мы это вообще пишем. Вот. Для этого надо идти сверху. На верхнем уровне мы смотрим на что? Мы смотрим на задачи вообще, что у нас людям нужно. А людям нужно, на самом деле, ну, много чего нужно, конечно, магазинам тем же самым. Мы сейчас в основном, это в контексте интернет-магазинов будет, ну, неважно. Людям нужно что? Во-первых, им нужен некий анализ того, что у них происходит. Без него всем остальным можно вообще не заниматься. То есть, если не умеешь анализировать то, что ты делаешь, зачем вообще это делать? Соответственно, первая группа задач – это аналитик. Тут надо и собрать некую статистику, надо ее как-то обработать, переработать, представить в каком-то виде, чтобы, может быть, запустить там на ней какой-то machine learning, может быть, представить просто человек глазками, посмотрел и сказал. Это, кстати, очень продуктивный путь до сих пор в маркетинге, то есть люди, которые умеют хотеть смотреть глазками, в принципе, стоят, наверное, гораздо больше, чем многие алгоритмы. Вот. Ну, как и везде, собственно, наверное. Дальше что у нас? Если мы говорим о рекламе, то у нас обычно магазины, достаточно много продуктов, там могут быть там, тысячи, десятки тысяч, сотни тысяч. И у нас достаточно много инвентаря, то есть объявлений, которые надо создавать. Есть разные способы создания этих объявлений, я там немножко скажу, вот, но здесь как бы есть, это тоже одна из явных точек, где как бы человек, знакомый с программированием, может достаточно легко создать достаточно серьезный для рынка инструмент, который будет востребован. Ну, естественно, если уж мы говорим вообще о каком-либо бизнесе, то, значит, здесь нам надо будет, кроме того, что что-то считать или что-то готовить, нам надо будет, собственно, оптимизировать наш процесс, думать, собственно, что мы делаем и в какую сторону мы движемся, и управлять тем, что у нас есть. Ну, у нас не так много есть вот в контексте этого доклада. У нас есть там объявления, да, и мы можем менять на них ставки, можем какие-то отключать, можем их менять, можем проводить АБ-тесты. Вот. Это, так сказать, вот мозг всего этого, всей этой деятельности. Ну и дальше я там расскажу немножко о том, что же получается, какие ограничения, если успею. Соответственно, что у нас получается? У магазина, значит, есть цель, есть вот эти вот цели, вот, и дальше магазин имеет возможность выбирать себе инструментарий. Как правило, сейчас получается, что готовый инструментарий, сейчас есть некоторые попытки, но в принципе они немножко не связаны с друг другом. Да? У тебя с одной стороны есть Google Аналитика, с другой стороны у тебя есть Яндекс.Директ, с третьей стороны у тебя есть штуковина, которая управляет ставками, с четвертой стороны у тебя есть еще какая-нибудь аналитика. Вот. И в принципе можно попробовать из этого готового уже стека выбрать элементы и жить с ними. И, конечно, так и приходится делать людям, которые не владеют, не имеют возможности что-то свое разработать, пускай даже на коленочное, но зато быстро и ровно то, что тебе нужно. Вот. Но поскольку у нас цель-то, собственно, вывести там в пределе, вывести новый продукт, то мы, естественно, идем по пути, когда мы смотрим, когда мы создаем каждый кирпичик сами. Собственно, поэтому и доклад называется «Самолет построим сами». Крылья там приделаем, потом там хвост, потом движок. Может быть, взлетит, может и нет. Соответственно, что одно из наших требований к тому инструменту, который мы собираемся создавать, это то, что мы должны всегда иметь сырые данные, не обработанные кем-то, там, никакой аналитикой или еще кем-то, хотя их мы тоже будем иметь. Вот. Дальше мы хотим сделать процесс достаточно гибким, то есть если мы сегодня решили, что мы смотрим на это, то завтра мы можем подумать и посмотреть на еще что-то. То есть мы должны достаточно быстро уметь на ходу перестраивать этот процесс. Мы забыли про один фактор, потом мы про него вспомнили, добавили его и начинаем на него тоже смотреть. И, собственно, неплохая тоже идея – это отсутствие зависимости от третьих лиц. Там, даже если это Google или там Яндекс, вот они меняют формат, они меняют интерфейс своих инструментов. Вот. В конце концов, никто не вечен, может быть, с ними что-то произойдет нехорошее, они вообще закроют этот продукт. Ну, вряд ли, конечно, по крайней мере, этот. Вот. Но, тем не менее, то есть такой vendor-lock мы его пытаемся здесь избежать. Соответственно, чего должен делать наш инструмент? Теперь, значит, у нас получается всего три области. Первая область – это аналитика, вторая – это генерация инвентаря, третья область – это управление нашей рекламой. Если мы решаем все эти три задачи и решаем их эффективнее, чем там в среднем по рынку делают, значит, это все живет. Что у нас теперь, значит, по поводу первой части, по поводу аналитики. Ну, здесь просто перечислено, что обычно хотят от аналитики. Хотят узнать, откуда те, кто пришел, хотят кластеризовать людей каким-то образом. Там женщины покупают то, мужчины это. Вот. Хотят, конечно, понимать какие-то параметры своих пользователей. Ну, например, там, сколько людей покупает с такого устройства, сколько людей покупает с сякого устройства. Вот, что получается. Хотят знать очень важную вещь, на которую только в последние, там, возможно, несколько лет стали обращать пристальное внимание, это, собственно, поведение пользователя, как себя пользователь ведет на сайте. В каком смысле это ключевая штука, потому что весь этот соцдем, который мы знаем о пользователе, вся вот такая вот статическая кластеризация, это вещь, которая может дать гораздо меньше информации, потому что человек покупает именно здесь, сейчас. Вот он сейчас пришел, купил, и мы можем, в принципе, по его поведению пытаться угадать, как бы, его, чему, ну, собственно, кластеризовать его гораздо точнее. Угу. Дальше, что меня удивляет на самом деле, что, допустим, такой элемент, как когорта, аналитика и Яндекс вполне себе благополучно игнорировался, опять же, вплоть до последнего времени. Вот то, что вот у нас было, это то, что первым появилось, да, у них это почему-то игнорировалось. Я не понимаю, как с этим жить, учитывая, что ты даешь какую-то рекламу, потом даешь другую рекламу. Ну, казалось бы, ну, возьми ты там когорту людей, которые были там месяц назад, когорту людей, которые были 2 месяца назад, ну и сравни, собственно, эти когорты. Нет, вот это почему-то сравнение, оно появляется вот, ну, буквально сейчас, я не знаю. А в нормальном виде, кстати говоря, ну, до сих пор как бы, ну, им можно пользоваться, надо проверять. Это я про аналитику в данном случае. Вот. Ну, естественно, нам хочется, раз уж мы строим аналитическую систему, нам в конечном итоге хочется дойти до продаж и посмотреть, собственно, какие покупки у нас были, кто эти люди, откуда они вообще к нам пришли. Вот. Ну и, соответственно, все, что перед покупкой, то же самое. Да? Там воронка это конверсии. Там, кто положил в корзину, кто начал покупать, но почему-то не купил. Кстати, это такая интересная штука. Вот. При этом, опять же, чего не хватало до последнего, буквально, на мой взгляд, времени Гуглю, и что было сделано, правда, у Яндекса, к его чести, это вот исследование действий конкретного пользователя. Вот у Яндекса в свое время купил, насколько я помню, топ-визор. Но это очень хорошая штука, потому что очень часто получается так, смотришь на, применяешь какую-то статистику, людей кластеризуешь, но ничего не понятно. А когда ты посмотришь там на 20-30 историй пользователей, чего они делали, без всякой статистики, ты начинаешь понимать, в чем на самом деле был затык, а статистически это очень сложно выявляется. Соответственно, вот эту вот вещь мы бы очень хотели делать. Да? Потом дальше проблемы и в Яндексе, и в Гугле с правильной атрибуцией. То есть атрибуция — это значит, как мы считаем, откуда человек пришел. Имеется в виду, что, допустим, если человек пришел сначала там, с поиска, потом он, допустим, кликнул на контекстное объявление, потом он на баннер кликнул, то мы для некоторых случаев анализа мы хотим воспринимать, допустим, последний источник, откуда он пришел, для некоторых первых, для некоторых все посередине, для некоторых еще что-то. То есть, и вот такого инструментария, он есть на самом деле в том же самом Гугле, в аналитике, вот, но он достаточно ущербный, на мой личный взгляд. То есть, как правило, они настроены на то, что атрибуция практически везде и всегда будет по последнему заходу. Это неверно. То есть, ну, как это верно, может, для Гугля, тебе интересно, откуда последний раз человек пришел, но как бы для истории вопроса это неверно так делать. Вот, то есть, на это мы не можем ориентироваться. Вот. Дальше, собственно говоря, что мы еще хотим здесь? Мы хотим, чтобы наш инструмент был достаточно гибким, чтобы не было что-то прибито гвоздями, а сегодня мы сделали один, а что-то завтра быстренько посмотрели другой. Я, впрочем, про это уже говорил. Вот. И что самое важное, что мы хотим, это мы хотим, чтобы все наши инструменты между собой были интегрированы. То есть, если у нас есть какая-то аналитика, то мы ее данные можем использовать дальше. Кстати, и для генерации объявлений можем использовать, но более типично мы будем использовать их для управления. Вот. Еще лучше, если мы сможем, кроме своих данных, еще использовать тот же самый Google, тот же самый метрику. Вот. Метрика, кстати, до последнего времени меня не очень радовала в плане того, как они, достоверности их данных. Ну, в принципе, сейчас этим можно жить, ну, с некоторыми ограничениями. Угу. Собственно, наше решение. Чего? Ну, то есть, как бы глобальное решение. Глобальное решение какое? Раз уж у нас прототипирование, раз уж у нас надо поддерживать быстрые изменения и так далее и тому подобное, мы сделаем общую конструкцию следующим образом. Разобьем все на очень маленькие кирпичики. Вот как это сделано в баше, например, да, как правильно выглядит, там, не знаю, утилит командной строки. Она занимается одним каким-то делом. Там кто-то, там, не знаю, разбивает по символу там, строки, кто-то еще что-то, кто-то, окей, может быть, сортирует, это уже как бы немножко посложнее, но, с другой стороны, все равно это некоторая такая атомарная штуковина. Вот. Смысл в том, что мы разобьем на такие кирпичики, что потом мы сможем гибко эти кирпичики между собой соединять и получать то, что нам нужно. А если мы соединили и нам не понравилось, то мы их немножко пересортировали. Опять же, добавление кирпичика будет здесь достаточно быстро происходить, и изменение кирпичика. Вот вчера у нас был один кирпичик, допустим, который был, там, разбирал юзер-эджента, который к нам пришел. А сегодня мы решили, а у нас теперь есть другая штуковина, мир-то не стоит на месте, да, у нас есть другая штуковина, которая занимается ровно этим самым и занимается этим лучше. Все, заменяем этот кирпичик, все хорошо. И вот у нас как бы есть этот кирпичик, и есть набор больших, более-менее больших скриптов, которые как раз-таки из этих кирпичиков собирают, скажем так, домик, да, что-то собирает и запускает. Вот. И вот эти вот запускалки, они, кстати, как правило, у нас вообще выглядят как просто такой башовый скрипт, но это может быть не только башовый, это может быть луашный скрипт, вот, который, собственно, все это запускает. Вот. Кирпичиков нам надо достаточно много. У нас кирпичиков получилось, каждый скриптов, не знаю, штук 50, может быть больше, может быть там 70, что-то какие-то большие такие цифры, вот, и каждый более-менее осмысленный. Угу. Вот, причем, как тут дальше получается? Дальше одни из этих кирпичиков уже хорошо проработаны, там, казалось бы, правда, хорошо. Например, те, которые разбирают user-agent и выдирают тебе там информацию об устройствах, информацию об оси, там еще что-то. Вот. А некоторые кирпичики, опять же, кирпичики связаны с геолокацией, скажем, да, в принципе, тема-то достаточно изученная, достаточно понятная, вот, и много чего на эту тему было написано, но, с другой стороны, здесь нам все равно пришлось немножечко так свое что-то пописать немножко. Вот. Дальше кирпичики, например, если уж мы говорим о том, что у нас контекстная реклама, то у нас есть ключевые слова, да, вот, и вводят их совершенно не в той форме, в которой вводишь их в директе, и потом в какой-то момент надо матчить то, что ввел пользователь, и, собственно говоря, понять, а по какому же, собственно, слову он пришел на самом деле. Вот. Здесь нам немножко помогает, кстати говоря, тулза ныне покойный Сигалович, который называется Мистим, прекрасная штуковина, просто она нормализует слова. Плюс ее в том, что она, кстати, нормализует слова, которые еще и не существуют, к тому же. То есть существующие нормализует, но если оно не существует, ничего страшного, но все равно нормализует, причем, кстати, вменяемо достаточно. Вот. Основно, я так понимаю, тулза все-таки, наверное, была в какой-то момент там на словаре Залезняка. Вот. Но приятно, что не надо это делать самому. И вот, кстати, вот таких тулз уже достаточно малое количество, буквально 2-3, которые бы работали с русским языком. Действительно, может, он в мире не так сильно нужен, но здесь, казалось бы, можно было уже. Вот. Дальше, что нам надо будет еще делать, это считать некие фингерпринты. То бишь, мы будем некоторым образом метить своих пользователей ID-шками, но с этими ID-шками будет проблема. Они будут пропадать, затираться, меняться, кстати, каким-то образом. Вот. И, к сожалению, часто будет ситуация, не то чтобы часто, но существенная доля случаев будет ситуация такая, что у нас разные ID-шки, но это один и тот же человек, а еще бывает, что одна и та же ID-шка, а разные люди. Почему-то. Вот. Может быть, на одном компьютере кто-то там живет, может быть, это ошибки где-то, ошибки всегда случаются. Вот. И дальше, собственно, то, что еще здесь будет, это создание пивот-тейблов всякого различного вида, для того, чтобы эти данные показывать уже, собственно, тому, кто может на это глазками посмотреть. Угу. Здесь вот я немножко просто привел код. Для начала нам что нужно сделать? Нам надо поставить какой-нибудь свой маяк на сайт магазина. Это, кстати, очень здорово, если вам дадут это сделать, потому что могут и не дать. Могут вообще никаких данных не дать, например. Вот. Но некоторые дают. Вот. И, собственно, сверху тут строчка, которую мы пихаем. Тут условный немножко язык, да, сверху это просто некая такая условная строчка. В принципе, на JavaScript, но вот то, что там с $, это просто я заменил результаты там предыдущих вычислений, они нам здесь не интересны. То есть есть некий шаг конверсии, да, там есть какой-то домен, на котором мы, собственно, стоим, собственно, наш маяк. Вот. И, собственно, в JavaScript мы видим что-то типа такого, а на сервере мы это ловим примерно вот так. И что? Да, ну что ж, спасибо, что Nginx теперь поддерживает, собственно, Lua, это просто прекрасно. Вообще, сколько мы написали всяких велосипедов своих над тем, ну это ладно. Вот. И, соответственно, задача этого маяка, она тупая абсолютно. Взяли, посмотрели все, что нам дали, записали. Вот. И записали мы таким образом, не так много, кстати, информации. То есть, что мы записали? Мы записали IP-шник, мы записали нашу куку. Да, вот, собственно, здесь, может, самое ценное, то, что мы ставим человеку свою куку, генерируем, собственно, ради чего все это нужно. Вот, генерируем свою куку, ставим ее и записываем. Вот. Что же дальше получается? Дальше у нас имеется информация, которая у нас попадает в лог. Ну, что туда попадает? Ну, IP-шник попадает, user agent попадает, ну, дата, конечно, попадает. Что-то еще ведь туда попадает, а? Реферер, да, URL, все правильно. Вот, отлично. Так, ну да, вот мы это все записали, ну здорово. Теперь, соответственно, дальше мы начинаем все это дело как-то процессить. Тут я сделал небольшое отступление, собственно говоря, как у нас формат данных устроен. Элементарно. Строчка, разделенная табом, все, никто ничего лучше не придумал. Ну, окей, некоторые тарантул придумали, но тем не менее. Вот, на самом деле, мы начали, еще когда мы делали DMP-шку, мы избрали такой вот формат. Ну, конечно, это такой формат первоначальный, но, как к нашему удивлению, его, в общем, хватило. Вот. Хорошим, конечно, тем, что что такую строчку можно запихнуть в любую баш-команду, собственно, процессить. Вот. Она вообще, собственно, на нее очень просто смотреть глазками там, или там, с минимальным знанием баша. Вот. Ее очень удобно куда-нибудь еще запихнуть в какую-нибудь тузу, который может съесть CSV, там, TSV в данном случае. Вот. Вот такой у нас формат данных. Чем эта строчка хороша? То есть у нас все данные лежат, значит, табличка — это просто вот файл, вот, в котором валяются эти строчки. Вот. Чем это хранение хорошо? Безумной скоростью. Безумный. То есть, как бы это никому никогда, наверное, не достичь того, что может достичь просто обычный архиватор, который, значит, быстренько разархивирует твои данные. То есть, теперь, значит, что получается? То есть, у нас валяется файл, TSV-шный, по сути, то есть каждая строчка — это просто набор фиксированных полей, которые разделены табом. Не суть, тут можно не табом делить, а как-то похитрее сделать, чтобы по этому файлу быстрее бегать, но это нам пока было не нужно нигде. Обычно затыки не там. Вот. И этот файл запакован чем-нибудь хорошим. Ну, например, почему бы не зипом? Вот. Для зипа есть у нас хорошая штука, которая называется PIGS. Это Parallel Zip. Вот, который достаточно быстро умеет разархивировать zip. Вот. Еще покруче штуковина называется PL-zip. На ней достигается скорость разархивации в секунду, что-то там у меня на обычной достаточной машине 1,5 гигабайта данных в секунду. По-моему, это здорово. Вот, то есть проблем как бы с доступом здесь нету больших, это действительно очень быстро получается. Вот. А дальше получается, что и кирпичиком с этими строчками работает очень просто. То есть у нас каждый кирпичик устроен так. Ему дается строка, дается несколько индексов полей, которому этому кирпичику надо, который он использует как свои данные. Вот. Он берет часть этих данных, значит, эти поля, и делает из них какое-нибудь новое поле. По сути, то, что происходит там на этапе map, если угодно, в MapReduce. Да. Вот. Потом берет следующий кирпич, который пайпится сюда же. Он берет свои поля, возможно, только что созданные предыдущим и так далее. Вот. И вот таким образом вся наша база замечательным образом лежит как набор зазипованных файлов. Вот. Причем, естественно, тут еще где-то у меня было написано, вот, оно здесь написано, отлично. То есть, чего здесь надо добиваться в нормальном боевом режиме, чтобы этот весь процесс был инкрементальный, что нам не надо было скакать каждый раз, когда нам пришли новые данные, сразу по всему, что было, вот, а мы быстренько обрабатывали новые данные, складывали их, то есть у нас получается не zip-файл, а там какая-то последовательность, на самом деле, zip-файлов, потом они как-то, как по аналогии с log-rotate, каким-то образом, там, может быть, слипаются, обрабатываются там ночью, там, чтобы они как бы более компактно, что ли, лежали, да, чтобы был лучший доступ, но так или иначе, нам здесь надо готовиться к тому, что идея, что мы каждый раз все будем заново пересчитывать, это не будет работать. Потому что часть вещей, которые мы делаем, на самом деле достаточно тяжелые. Вот. Соответственно, мы берем, значит, наши логи, делаем из них замечательные наши строчки, И дальше натравливаем на эти строчки то, что наши кирпичики. И теперь мы раскручиваем из IP, мы получаем там город, страну. Вот, из user agent мы получаем много всего чего хорошего, подготавливаем еще всякие вещи, типа там хост отдельник, там нормализуем, там, может быть, путь там еще отдельно. Вот, как-то там, да, с рефером работаем в том смысле, что в рефере часто будет зашито, например, для поисковой системы какая-нибудь информация. В очень хорошем случае это вообще будет ключевое слово. Вот, если это у вас не Google случайно, то у Яндекса, например, неплохой шанс подобрать все-таки ключевое слово. Вот, у Гугля его нет вообще. Но с Гуглем можно похитрее действовать. Там можно смотреть, куда человек пришел, и пытаться догадаться, почему он, собственно, пришел. Вот. То есть понятно, что часть из того, что я сейчас говорю, это людям, которые работают, я не знаю, там, которых вот интеграция с магазином 100%, может, это им не нужно. То есть они смогут это подцепить из других источников. Вот. Но если, допустим, магазин вам не дает возможности пользоваться его аналитикой, например, там, и выцеплять все оттуда, то вы вынуждены как бы делать это сами. Но на самом деле это в любом случае лучше делать самому. Вот. И вообще самолет надо строить самому. Так, ну да. И, соответственно, что здесь получается? Если говорить об этих кирпичиках, то абсолютно большинство этих кирпичиков не на Lua, потому что это вещи специализированные, как я уже говорил. Айпишники там раздирают одни, user agent другие, там кто-то... Что-то у нас еще хорошего было. Вот, ну... Это вещи как бы хорошо сделанные без нас. А вот есть некоторый набор задач, которые без нас никто не сделал почему-то. Ну или сделали, но нам об этом не сказали. Или сделали, но плохо. Вот. Значит, собственно, вещи, которые не делают без нас, это вообще говоря ядро всего этого мероприятия. Вот у нас есть набор событий. Это, по сути, клики на сайте. Просто клики и клики. Вот мы его разобрали, у нас получилось много полей. Ну, что с ним предлагается дальше делать? Ну, в принципе, нечего особо. До тех пор, ну, как это дело анализировать? Ну, вот кто-то где-то кликнул, а кто-то где-то что-то купил. Ну и что? Смысл в том, что нам надо связать факт покупки и факт клика. И понять, на самом деле, сколько же раз человек кликнул. Был это один и тот же человек? Вообще разные ли люди это кликали? Чтобы потом кластеризировать этих людей и каким-то образом отрезать их еще раньше. То есть, ну и, собственно говоря, нам в конечном итоге надо сравнить две цифры. Покупка принесла нам столько-то, а кликов, значит, до этой покупки там был вот столько-то, вот поэтому у нас эффективность этого там ключевого слова, скажем, она вот такая-то. Вот. То есть, нам надо взаимосвязь между событиями устроить. В идеальном мире это делается как? У тебя в каждом событии есть ID пользователя, и все, замечательно, живешь, радуешься. Но это только в реальном мире не проходит. Вот, потому что я уже говорил, что эти ID-шки, они теряются, сами по себе там затираются, меняются. Кроме этого, есть такой неприятный факт, что если у нас даже стоял маяк, то он, в принципе, какую-то часть событий, например, пропустит. Причем не такая же большая часть событий. Вот у нас там на одном магазинчике стоит маяк, ну, 10% событий вот просто пропускает. На самом деле это достаточно плохо. То есть если человек ходил непрерывно, да, и вот там сделал там эти самые 10 шагов, а если он покупал, то он, в принципе, достаточно много может походить по магазину, прежде чем купить. Вот. И опа, в каком-то месте обрыв, потому что мы просто это не увидели события. Вот. Плюс, опять же, свои там спецэффекты получаются с тем, что если он в закладку, по-моему, на айфоне, что ли, или где-то такое получается, когда человек откладывает закладку на айфоне, потом когда-нибудь открывает, вот, и там, по-моему, рефреш становится пустым, если я правильно помню. Вот. То есть, и все, тоже обрыв цепочки. Соответственно, что нам нужно делать? Нам нужно эти записи каким-то образом обработать и связать их. Связываем мы следующим образом. Ну, во-первых, используем наш этот айдишник все-таки. Мы ему верим, но не до конца. То есть иногда, если мы видим какую-то конкретную лажу, то мы как бы считаем, что все, здесь произошла ошибка, это на самом деле уже другой человек. Вот. То есть мы связываем, во-первых, по ID-шкам. Дальше почему мы могли бы связывать? Потому что называется fingerprint. То есть по штуковине, которую мы вычисляем на основе константных каких-то характеристик, которые мы считаем константными для пользователя, вот, мы вычисляем нечто и говорим, а вот это вот уникальное теперь по каждому пользователю. Например, можно как сделать? Можно взять его IP, мы понимаем, что IP это вещь такая условная, да, но тем не менее часто можно в локальном каком-то промежутке там нескольких минут, скажем, можно вполне же ориентироваться на то, что у него будет один и тот же IP. И вот мы считаем, что IP это константа, и какие-то элементы user agent, например, тоже константы. Мы берем все это дело, запихиваем в одну строчку. Вот это, кстати говоря, то, что мы делаем здесь на Lua. То есть вот везде, где нужна более-менее приличная логика, это как бы приятно и правильно и уместно писать на Lua. Вот. Опять же, здесь нам не нужно какое-то особое быстродействие, хотя, ну, конечно, нам в принципе-то нужно, но мы можем, немножко готовя данные, как бы снять остроту конкретно здесь, эту проблему. Вот. Ну, мы можем еще перейти на LoJIT, как бы стать камикадзе. Ну, то есть мы и так на нем пишем, понятно, мы можем начать использовать FI, да, и все такое, но тут у нас будут свои проблемы. Вот. Соответственно, мы можем использовать fingerprint. То есть мы берем IP-шник, берем какие-то части там, из user agent, которые мы считаем точно константами, берем от этого, например, какой-нибудь marmor хэш, вот, получаем, кстати говоря, число. И это число, коллизии действительно в этом марморе, они действительно достаточно редкая штука, ну, в каких-то разумных пределах, да. Вот. И мы этим можем пользоваться. Дальше мы можем смотреть, естественно, на связку. Мы смотрим на реферер и на URL. Иногда какие-то странные вещи такие происходят, что у тебя вот как бы было событие с одним урлом, а потом в другом будет реферер, ну вот почти такой же, как вот был там, но немножко другой. То есть что-то от него откусится, например. Вот. В этом случае как мы тоже можем анализировать. То есть для того, чтобы по событию связать, мы используем ID-шники, мы используем фингерпринты, мы используем связку URL-реферер, вот, ну еще какие-то вещи там из здравого смысла можем использовать. Ну, естественно, мы используем дельту по времени, да, то есть если два события произошло, то есть после, конечно, не значит благодаря, но очень часто все-таки значит, ну, как бы, по крайней мере, значит, что какая-то корреляция здесь есть. Поэтому, в принципе, если что-то очень близкое случилось, очень близко по времени, то для магазина, который не является Wildberries или еще чем-то таким очень крупным, есть неплохой шанс, что это на самом деле один и тот же человек, несмотря на все остальное. Вот. А после того, как мы это сделали, собственно, все остальные способы связывания, скажем так, юзера, определения юзера, они выливаются в то, что у нас строится карта, как бы как же это назвать-то? Переименование айдишников. То есть мы как бы просто для себя в какой-то момент создаем карту и поддерживаем, какой айдишник на самом деле стал каким. Вот. И вот это вот все, собственно говоря, сделано на Lua и вполне себе живет. Lua здесь в этом смысле удобно, потому что взял там быстренько какой-нибудь новый алгоритм дописал. То есть удобнее, чем там всякие баши, например, да? Вот. Тем, что он достаточно быстро, как сказать, достаточно быстро меняется. Плюс, опять же, если ты написал какие-то тесты, то тоже тебе это как немножко так помогает. А тест на баше я писал, но это не подарок. Вот. То есть это ключевое звено этого деления цепочек. Вот с тех пор, как мы научились это делать качественно, мы, в общем, можно считать, что это большой прогресс. По сравнению со многими системами, кстати, с той же самой Google аналитикой. То есть, они тоже это делают местами лучше, чем мы, потому что у них немножко больше данных, видимо, собирается. Вот. Местами как бы нет. А на самом деле надо, конечно, использовать и то, и другое. То есть как бы их данные надо все подтягивать, зачем от них отказываться. Вот, так, дальше, собственно, если говорить дальше об аналитике, то тут что получается? Вот, собственно, весь анализ у нас закончился таким образом. Мы там построили цепочки, там, то есть он еще не закончился, он, можно сказать, вся подготовка к анализу закончилась. Вот, мы построили некие цепочки, потом мы там построили еще какую-то статью. Теперь, имея цепочки, мы можем построить статистику по пользователям, там, не знаю, по продуктам, по страничкам. Мы много чего можем построить. Вот. В том числе эти цепочки, получается, мы строим еще отдельно для одной атрибутики одну цепочку, для другой атрибутики атрибуции другую цепочку. Вот. И дальше мы все это дело можем смотреть. Ну, мы можем это загнать как бы в машину, это будет там дальше, вот, а можем еще глазками на это посмотреть. Вот. И для того, чтобы смотреть глазками, вот, пожалуйста, неплохая вещь, всякие пивоты. Вот. Соответственно, здесь вот на самом деле хорошая штуковина, вот эта, которая нашла, pivot table.js называется, потом там в конце ссылка будет. Вот, здесь очень много всяких различных представлений. Это, например, там heatmap, вот, который раскрашивает там, в зависимости там, от, как сказать, от... Ну да, от относительной величины, от абсолютной, от еще чего-то, да. То есть он там, допустим, тебе сразу там по колонке, скажем, показывает, что здесь выбивается. Очень полезно для глазок. Вот. Естественно, здесь же можно там всякие срезы посмотреть. Ну, срезы, понятно, посмотреть. Тут можно визуализировать это как графики, можно визуализировать как гистограф. Как хочешь, в общем, визуализируешь. Вот. Плюс это еще сам можешь дописать. Ну, совершенно прекрасный инструмент, по мне, так удобнее, чем аналитика, например. Потому что в аналитике там тоже, конечно, ты можешь из кирпичиков собрать свое. Ну, мне лично здесь проще. Вот. Ну и, соответственно, здесь что получается? Да, но прежде чем показывать это дело на пивоте, все-таки надо провести какую-то агрегацию. Вот мы этап мэп, так скажем, провели, вот, теперь нам нужен какой-то этап такого своеобразного редюса под разные цели. Потому что, конечно, если у нас даже имеем дело, допустим, с каким-нибудь небольшим магазином, то все равно там будут событий, там, не знаю, миллионы, будут десятки, может, миллион. И все это дело запихивать в пивот, это, конечно, не очень правильно. Вот, поэтому, соответственно, для пивот мы данные будем готовить, то есть мы будем агрегировать по каким-то ключевым вещам, а в пивот уже запихивать что-то, что пивот с удовольствием съест, и при этом как бы человека останется достаточно много полей, значений для того, чтобы с этим поиграться. Это пивот, не знаешь, есть программа, это я просто... Мне было лениво, не то, что лениво, я чуть не нашел у нас быстренько, где можно посмотреть там и конфиденциальных данных не показывать. Короче, взял вот это просто с сайта автора. Вот. Так, дальше. Дальше у нас что получается? Кроме того, что мы занимаемся аналитикой, мы еще занимаемся генерацией объявлений. Вот. Соответственно, здесь проблема в чем? У тебя 10 тысяч объявлений, вот, тебе нужно 10 тысяч продуктов, тебе нужно объявлений, в принципе, гораздо больше, и в идеале ты будешь делать объявления по одному и тому же продукту, но для разных категорий пользователей немножко разные будешь делать. Соответственно, этих объявлений будет несчетное количество, а уж ключевых слов, по которым придется работать, их будет еще больше. Соответственно, вариант забивать ручками здесь его нет. Вот. Есть варианты, какие-то сторонние решения, там, допустим, К50 генератор, К50 вообще предлагает способ формирования объявлений. Вот. Я на него смотрел, совершенно честно. В таких вещах для программиста смысла нет. То есть, как бы в том случае, когда ты можешь... То есть, может быть, маркетолог, если его еще обучить, он этим может пользоваться, возможно. Но программисту это незачем. Программисту нужен ноутпад в таких случаях. И это, кстати, большая проблема визуальных редакторов вообще, вот, собственно, и наших тоже. Вот, потому что как бы очень часто получается, если ты делаешь визуальный редактор, для людей, которые более-менее как бы обучены или там, по крайней мере, по складу мышления похожи на программиста, они потом говорят, да зачем это надо, дайте мне ноутпад, и все, как бы, IntelliSense к нему приделайте, и хорош. Вот. И, в принципе, вот как бы, если бы К50 генератор там, или что-то еще, оно выглядело как раз как ноутпад с IntelliSense, я бы, наверное, пользовался. В варианте, где я там двигаю какие-то кирпичики, да еще непонятные мне, да еще документацию надо там в случае там тоже елам и там вообще где-то видео смотреть, не, ребят, так не работает. Вот. Хорошо. Делаем сами. А что, собственно говоря, здесь делать-то? Что, мы не можем шаблоны сгенерировать, на шаблоны сгенерить объявление? Да можем, конечно. Так еще, может, еще и лучше. И, соответственно, мы сразу получаем все преимущества. Мы получаем, что у нас есть как бы огромная масса операций, которые мы в один клик делаем. Вот. У нас есть абсолютная гибкость формата, потому что мы сами его, собственно, придумали, сами там одно так сделали, потом дописали, можем теперь по-другому генерить. Вот. Преимущество, опять же, то, что мы генерируем сразу для нескольких систем. То есть мы берем и сразу объявление делаем и в Директ, и в Google, там, и, не знаю, в Авито, там, и еще куда-нибудь. Вот, все, сразу везде. Прекрасно. Вот. Нам небольшая проблема подключить новую систему. Вот. Достаточно легко поддерживать всякие изменения форматов и изменения самих объявлений. Например, у нас тут немножко кризис последние 2 года. Так вот, в него растут цены. И во всех объявлениях, если ты используешь цены, то, соответственно, должен их менять. Почему даже у Гугля нет инструмента, что ты туда заплейсил там какой-нибудь темплейт, например, и для цены, чтобы она сама подставлялась из фида, я не знаю. Вот, но этого нет. И получается, что каждый раз давай иди и меняй все объявления. Это небольшая проблема, если мы это умеем делать. Отлично. Я стараюсь. Так вот, собственно, что у нас здесь получается? Здесь, как бы не в пример, все проще аналитики. Да, у нас есть некий каталог продуктов, который называется фид или там Яндекс.Маркет, каталог или еще что-нибудь. Короче, смысл в том, что у нас есть некая информация о продукте, каким-то образом структурирована. Обычно это XML, кстати говоря. Вот. И дальше мы сами делаем какие-то конфиги, настройки, сами делаем на Lua, конечно. Вот. И дальше мы, собственно, пишем некоторый набор скриптов. Это скрипт для генерации объявлений какой-нибудь рекламной сети. Вот. И, естественно, для изменения, для апгрейд форматов, для конвертации объявлений. Конвертация, кстати, тоже интересная штука. То есть, когда ты уже часть уже сделал, да, прям вот так. Ой-ё. Вот. Тогда быстренько по верхам. Это, собственно, как выглядит шаблон, да. Все достаточно понятно. Вместо вот этих вот всех вещей, подставляется одно из нескольких значений, да. Да, это код на Lua, представляешь? Какое совпадение. И конференция Пало. Ну вот, соответственно, вот это вот у нас вариант как бы ключевых слов, которые мы генерим. Вот то же самое, это для заголовка объявления. Заголовка объявления интересно то, что здесь используется некоторая такая каскадность, которая, кстати, почему-то не во всех системах генерации объявлений есть. То есть смысл в том, что мы берем набор шаблонов. Вот, если у нас название игры, вот здесь вот будет название, допустим, настольной игры, если оно влезло, вот как бы эти 33 символа, то и берется этот. Если не влезло, тогда сюда, 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 ну и так до минимального фаллбека, про который мы точно знаем, что он влезет в объявление. Вот, то же самое абсолютно для текстов объявления. Вот. Ну и тут пару слов просто буквально, надо же было какой-нибудь код на Лу сюда все-таки вставить, а ведь тут строк-то десятки тысяч, в принципе, если вот выбирать первые попавшиеся строки, то это как-то неинтересно. Ну вот, например, штуковина, которая генерирует n-ки, кортежи, то есть смысл в том, что надо собрать все возможные варианты объявлений со всеми возможными значениями, допустим, вот, там, не знаю, там, call to action, скажем. Вот. А кроме call to action, там еще какие-нибудь вещи есть. Вот. И вот мы генерим эти n-ки на Lua достаточно быстренько, а потом, собственно, мы их используем. То есть это такой вариант итерации просто по там, вектору. Вот так. Ну и здесь вот как бы пару слов про то, что делать в случае обновления, да. Вот. Тут, и как всегда получается, что если у вас обновляется что-то минорно, добавилось поле, еще что-то, тут вообще баша хватает. Вот. А если, к сожалению, формат меняется кардинально, что, в принципе, с Яндексом иногда случается, вот. Тогда делаем простейший парсер на Lua, собственно говоря, все просто. Вот. Так, теперь последний, собственно говоря, пункт программы, хотя он самый главный. Мы умеем теперь все анализировать, мы умеем там инвентарь создавать, вот у нас уже с магазином все хорошо. Вот. Кроме того, что это все не приносит денег, мы все уже давным-давно летим в трубу, особенно учитывая, что мы нагенерили 10 тысяч объявлений или там сотни тысяч, вот, и они все теперь только убыток нам приносят. Собственно, теперь надо понять, как оптимизировать свою работу. Вот. А для этого у нас не так много инструментов в случае там, контекста Яндекса. Инструментов у нас, по сути, 2. Мы можем управлять... 3, хорошо, 4, ладно, неважно. Мы можем выключать эти объявления, мы можем управлять ставками на объявления. Ну и мы можем менять, собственно, само объявление, проводить какое-то АБ-тестирование, там что-то такое. Вот. Можем еще какие-то эксперименты делать, там, например, сужать по геолокации, там, расширять, там, не знаю, на пол начать ставить, там, вот эти объявления мы будем мужчину показывать, женщину и так далее и тому подобное. Вот. Это все называется, не все, а, по крайней мере, часть из этих вещей называется биддингом, то есть, как бы, та система, которая управляет за тебя ставками на конкретное ключевое слово. То есть, смысл такой, что мы за конкретное ключевое слово платим, там, не знаю, там, допустим, там, сегодня 10 рублей, чтобы попасть на первое место в спецразмещении Яндекс. Вот. А завтра мы, допустим, нам система говорит, что надо заплатить 15. И мы думаем, нам все-таки мы хотим участвовать в этом аукционе, или, может быть, нам пока это слово выключить, например, может быть, рынок перегрет. Вот. Соответственно, вот это все называется биддером. И опять же, проблема биддера заключается в том, что, что его надо каким-то образом интегрировать со всеми остальными своими решениями. Поэтому, если уж ты все остальное написал, почему бы не написать биддер? Вот. Особенно учитывая, что все-таки такая вещь чувствительная, потому что отдавать, если еще Яндексу или там Гуглю, скажем, еще можно свои данные отдавать, то отдавать свои данные как бы стороннему биддеру, не уверен, что это хорошая мысль. Вот. Хотя, в принципе, в части случаев нормально работает. Вот. Так или иначе, получается, что если мы пишем свой биддер, то... причем алгоритмика тех биддеров, которые есть, она достаточно простая. Соответственно, у нас нет никакой проблемы ее повторить и улучшить. А учитывая, что у нас уже накопилось много данных из аналитики, то мы, конечно, ее улучшим и достаточно сильно. Вот. Соответственно, в биддере тут архитектурно все достаточно просто. То есть у нас есть какой-то скрипт, нажал на кнопку «Обновить все ставки во всех компаниях». Вот. Есть скрипт, который нажал на кнопку и выключил те слова, которые нам не нужны, слова, и точнее объявления. То есть у нас продукта сейчас нет, допустим, продаж, мы выключаем объявление по нему. Вот. И плюс еще некие примочки, там, которые есть, неважно. Так. Вот. А скрипты, скажем так, кирпичики, которые здесь используются, это надо закачать данные из магазина, фид, грубо говоря. Надо закачать данные с директа и с остальных рекламных сетей. Надо закачать данные из различной аналитики, свои данные. Потом это все дело смержить. Вот. И дальше, собственно говоря, покластеризовать ключевые слова и уже там обновлять ставки. Ну, все такое. Здесь как бы важно то, что на самом деле здесь очень большая проблема, то, что мы имеем дело с данными, которые с очень редкими событиями. И в этом смысле, вообще говоря, с точки зрения многих, нельзя применять такое понятие, как вероятность. Если у тебя событие, как бы, оно единичное, типа рождения собственного ребенка, например, то нельзя сказать, что вероятность родить ребенка была такая. Он либо родился, либо не родился. Здесь то же самое. Если тебе по редким ключевым словам очень редко кликают, то каждое из них, оно достаточно уникальное событие. Группировать их между собой – это некоторая проблема. То есть здесь стат-анализ, он как бы дает неоднозначный результат. То есть, конечно, грубо да, но надо смотреть не только на это. Вот. И здесь как бы выручает то, что даже если у нас по ключевому слову, скажем, покупок еще не было, мы можем посмотреть на какие-то другие его характеристики, которые из нашего там machine learning или там глазками, допустим, мы выяснили, что это... То есть мы его как-то прокластеризовали, там, потому, например, какова была глубина просмотра на сайте этого человека, потому какова была степень, ну, как бы величина отказов по этому слову, то есть сколько людей, которые пришли, по нему сразу ушли. Вот. То здесь есть некоторые косвенные вещи, и эти взаимосвязи надо уже как раз-таки находить, и это опять же делается, там, допустим, в нашем случае это на Lua делается, то есть там как-то кластеризуется, потом эти кластеры меняются, потом мы смотрим, какой кластер как бы в итоге эффективен, потом мы как бы на какой-то контрольной выборке еще проверяем, что как бы то, что мы насчитали, оно все правильно работает. Вот. Ну, в общем и целом, я могу сказать, что биддер-то уж точно, наверное, лучше писать самому, потому что все, что я видел, там достаточно простые стратегии получаются. Вот. И как бы эффект этих биддеров, на мой взгляд, ну, то есть он есть, конечно, но... То есть он по-хорошему сейчас, если говорить про сторонний биддер, он должен прилагаться к очень неплохому маркетологу, который сам глазками на это все дело смотрит и сам глазками решает. На самом деле выставляет... То есть алгоритмик он пишет сам. Вот, по сути-то. Так, ну да. Да, я понимаю. Вот, да я, собственно говоря, все это дело уже сказал. Вот. Ну и, собственно, что я хотел сказать, что вот я надеюсь, я тут немножко вкратце все это дело осветил. Вот. Действительно набор интересных задачек, это действительно многие задачи здесь уместно там решать на Lua, и получается, что как бы те скрипты, где немножко надо подумать, вот их приятно там и правильно писать на Lua. Какие-то простенькие вещи можно оставлять башу. Вот. И, в принципе, у нас эта вся схема практически целиком работает, и если говорить про там, мои планы, наш план, то в перспективе, наверное, мы попробуем из этого сделать какой-то, наверное, SaaS, если получится, может быть, из каких-то элементов, которые, опять же, чем хороши кирпичики, можно взять только часть из этих кирпичиков, и все. Так. И вот, собственно говоря, всякие полезные ссылки, но это если кто, ну, надо скачивать доклад. Да, потому что, ну, как бы они полезны и интересны, много времени могут сэкономить. Все, спасибо за внимание. Что?
Предыдущий слайд поставь, пусть народ посмотрит. 3 вопроса. Дима, отвечай коротко, пожалуйста. Первый.
Вы использовали свой шаблонизатор или какой-то стандартный для Lua? И второй сразу вопрос. По машин-лернингу вы что-то свое тоже писали или там что-то типа торча брали?
Самолет строим сами, да.
То есть на оба вы делали все сами?
Да. Ну, собственно, шаблонизатор написать это небольшая проблема. Эти шаблонизаторы за последние 20 лет нами с Сашей было написано, наверное, не знаю, какие-то горы. Вот, поэтому тут большой проблемы нет. Вот. А что касается машин-лернинга, ну да, нет, можно сторонние вещи использовать, просто, ну, честно говоря, пока во что-то стороннее будешь вникать, если как бы там алгоритмику понимаешь, это, в общем, достаточно просто и самому написать.
Еще вопрос?
Вот вы сказали, что сложные вещи делали на Lua, а простые на Bash. Это что, потому что на Lua простые вещи делать сложно?
Нет, потому что на Bash это вообще одна строчка.
А на Lua?
На Lua чуть больше, может быть 3.
Lua не настолько компактен. Это его преимущество.
Мне интересно, вот отблокеры всякие влияют на вашу статистику?
Отблокер? Ну, конечно, влияет. Конечно, влияет. Но дело в том, что в моем случае это не моя проблема немножко. Это проблема Яндекса. То есть, если мы говорим, или там Гугля, скажем, то есть, если мы говорим о контекстной рекламе, да, то, в принципе, конечно, то есть, это не то, на что я могу сам повлиять. Это могу принять как данность, да, кто-то не увидит, ну, что ж теперь делать. Вот, ну, нет, конечно, выявление, кстати говоря, процента от блоков, а также другого варианта. Вот отблок-то еще ладно, а вот это вот, как он сейчас называется, Нурсом или как он, аднурсом? Ну, вот эта штуковина, которая на все сразу кликает, это гораздо хуже, чем отблок. То есть отблок-то еще ладно, он заблокировал, но он не перешел ко мне человек. А вот тут он перешел, я как идиот, я его анализирую. Если это будет у всех стоять, это будет какой-то трэш. То есть это, ко мне будут сваливаться все, и давай думай, что с ними делать. Хотя мне эта штука очень нравится, в принципе.
Спасибо.
Как пользователь.
Спасибо. Все, в начале часа еще один доклад.
Спасибо.
Сергей, ты здесь? Докладчик. Ага. На тебя уже надели? one more minute, get ready. The next talk is in English. And the last talk is in Russian, and after this is Q&A session in English. Get your questions to Roberto ready, and also to the IPO web guys and other speakers. And may allow you, for sure. Готов?
Да. Yes, of course.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Раз. Ну что, друзья, мы продолжаем. I'm sorry, I forgot to switch to English. Okay, guys, it's time to continue. And I give you Sergey.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sergey, and you can also call me Lyorg. Wrong side. And today I will be speaking about Lua. And first thing I want to say about Lua is awesome. Don't you agree with me? Because this is great. And from the first big usage of Lua in game development, in the Grim Fandango game, it's a great game of the past, it's proven to be just an outstanding tool for development of games, for scripting engines, for scripting some complex stuff, and yeah, it's really cool. I've been working with a game engine that's called Corona SDK. It's made by Corona Labs company. I was working at Corona Labs for the entire last year. I was making plugins for them. And Corona SDK has a huge number of supported platforms. It's mobile and desktop, so it's Android, Windows, iOS, tvOS for Apple, and macOS. And yeah, for all that stuff, you need to prepare and make plugins. So that's a lot of work. So plugins in Corona can be written in several languages. It can be pure Lua plugins. It can be C++ plugins. For iOS and all Apple stuff, of course, you would need either Objective-C, C++, and Swift. And for Android, it's only Java, plus sometimes you can use C++ as well, on Java as well. So what makes plugins so great for game engines is because you don't need to stuff everything into one big component. You can actually spread things out. You can make the engine core very small, very slim, and only extend with the things that you actually need. And that way, your binary size of the game will be not that big. And in game development, binary sizes means a lot, because in Android, in iOS, if the game is too big, users won't download it. So although that Corona SDK is a game engine, it's a 2D game engine, it's pretty good. It also used for business applications, and business applications require a lot of third-party libraries, third-party plugins developed for them, so they can use all sorts of monetization and analytics, and yeah, lots of stuff. Corona has, I don't know how many now plugins, but it's a lot. For during the last 2 years, it's been like great amount of them being developed. So you can see that the hard work of creating plugins starts with just actually knowing all these languages. So who knows all these languages? Raise your hand. One, yeah, Roberto. It's great stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too, a little in Swift, because Swift is a most recent addition to plugins, and it was not able. We were not able to make plugins in Swift because they require iOS version 8. So, and we were supporting version 6. So, and only now we can use Swift, and it is great because Objective-C, it's difficult. some plugins can be written in C and C++ on all platforms because it's kind of cross-platform, but it's not entirely cross-platform. But some plugins can be made so that most of the code is written in C, C++. So that's a good thing, but it not often works. And if you are dealing with other third-party libraries, it never works. So I've made a few plugins. These I made by myself, not working for a company. So I started making them before I started working for Corona Labs, and that's the reason I got hired, because I've made so many of them. And I started with QR code and barcode scanner plugin. You can so the result of my work was these 2 lines of Lua code. Users of Corona SDK can now just require my plugin and call one function with a listener as an argument, and a view would show up on Android and iOS showing a camera window, and you can point it to a QR code and it will be scanned, and the function will be called with the message contained in the barcode. And as you can see, it's 2 lines of code, but behind these 2 lines of code are hundreds of lines of code in Java and Objective-C and third-party other libraries, so that's quite a lot of work. And that's the beauty of Lua and making plugins. So you can make really complex stuff very easily and provide very clean API for developers to use. So they don't need to worry about camera stuff, they don't need to worry about permissions and other ridiculousness of the platforms. They just use what they see and it works. That's really cool. So yeah, QR Scanner plugin was a difficult one, and it was my first plugin that I made, and I started really hard from the beginning, but I couldn't do otherwise because this plugin was very much required by the Corona community. So I started it, and yes, it's the most downloadable of my plugins. Yeah, I started with Java, with Android version, and after Lua, I hated Java. Java is so awkward. It's so much boilerplate, so much code to do this. Yeah, I hated it. But then I switched to iOS version and Objective-C, and after that, Java is a really good language. I have no complaints. It's cool. Google, cool. So after working with Objective-C, yeah, and all this weird stuff that it does, it's all clunky. It has this really weird object notations and not classes. Yeah, it's horrible. I hate Objective-C. So when I started making plugins for Windows using C++, I realized Objective-C is nice. It's good. Yeah, it's good. Because on Windows, despite that Windows is using C and C++ like a normal, good language, but the Windows API is just, you can break your head working with it. It's just, yeah, don't do this. So with Swift, yeah, it will be a much more easier to work with. That's good. So other problems with QR Scanner was that on Android, you need to supply additional library, and I had to find a way to actually load that library inside the plugin and make it work. And it was a native library. It was written in using native C++ NDK of the Android platform. And yeah, it took a while to get it working properly and reliably. Then there were problems of actually detecting cameras on different Android devices, because some devices have no camera, some devices have only rear camera, some only front-facing camera, and some devices have only front-facing camera, but they report it to the operation system as a rear camera, and when you work with it, you see the image mirrored because it's all flipping. And yeah, you have to properly detect the orientation of the device, orientation of the camera to show the image inside the plugin correctly. Otherwise, the image will be distorted, rotated, or mirrored, and users will complain. You just really, when you're not dealing with that sort of stuff, you don't think about that. When I thought that, yeah, camera, what could be difficult in showing a camera feed in the application, but there are a lot of nuances that you have to overcome. The most difficult nuances, yeah, it's hardware bugs and different. In Android, there are several API levels, and the camera API is changing and it's evolving, and some firmwares on Android devices use it differently, so it's a lot of messed up stuff. But yeah, it's getting better now, and each time Google releases its new operation system, it's getting closer when I can get rid of the awkward stuff in my code in the plugin and really code with some clean API that Google now provides. Hopefully one day. So just an example of how to use C API for Lua. At some point when you call a Lua function, it respectively calls a C function. For example, here is getString, it's a C function, and instead of Lua arguments like, I don't know, strings, variables, other stuff, all you get in the C function is just a Lua state, weird stuff. It's like L, and you kind of don't know what to do with L. And L is actually Lua stack, and you can do a lot of stuff with this. So C API provides you all sorts of functions to do this. So, for example, this is a very simple case. This function receives one argument, which is a string, and the first argument is because it's number 1 here. If it was number 2, it would be a second argument for the function, and this way you can receive many different arguments from the Lua side. Then this function just pushes back that same string that it just acquired on the stack and returns back to the main application. Return 1 here is because we return only one value. So the important thing in Lua stack is that the stack has to be balanced. How many arguments have you passed and how many arguments have you pushed onto the stack? You must always correctly calculate the return value. If you mess up and you say push 3 values and then you call it return 2, it will lead to runtime errors or just some unexpected behavior, and sometimes such errors are very hard to debug and notice in the code. So, and the same stuff, but it's in Objective-C. So when working on iOS, you would want to work with native stuff, native strings, because almost all the time you want native strings. And just to convert from C string to an S string, which is Objective-C's one, you have to write down this long line. And yeah, that's troublesome. Thankfully, Apple allows us to use a little cheat, which is @sign. When you place it, it will automatically convert to appropriate object from the Objective-C land. And yeah, that's a little better. It works with NS numbers, but doesn't work with Boolean values because they are integers and they get messed up. It's not so obvious. So this is kind of the simplest plugins that you can make. Well, sort of a part of it. So when you want to declare your binary library as a plugin for the Corona engine, you have to export a special symbol. Corona export here is renamed extern or extern C, depending on if it's C or C++. and inside that function must be starting with Lua open, and then it must be the name of the module you are creating with all the dots replaced by underscore, because you can't use dot in the function name. So when you call require, that stuff gets executed, and you register Lua library with such name and with such set of functions. This show function is a normal C function that does like normal stuff that you want to use. For example, like what I showed earlier, this get string could be something different, something similar. So, and the name, of course, that gets propagated into the module. And then you return it. Actually, you can return here whatever you want. You can return here functions, other values. Lua doesn't care. All it cares about is that the stack will be balanced and that you know what you're doing and not just something weird. Or the same stuff on Android. It's, as you can see, it has much more words, much more some stuff, and yeah, that's one reason why Java is so much boilerplated, but it's fine. Corona uses Gen Lua package for working with the Lua stack. It's like a wrapper again above the C API, and it's quite useful. It's quite good. So here we have to declare plugin in Java land. On Android, you have to have your package named as a plugin name, and you have to have Lua loader class inside that jar libraries that you're going to provide. It implements Java function, which means it has invoke method, which is similar to the open function. Inside it, you can do whatever you want, and you register the same, like before, a module with one function inside it, and this function is also a wrapper against another class, and that class has not only the function inside it, but also a method that provides returns a name for that function. So inside show wrapper, it shows you execution and the name of the function. This is for Objective-C. This is Objective-C++ because it has class in it, and you can also put these functions inside that list of functions that you provide in the library, and it will work. But the problem with Objective-C++ is that it's messed up, because sometimes you can't use it because you depend on some libraries from third parties, and sometimes they get incompatible with Objective-C++. You can't compile your plugin. So a rule of thumb is that you have to not use Objective-C++ for plugins and really stick to Objective-C. But Objective-C is different. It doesn't have classes. It only has this weird implementation and interface stuff like this. So this is Objective-C. Now we got rid of Objective-C++. And instead of class, we have interface, which is an S object, and we have implementation with two functions inside it. It's open and show. This is inside here is the actual code that you want to execute when your plugin gets required and show function gets called. But you can't just use this function show. You have to have a normal C function that will call your object's show function. Only with such wrapper inside it you can actually get it to work. And I've tried many solutions how to make plugins, and this one is the most straightforward. It has less the least boilerplate, and yeah, it works fine. So when you provide API for your plugin, you say that we have this and these functions, and you can call them this and that way. from the beginning, functions in Lua don't have named arguments, so you can only have them like in series, and this is fine for small stuff, but when your plugin gets more and more complex, you really want to start having named functions, named arguments, because there are many optional parameters, and you always forget which is what, which is where, and when you wrote something stuff, you after a few years you look at it and you don't remember what the parameters are, and you always have to go to the documentation. With named arguments, you have the documentations with you, and it's much more obvious way. I like to have parentheses in this way and omit them in this way when I use table as a container for the named arguments. I think it looks pretty. Who raise your hand if you don't like it this way, if you always put parentheses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roberta likes it. That's cool.
Roberto didn't raise a hand. That's important.
Missing a comma?
Yeah, no, that's one. It's optional, but it looks much better.
You like comma here, really?
Yeah.
Who likes comma here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, more people. No, I don't understand you, but for me, the less symbols in the code, the better. Well, maybe. If when you swap the lines, just delete one and put it back. Code it the right way from the first time, like we all do.
I mean, you can swap parameters.
Yeah, I understand. And when you copy pasting, you don't have to worry about that comma, but I don't like it. So, so when you have a few arguments, parsing these arguments in native C is not that difficult. Like you call toString to Boolean and you deal with it. But when you have so much options, it becomes really, really hard to parse. So I quickly realized, so when I want to work on plugins, I have to make some automatic approach to parsing and checking arguments that my users are passing to the plugins. First thing is to get the argument count. And one thing that I noticed that I didn't think before is that you actually have to check for 0 arguments as well. So if you have a function that receives no arguments, but in Lua some people actually put some arguments in it, that's actually, in most cases, it's fine because it will ignore it. But from the code cleanness, it's bad because something went wrong, obviously, and you have to tell the user that, yeah, you are messing up the code, so fix it somehow. So checking the count of arguments is you call getTop, and then you compare it with what you actually need. So for parsing arguments, I have developed in Java and Objective-C helper classes, and this is in Java, which describes all the parameters that go into a function call inside my plugin. This is taken from the text-to-speech plugin, which generates speech wave, and you can control many parameters like voice, female, male, language, English, Russian, volume, speed. You can also supply a file name if you want to save it somewhere, and all the values I say what types they are. They are string, Lua numbers, light user data for pointers, listeners. Listeners is a normal function that receives as an argument an event table. A listener can also be not a function but a table with such a function inside it. So that's why it's function and not. That's why it's listener and not function. And when you actually want to get the actual data, in my plugins, I have another class that's table. I provide to the table the Lua stack and the position of my parameters, where they're located on the stack, and they parse them according to the defined scheme. So when the table is parsed, I can easily get all what I need, either string, double. I can also get it, say it get integer. I can provide default values, and I can also say, for example, not get string, but get string not null to describe that this parameter is required. So if it's get string not null and language is missing from the call, I can raise an error to the user and say, hey, you forgot to include this parameter and fix your code. So this is really helpful. And notice that's how many parameters there are and how much code do I have here. So one parameter, one line of code. And I want to show you quickly an example of something else. This is a source code of another plugin that's made not by me, but by other company. I want to zoom in a little. Yeah, here. And this is the library that has all sorts of functions inside it. So they use an Objective-C++ with lots of boilerplate. And so here's the main call for the function of the plugin show. And here they check in the number of arguments. And here they check in all the stuff that they need, like parameters, all different, like you see, they get field for parsing tables, popping it, and if you forget one of these puppies, you will mess up your stack and it will not work. So as you can see, that's lots and lots and lots of code just to get the arguments parsed. And if I continued in this way, it would not work for me, so I had to do what I did with my stuff. This is showing you all the stuff that scheme can describe. So it's a string, a number, boolean. Numeric value is either a string that has all digits in it, or that is convertible to a number, or just a plain old number. Function, byte array is also a Lua string, but they're treated differently in Objective-C and Java. In Java, it's actual array of bytes. In Objective-C, it's NS data object, so they're different. And one of beauties of my approach is that I also can check for arrays and tables and nested tables. So here I have a table array with number elements in them. So when I put here array.pawn sign, pawn means all the elements in them. And I say in here in this scheme that all my elements of the array must be numbers. Another table, options, has inner elements like incomplete, constant, and they are also denoted with a dot, like would you call them in the Lua. So it's very easy to write them. If I would do this in straightforward approach with pure C API, it would be a lot of code just to get into this, for example, into this object, sum object, because you would need to get the first table, then nested table, then the nested table of the nested table, and then the object that you want to get. So that's a lot of stuff to do, and really, really hard. So how it works behind the scenes, that the parsing, is that I create an S dictionary container or Java hash table, and according to the scheme, I put inside it all the elements and their path inside the Lua table into that container. And when the problem here is that neither hash table or an S dictionary support primitive types like plain integers, plain booleans. They all need to have objects like an S number, like integer with capital I for Java, and I need to convert back and forth them so I can use them. And this is a simple exemption of the string in Objective-C. So I put here self-get path is getting me a raw object inside the NS dictionary that was parsed. And then I'm checking, because it's a get string, I actually check if this object is NS string. If it's so, yeah, then it's fine. So I return what I want. If it's not, so I just saved a crash because I didn't convert to NS string an object that wasn't NS string. But for some objects, it's not so straightforward. For example, for booleans, Objective-C doesn't have a dedicated boolean object. They have an S number that can be created from booleans. And it is very awkward to check if it was created this way. And there's not only one way, but two ways, and they work differently depending on the version of the iOS that you are using. And so I have to have here a small OR operator. So if it's either this or this, and then it works. And here's, for example, also a piece of code from my text-to-speech plugin. So what I usually do is that I have a simple Lua cheat sheet of how I call my function. So it's a speak with the text in it and optional parameters. And then I check the number of arguments. Then I provide some defaults. And then I define a scheme that I want to parse the table with, and then I'm parsing them with all little effort, and it works really, really good for me and for all my plugins. So it's okay to receive tables now, and I also needed a way to push back tables to Lua land from hash tables and NS dictionaries. So I also wrote some piece of code that converted all standard Java objects or Objective-C objects back to the Lua equivalent. It was not without problems. For example, if you want to convert user data or something nilable, you have to have some special logic for this. So yeah, it's much more simpler to put everything into a hash table in Java and just convert the entire hash table into one big Lua table on the stack and get it on with without worrying about anything. If I need, if some object that I need to return may be null, I also have another function that specifically checks if the object is null. I could always only use this function instead of direct equivalent of table put, but this way I would lose information about what stuff can be nullable and what not in my code. So it's important to distinguish between them in a way. Mm-hmm. Another problem is that Corona uses Lua 5.1 and there's no 64-bit integer data type yet. So sometimes when I receive from third-party libraries values that are 64 bits, I need to convert them back to either Lua numbers and might be losing precision, or I need to convert them to string. So it's all debatable, and it really comes to a specific use case of the scenario. So we could move to 5.3, but it requires a lot of porting because the Lua version in Corona is slightly different to meet certain requirements, and yeah, it's not gonna happen soon. So for now, If it's a unique timestamp or something very important, I convert it to string. If not, convert it to number. When I first started working at Corona Labs, one of my first tasks turned out to be migrating our old build system for Java plugins from Ant to Gradle, and also to get support for Android Studio. As a plugin developer, as I grew, I had much more plugins to work on, and using Ant, I couldn't use Android Studio because of the building process. And Android Studio was very crucial in this process because it helps a lot with code analysis, with automatic building, and all sorts of stuff. So moving to Gradle helped really a lot in plugin development. Before that, when I just started with the QR scanner plugin, I had to build it using Ant, and it was much harder than it could have been. Also, Gradle provides you with the ability to include modern libraries that are not just jars, but AARs, which are more complex. So another thing when making plugins is the source control, and like GitHub or Mercurial, Bitbucket, because when you a couple times when I was upgrading my code to meet new requirements from Google, or if there some new library update was made, I had to migrate my plugin code, and a few times it didn't went well, and I had to roll back. Otherwise, I would lose lots of stuff. Also, community feedback and is very important because users is free testing. So what I sometimes do when I don't have a device, for example, the latest iPhone or the latest Android, I make some changes, I push them to the server, and I see if I get any complaints from the users that something doesn't work. If it works, no complaints. If it doesn't, I quickly fix it, and nobody notices. There are lots of platform specifics, like for Android, there are many Android versions, Android APIs that you have to adapt to, as well as for iOS, the same stuff. And you also have to be constantly checking for that. That's difficult. Also, FAT libraries is when iOS has compiled version of libraries for both x86 platform and ARM platform, and sometimes different ARM platforms because there are several families of the ARM processors. And they get to a lot of space. They take a lot of disk space. So I have to, for example, for Google Play Game Services library, I get binaries from Google. I strip them apart using command line tools like LiPo or IR, and I delete all the not needed stuff, and also I have to hack it because when I'm compiling, sometimes there are duplicate symbols in the code for iOS. You know that in iOS, in Objective-C, everything that you write is a symbol, and there's no way to namespace them. They all get clunked into one area. So plugin developers and library developers, they often have prefixes for their libraries. In my case, that is, for example, if I have a class that is, I don't know, scanner, for example, it really should be a plugin QR scanner _ scanner. And if you have many such classes, all your code looks much bigger than it should be, and it's not good. So in Xcode, I discovered the ability to quickly rename all the classes that I need to rename during the build process. That helped to reduce the code size to normal. values. So another problem on Android is DEX limit. DEX is also some form of compiled Java code, and it has a limit on how many methods and classes it can hold inside it. It can only hold 65,000 plus methods, and with many plugins, when you compile application with many plugins, you get to that limit very quickly. So at Corona, people had to have multi-DEX support. It's when Android packages your application with several DEX files to increase that limit. And without Gradle support and Android Studio, that wouldn't be possible. So again, duplicate symbols also can happen in Java when you have several classes with the same package name, and you should also rip them apart and rename. It's a lot of work when you're dealing with such sort of stuff. Maintenance is hard because, as I said, when Google and Apple release their new operation system, they introduce new bugs, and I always constantly have to fight them. I need to make workarounds and check stuff on the devices. It's difficult. When creating API and plugins, so you really have to think what you're actually giving to the community, to users. You have to think about your function names, what they sound like, what the parameters are, and I've developed a few rules for myself for making plugins. So when there's a function, and if it receives more than one argument, make it table parameters. So because it's eventually you would want to maybe extend the function, and if it was just simple arguments, you would make a breaking change in your plugin, and it's not good. So always stick to table arguments when possible. Booleans, when you're having Boolean parameters, make sure that the default value for them is false. If it doesn't sound like false, for example, a Boolean that determines if the player is a winner, you can say is winner equals false, but false should be default. It should be uniform. So you have to rename your argument. So instead of is winner, you can say is loser, and you can say it true when it's actually so happens. And if it's false, you just don't include it in the function call. So uniform calls, yes. So when you're having lots of plugins with lots of functions, you need to make sure that they all behave similarly. And when people are using your plugins and libraries, they start to expect certain things, and they don't have to switch their thinking when they are dealing with different plugins. So that's crucial. Another example for Google Play Game Services library, it's a very big one. It has lots of sub-modules for multiplayer, for leaderboards, for saved data to the cloud. And if it was all in one namespace, like gpjs dot create leaderboard dot submit scores dot create multiplayer room, it would be a lot of functions in one namespace, and it's not great. What I did is that I changed it to submodules, so it became gpjs dot leaderboards dot submit or show or whatever that I want, and other submodule for other stuff. Using Lua and this way repackaging APIs from one form to another also helps to solve issues that Google has or some other library provider. For example, Google don't have uniform API for their submodule, but when I convert their libraries to Lua, I can fix that. And in my version, all the stuff now looks pretty, and it's cleaner and more understandable, so it's more uniform even than the original. That's a nice stuff. Also, a good example is a vibrator plugin. it's initially from Android, and you can vibrate for a set amount of time, like 5 seconds, 1 second. And recently they introduced this on iOS and iPhones, but they don't allow you to vibrate for the set amount of time, only once with different intention. And yeah, you have like the same hardware, and it's working differently. And in Lua, I am fixing it so it behaves the same way. So when I have, so I made the plugin this way on Objective-C that it's fixing it, and it allows you to vibrate for as long as you want. It was a nice thing. Another good thing is, for example, when you're working with hardware like NFC and Bluetooth that work under the hood the same way because it's the same hardware. So initially it becomes same hardware, different gluing logic, and the same Lua API. And because it's the same hardware, Lua API becomes also the same, much easier. Sometimes when third-party providers make their libraries that I need to convert to plugins, they provide different API for iOS and for Java, and sometimes it's hard to make them the same on the Lua level on the different platforms. So that's also another challenge. Another, when you return objects from the plugin, make sure that they accept colon notation for method calls. That way a user knows that it's actually an object and not something else. And in the code, in the C API, you have this constant, which is, who knows what is it, except Roberta. So yeah, it's it defines a type of a table. So there's Lua T string, Lua T number, Lua T user data, and one is Lua T table. I just, when I find it in the code, I always giggle a little and find it funny because, come on, T table, a table with a T on it, I find it funny. Okay, thank you. This is all for my talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions, please?
Does your system accept alternating types, parameters?
It accepts all the Lua parameters that it should accept. So I can accept light user data, numbers, booleans.
Argument A may be number or string.
That's a bad design choice. So, yeah.
What is it is a table for JSON where, for
example,
the value may be table or string or number?
For if I really find a use case for it that really works for my plugin, I make an exception in the scheme and I add this parameter, but I try not to do this because a clean API should be one thing for one type of argument. Mixing them is not that good.
Except for Neil, obviously.
Yeah. Where did I have? Oh yeah, for example, I have numeric. It's like compound from a number and string. So this here it works, so I use it. Or for example, for the listener, which is a special kind of function or a table. So when it's reasonable, of course, I add some extension for this.
Okay, thank you.
Next question, please.
Are you going to make a next step in your moving? I mean, to go from this to code generation in Lua and quit writing macaroni code in Java, C++, or something. Listen,
spaghetti.
Spaghetti, and just generate it.
Yeah, maybe sometime in the future, but not.
It was actually our way, I think.
Macaroni is a nice dessert in English.
In English it's spaghetti.
So code generation is everything.
It's not spaghetti?
No. Next question, please. Before it's not a cooking conference.
It's a tea conference.
Tea, at least not coffee.
It's a question about Corona. Does it compile into web?
It could, because there's libraries that let you run Lua code inside browser in JavaScript, but making plugins for web browser is a hell lot of work, so no, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Have you took a look at default engine?
Yeah, I took, and they have much less plugins, obviously.
Next question, please. No? Okay, thank you, and see you at the next talk at the beginning of an hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Привет. Спасибо. Надо в гамме, забыл.
It's time to continue. And the next talk is in Russian about how to make the life of Lua developer better, fatter, and faster. And I give you Artyom from IP on Web.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, друзья. Сегодня вы прослушали много интересных выступлений о технологических аспектах и специфике языка Lua. А я бы сейчас в своем выступлении хотел поговорить немножко о другом. А именно о том, с каким вызовом необходимо бороться любому бизнесу, да, который в основу своего технологического стека положит язык Lua и захочет использовать язык Lua для решения бизнес-задач. Все вы прекрасно понимаете, что любой язык программирования — это инструмент. Он направлен на решение прикладных задач, научных задач, бизнес-задач. Ну, я сейчас попробую рассказать об этом в деталях. Коротко расскажу об OpenWeb. Наверное, может быть, об этом рассказывали, что такое OpenWeb. Тем не менее, OpenWeb разрабатывает платформенные решения для рынка онлайн-адвертайзинга, онлайн-рекламы и экосистемы real-time bidding. Может быть, тоже об этом говорили, но повторюсь, для чего вообще существует реклама в интернете? Владельцы сайтов вкладывают ресурсы, а именно время, деньги, в создание контента. И как-то этот контент им нужно монетизировать. Есть два способа. Можно представлять контент по подписке платный, но это такая бизнес-модель существует в интернете, да, но она достаточно узкая и нишевая. А более популярная бизнес-модель, она состоит в том, что контент предоставляется пользователям бесплатно, но за это они должны посмотреть рекламу. А рекламодатель таким образом коммуницирует с своей аудиторией и доносит до нее какой-то свой посыл, то есть посыл у него какой? Простой: купите мой товар или мою услугу. Так вот, основная задача, которую решают наши платформы, которые мы разрабатываем, это какую рекламу показать данному конкретному пользователю на данном конкретном сайте. Собственно, при чем тут Lua? А Lua здесь при том, что вся бизнес-логика, которая отвечает за принятие решения, что показать, она пишется и разрабатывается на языке Lua. Поэтому OpenWeb ищет и нанимает Lua-разработчиков. Кто-то же должен писать Lua-код. И здесь OpenWeb, как и любая другая компания, которая в технологическом стеке задействует Lua, сталкивается с одной проблемой. А проблема здесь в следующем. Смотрите, у нас конференция Lua Meetup, и народу на самом деле не так много. А почему? Или попробуйте на HeadHunter, нашем известном портале, осуществить поиск по ключевым словам, по вакансиям, да, с ключевым словом Lua. И у вас в поисковой выдаче всего будет 700 резюме. Сравните с Perl, Python, PHP. Разница на порядок где-то в 20 раз, где-то в 40 раз. Что это означает? Что Lua-разработчиков с готовой экспертизой очень мало на рынке труда. И вообще на Lua, к сожалению или к счастью, так сложилось. Пишут очень мало. Но Lua-разработчики нужны. Что же делать? Еще раз повторюсь, да? Что на рынке труда готовых специалистов мало. А рынок онлайн-рекламы в последнее время очень интенсивно растет. Связано это с тем, что уровень проникновения интернета растет в развитых странах, уже дошел до определенного предела, а в развивающихся странах все больше и больше пользователей начинают пользоваться интернетом, да, и все больше и больше рекламных бюджетов откручивается в интернете, да, приходит в интернет. Плюс, как нам кажется, OpenWeb работает хорошо и предоставляет качественные услуги, поэтому бизнес OpenWeb в последние годы очень активно растет. И, соответственно, OpenWeb, у него появляется все больше и больше новых клиентов, новых проектов, и нужно все больше и больше новых Lua-разработчиков. А взять их практически негде. Что же делать? Наш ответ, тот, который наш подход, при помощи которого мы боремся с этой проблемой, решаем эту задачу, это растить профессиональную экспертизу внутри компании. Другого выхода просто нет. И для того, чтобы вырастить профессиональную экспертизу, нам необходимо принять и реализовать ряд управленческих и технологических решений. И, собственно, об этих технологических управленческих решениях я бы хотел рассказать в деталях. Давайте поговорим сначала об управленческих решениях. Прежде всего, нам нужно найти специалистов. Поэтому мы ищем специалистов, профессионалов в разработке, но с опытом разработки на других скриптовых языках. И с желанием овладеть как новым технологическим стеком в виде Lua, так еще и познакомиться с новой динамично развивающейся предметной областью. Это рынок онлайн-рекламы и реал-тайм-биддинга. Плюс мы достаточно активно нанимаем талантливых и перспективных молодых специалистов, у которых, возможно, нет опыта работы, точнее, даже, скорее всего, нет опыта коммерческой разработки, но зато горят глаза и есть желание свернуть горы и достичь новых вершин. Без ложной скромности могу сказать, что за последние 1,5 года мы порядка, в пределах десятка специалистов таких наняли, и они выросли и стали настоящими хардкорными программерами. Не за год, за 1,5 где-то. 1,5. И часть из них, некоторые присутствуют здесь, в этом зале. Далее, после того, как мы наймем специалистов, нам необходимо обеспечить им условия для профессионального роста. И очень немаловажный аспект состоит в том, что как только после того, как вы обеспечили условия для профессионального роста, вам нужно создать условия внутри компании для комфортной работы, чтобы те птенцы, которых вы взяли себе в гнездо, и которые оперились, не улетели в другое гнездо и не стали, так сказать, вы поняли, да, не улетели к другим, в другую компанию, в общем, не ушли. Давайте, здесь я говорю об управленческих решениях, коротко, да, также есть, естественно, технологические инженерные решения. Мы стараемся писать больше общего кода для того, чтобы, и повторно его использовать, чтобы снизить планку необходимого знания для новичков. И опять же, плюс к этому мы вкладываем очень серьезные ресурсы, то есть время, деньги, в обеспечение качества. Для чего? Здесь два аспекта. Мы создаем менее стрессовую среду для разработчиков, потому что вообще вся наша жизнь, она состоит из принятия решений. Часто бывает так, что те решения, которые вы приняли, они оказались неверными. И если вы выстроили систему своей работы так, что вы уменьшаете цену неверных решений на ранних этапах, тогда вы снижаете стресс и создаете, опять же, более комфортную среду на работе. Давайте теперь поговорим обо всем этом чуть детальнее. Сначала поговорим о поиске. Естественно, что когда вы ищете кандидатов и когда вы проводите собеседование, вам необходимо оценить их профессиональные навыки. Мы просим наших кандидатов реализовать тестовое задание, но не на Lua, а на том языке, в котором они чувствуют себя максимально уверенно. И у нас внутри компании есть экспертиза, чтобы это оценить. Далее, очень важно понять систему ценностей кандидата. Вообще, что такое система ценностей для человека? Это некое фундаментальное понятие, которое отражает его восприятие внешнего мира и те решения, те поступки, которые он делает по жизни, в своей жизни. Мы стараемся выбирать таких людей, у которых система ценностей предполагает стремление к чему-то новому. Скорее всего, может быть риск относительно, некий риск, то есть способность рисковать и добиваться каких-то новых свершений, а не работа в стиле от забора до обеда. Что сказали, то и сделал. Также мы, естественно, стараемся выявить в кандидатах способность к обучению и освоению новых технологий. Почему? Потому что им в нашей компании придется много и плодотворно учиться. Без этого никак. И очень интересный момент. Мы всегда стараемся быстро принимать решения. Наше собеседование состоит из 2 этапов. Первый этап — это общий разговор, технологическая часть, да? Потом тестовое задание на дом. Если оно выполнено хорошо, финал и принятие решений. То есть очень быстро. Далее. О поиске поговорили. Поговорим о профессиональном росте. Мы вкладываем очень много ресурсов в обучение, адаптацию в процессе испытательного срока. Практически 50% времени испытательного срока идет на обучение. А у нас в компании есть корпоративный университет, в котором топ-менеджмент и даже собственник компании выступает сочными лекциями перед новичками, а может быть и опытными людьми, давно работающими в компании, и объясняет бизнес-перспективы, цели, задачи, которые мы решаем. И на самом деле это крайне интересно. Пообщаться с топ-менеджментом это очень дорогого стоит. Потому что у них очень свое специфичное видение, которое, ну, может быть, не всегда доступно остальным. Далее, для каждого, у нас мы практикуем практику, мы используем практику наставничества, то есть для каждого новичка у нас есть выделенный наставник, который помогает адаптироваться, отвечает на вопросы, связанные не только там с рабочей спецификой, ну, разный круг вопросов. И опять же, это очень помогает снять стресс новичку, уменьшить уровень стресса для новичка, потому что в новом коллективе вы всегда будете чувствовать себя, ну, наверное, на первых этапах немножко не в своей тарелке, потому что новый коллектив, новые задачи, новый стек технологий. Опять же, для того, чтобы эффективно осуществлять процесс обучения, у нас есть достаточно обширная структурированная база знаний, которая постоянно пополняется, актуализируется специально выделенной группой технических писателей. В ней есть как просто какие-то материалы, так и видео. И также мы периодически, так как наш бизнес и вообще предметная область, она динамически развивается, постоянно появляются новые как технологические аспекты деятельности, так и бизнес-аспекты. И мы проводим регулярные так называемые knowledge sharing sessions для наших разработчиков и остальных сотрудников, в которых там рассказываем о чем-то новом. И один важный момент, который сопутствует, которым я хотел бы заострить внимание, это обязательный тест на понимание. Вы все прекрасно знаете, да, ну, наверное, учились в высшей школе, да, что во время обучение это двусторонний процесс. Просто так вылить на новичка или обучаемого поток сознания какой-то, этого мало. Необходимо обязательно взять обратную связь и установить, а было ли, правильно ли вас поняли, хорошо ли уложились та информация, которую вы доносили, до человека, как он понял, как она у него структурировалась в голове. И мы обязательно, естественно, проводим этот тест на понимание. И как он выглядит? Я лично общаюсь с новичками, и опытными разработчиками в пятницу. Пятница — это не деплойный день, это день дзена, день погружения в себя, день осознания, проектирования вперед. Мы встречаемся, обсуждаем некий круг вопросов в спокойной и не то чтобы расслабленной, но дружелюбной форме. И этот тест на понимание, это не является экзаменом, это не является оценкой. Это способ выявить некие серые области знаний и помочь новичку или опытному человеку уже раскрыть их и как-то перевести из серого поля в белое поле. Еще о чем хотел рассказать, это управление по целям. У нас в компании принята следующая управленческая практика, что каждому специалисту, каждому сотруднику выделяется некий временной период, и в рамках этого периода ставятся цели, которые более-менее соответствуют критериям SMART, и они направлены на рост профессиональных компетенций и, возможно, естественно, на рост профессиональных компетенций, естественно, на какую-то осознанную бизнес-перспективу, чтобы решать какие-то проектные задачи. Выделяется срок 3, 6, 9, 12 месяцев, и по окончании этого срока проводится анализ. А какие цели были достигнуты и насколько. Опять же, очень важно, что мы не оцениваем достижение цели по принципу вкл-выкл, то есть либо 100%, либо 0. У нас есть определенная градация, то есть 100%, 80%, 80, 70 и меньше 70. И могу, опять же, заявить, что если цели выполнены хорошо, тогда, соответственно, вас ожидают какие-то плюшки, бонусы и, возможно, изменения, даже изменения зарплаты в сторону ее увеличения. Если цели выполнены на 70% или меньше, то, опять же, мы не рубим с плеча и мы не стараемся как-то кого-то наказать, мы пытаемся объективно, спокойно разобраться, а почему так произошло, да, почему цели не выполнены, и что сделать для того, чтобы в будущем, на будущий период они были выполнены. Вот так. А теперь по поводу создания условий для комфортной работы. Мы считаем, что это тоже очень важно, потому что, опять же, да, вот вы наняли специалистов, обучили, вам надо их удержать теперь. А для того, чтобы удержать, необходимо, чтобы ваши сотрудники на работу приходили, возможно, не как на праздник, но хотя бы без чувства тошноты, откровенной. И то, чтобы они не сидели и не смотрели, когда же настанет 6 часов, и можно будет, наконец, отсюда уйти. Смотрите, для того, чтобы создать комфортные условия, ключевой момент, как мы считаем, это, один из ключевых моментов, это прозрачность принятия решений. Все решения, которые мы принимаем, как кадровые, так организационные, так и связанные с ведением бизнеса, мы стараемся аргументировать и доводить эту аргументированную позицию до всех заинтересованных лиц. У нас в компании нет подковерной борьбы и интриг. Все прозрачно. Далее. Мы регулярно запрашиваем обратную связь. Выясняем, насколько наши коллеги удовлетворены своей работой. И если есть неудовлетворенность, реально принимаем необходимые меры. Часто бывает так, что где-то там просили людей, спросили, что хорошо, что плохо, и потом в шред это отправили. Мы так не делаем. На предыдущем слайде я рассказывал об управлении по целям. Естественно, и также там говорил, что на работе вы принимаете решение. Часто бывает так, что, не часто, а иногда бывает так, что вы приняли какое-то решение, оно оказалось неверным. Или вам поставили цели, а реализовать вы их не смогли. Для этого есть ряд субъективных и объективных причин. Тем не менее, если что-то прошло не так, мы всегда даем нашим сотрудникам, нашим коллегам второй, а может быть даже и третий шанс. Именно потому, что мы ценим их, мы всегда на их стороне, и мы хотим, чтобы для них были созданы комфортные условия. Еще один нюанс, на который хотел обратить внимание. Как я уже сказал, наши платформы, они, принимают решение, какую рекламу показать. И если такое решение принято, реклама была показана, осуществляется некая финансовая транзакция. То есть кто-то кому-то становится должен денег. А если вдруг наша платформа перестает работать внезапно, то это означает, что наши клиенты теряют деньги. Причем теряет клиент деньги, теряем деньги и мы. И это расстраивает как нас, так и клиента. Могу привести пример. Например, что половина кликов, которые происходят вообще в Японии по рекламным объявлениям, это клики, которые проходят через нашу платформу. И степень ошибки, размер ошибки может быть очень серьезным. Мы проводим регулярно аналитику и следим за средним чеком, естественно, за ошибку, но ошибки иногда бывают дорогостоящие и измеряются десятками тысяч долларов. Однако в управлении проблемами, то есть в процессе, который следит за этими ошибками, мы их называем постмортемами, мы делаем фокус на расследовании причин и устранении проблем в будущем, чтобы они повторялись в будущем, а отнюдь не на поиске виновных. И это, опять же, позволяет уменьшить общий стресс при принятии решений. Теперь давайте попробую рассказать на конкретном примере о практиках корпоративных, которые у нас приняты, на примере стайл-гайда для коммуникации. Как мы должны в компании общаться, коммуницировать? Первое. Без сюрпризов. Вы все прекрасно знаете, наверное, что сюрпризы бывают хорошие и плохие. И чаще всего, можно, конечно, выиграть лотерею, это будет хороший сюрприз, но обычно в лотерею выигрывают мало. Поэтому хороших сюрпризов в жизни, конечно, они бывают, но чаще всего они плохие. А в бизнесе большинство сюрпризов плохие. Успешный бизнес – это план и выполнение этого плана. Сюрпризы не нужны. Соответственно, мы ожидаем, что как только какой-то сюрприз, какая-то неприятная история стала известна, ее необходимо коммуницировать и донести заинтересованных лиц. Пример сюрприза, что наша платформа перетратила бюджет рекламный. Наши обещания клиенту не будут выполнены. Что угодно такого неприятного плана, или, например, что я, хочу уйти, и покинуть компанию. Мы хотим, чтобы как только что-то стало ясно, какая-то проблема стала ясна, она была донесена до широкого круга, и чтобы те люди, которые ответственны за принятие решений, могли принять какие-то решения для ее устранения. Далее. Не моя проблема, не вариант. Бывает так, что вы в сферу своих профессиональных обязанностей столкнулись с какой-то проблемой, но она не в вашей зоне ответственности. Пример – это что разработчик увидел, что, например, сервер или виртуальная машина сконфигурирована не совсем так, как надо. А делать это должен системный администратор. Так вот, мы опять же ожидаем, что если кто-то увидел некую проблему, то опять же он скоммуницирует о ней и доведет информацию о ней до заинтересованных лиц, для того, чтобы ее устранить. И опять же, мы не ожидаем, что от того человека, который узнал о проблеме и заявил, что вот есть проблема, что он обязан какие-то принять решения. Он должен просто передать принятие решений в правильные руки. Далее, мы стараемся общаться в письменной форме. У нас, естественно, таст-трекеры есть, я думаю, у вас у всех тоже. И вы, опять же, тоже все прекрасно понимаете, что устная коммуникация — вещь такая. В пятницу поговорили, прошли бурные выходные, в понедельник о чем говорили, непонятно. Забыли. И плюс еще, опять же, устная коммуникация, она предполагает одно, что вы что-то сказали, как вас поняли, Бог его знает. Поэтому лучше общаться в письменной форме. По крайней мере, фиксировать результаты общения 100% точно. Про тест на понимание я уже говорил, попробую повторить еще раз. Коммуникация — это двусторонний процесс. И очень важно снять обратную связь. Правильно ли вас поняли? Правильно ли вас услышали? И действительно ли вас поняли так, как вы хотели? Почему? Потому что часто понять то, что вы хотели донести до собеседника, это настолько же сложно, как донести что-то. Ну и очень интересный момент — это про эскалацию. О чем это? В процессе своей деятельности может быть так, что вы попали в конфликт интересов. Что такое конфликт интересов? Вот есть два человека, они не могут решить, что делать. Простой пример. Вот есть два менеджера проектов, и им необходимо сделать в каждом проекте какую-то задачу. А разработчик, условно говоря, только один. Как определить приоритет? Так вот, мы считаем, что в таком случае необходимо эскалировать решение этого вопроса наверх руководителю для того, чтобы он мог принять решение с точки зрения целей бизнеса всей компании. Конфликт — это плохо, а эскалация — это хорошо. Эскалация не является подтверждением вашей некомпетентности или того, что вы не смогли договориться. Иногда бывает так, что договориться на вашем уровне просто невозможно принципиально. Именно поэтому нужно вовремя эскалировать. Своевременная эскалация очень сильно помогает снять стресс на работе и избежать конфликтов. А это очень хорошо повышает уровень удовлетворенности от работы. Смотрите, поговорили об управленческих решениях. Теперь давайте поговорим о технологических, коротко, наверное, и инженерных решениях. Смотрите, мы, как я уже говорил, стараемся писать больше общего кода, снижая планку необходимого знания. Смотрите, чем вообще концептуально удобны библиотеки? Это повторное использование кода, это снижение костов. И еще один аспект — это то, что если этот код уже работает в каких-то инсталляциях, значит, он будет работать и в вашей инсталляции. И это, опять же, помогает снять стресс. Наверное, здесь все понятно, вещи очевидные на самом деле. Теперь хотелось бы поговорить о обеспечении качества. Мы направляем очень серьезные ресурсы на обеспечение качества. У нас есть выделенный эксперт, и много-много-много усилий мы на это прикладываем. Детали следующие. Что мы делаем для обеспечения качества? Естественно, что мы используем ревью кода. У нас есть определенный гайдлайн, как писать хорошо поддерживаемый и производительный код. И есть гайдлайн, как его ревьюить. Также мы покрываем наш код функциональными тестами и следим за уровнем покрытия. То есть у нас уровень покрытия по строчкам кода должен быть не менее определенной величины. Естественно, что мы используем непрерывную интеграцию. То есть у нас строятся автоматические билды, автоматически гоняются тесты, и мы на раннем этапе, то есть уже после, если в репозиторий попал какой-то плохой код, мы можем об этом узнать до того, как он попадет на продуктивную среду. Также интересная практика, которую мы применяем, это так называемый verbose deploy. Что это такое? Когда вы вносите изменения в продуктивную систему, у вас есть определенный changelog, и вы можете заранее предсказать, точнее не можете, а должны заранее предсказать, что в поведении системы изменится после внесения этих изменений. То есть вот changelog, и вот какие-то метрики должны стать больше, какие-то метрики должны не измениться, какие-то метрики должны упасть, что-то должно появиться в логах. И мы ожидаем, что перед внесением изменений в продуктивную систему вот этот вот vision вперед будет написан вперед. И потом, когда уже внесение изменений произойдет, тогда мы будем сравнивать, совпал ли план с фактом. И опять же еще к чему хочу сказать, что у нас наши системы очень хорошо и качественно покрыты различным мониторингом, то есть у нас есть много-много разных метрик, Мы используем графит, графану, ну и после внесения изменений всегда следим, а все ли пошло так, как надо. Вот коротко о технологических и инженерных решениях. Ну и опять же, если резюмировать, да, и вернуться, наверное, вот сюда вот, то LU-разработчик, как видите, находится в красной книге. Нас очень мало. Вот, и поэтому для того, чтобы, опять же, обеспечить как профессиональный рост, так и комфортную среду для работы, мы предпринимаем управленческие, инженерные, технологические решения на то, чтобы уменьшить стресс. Это очень важно, потому что стресс мешает жить, мешает работать и вообще плохая штука. Поэтому вот так мы работаем. Ну, наверное, у меня, собственно, все. Я сегодня достаточно коротко выступил, чтобы побыстрее начать сессию QA. Если есть вопросы, прошу.
Спасибо. Коллеги, вопросы?
То есть вы тест вы выдаете после того, как у вас собеседование же очно прошло, да? Зачем?
Нет, смотрите, мы на собеседовании какие-то вопросы обсуждаем, да? Но код на собеседовании не пишем.
А почему заранее не отсеять людей, как бы тестовые? Плевать, может, они вот там из интернета там возьмут, передерут, какая разница, уже часть отвалится.
Вы знаете, смотрите, я уверен, что ничто не заменит личного общения. Надо посмотреть кандидату в глаза. Это must-have. Да?
Это без вопросов, вопрос в порядке.
Вопрос в том, что вы меняете время кандидата на ваше личное время.
Собственно, время разработчиков, да. Это, может быть, работает, если у разработчиков там всего 70 на всю страну, да. Если у вас их там чуть побольше, ну, я имею в виду возможных кандидатов, да, вы просто так, не переговорите со всеми.
Вы знаете, есть один нюанс. Сделать наше тестовое задание без какого-то предварительного разговора о том, чем мы занимаемся и в чем суть его, очень непросто. То есть наше тестовое задание, оно как бы является продолжением собеседования. На собеседовании мы рассказываем о том, чем мы занимаемся, и просим решить некую задачу. Ну, она, конечно же, не из реальной, она очень сильная упрощенная задача из реальной практики нашей. Поэтому, прежде чем дать тестовое задание, надо немножко рассказать, о чем мы занимаемся, в чем суть, и после этого давать тестовое задание.
Это тоже текстом можно сделать.
Можно, но сложно. Мне кажется, что это неэффективно будет. Не поймут просто. То есть тестовое задание без предварительного разговора никто не сделает. Не потому, что оно там какое-то сложно алгоритмически, нет. Там очень важен бизнес-задача, которая решается, и об этом надо рассказать. А для тех, если вы не знакомы с предметной областью, не сможете.
Так если вы хотите нанимать людей с горячими глазами, может быть, они пороются, погуглят, черт возьми, до этого, и тогда уже к вам придут.
Может
то,
быть.
чтобы не было такого, что как у вас контора называется вообще? Или вот нам как-то раз резюме присылал там Орловскому, Мирошникову, там еще кому-то, всем лично. И вот это вот все в копии стоят. Это главы там геймдевных контор, да? То есть сразу можно человека пропустить.
Смотрите, мы считаем, что, я понимаю ваш вопрос, да, но нам кажется, что так эффективнее. Наверное, практика так показывает, что так лучше. Потому что если мы пробовали на самом деле так делать, выдавать там вперед тестовое задание, мы просто не делали его, не справлялись.
Не делали или неправильно делали?
Не делали то, что нужно, скажем так. Там надо объяснить бизнес-задачу, которую мы решаем, тогда станет понятно, как это делать.
А вот можно слайд с HeadHunter?
Пожалуйста.
Вот меня коллеги попросили спросить, когда я сюда отправлялся. Вот тут сказана очень странная вещь. Вот поиск по вакансиям дает 700 резюме. То есть вот если это 700 вакансий,
наверное, здесь...
то они мне сказали, что это какая-то странная фигня, которая никому не нужна, и куда ты вот вообще едешь. А если это вещь нужная, но резюме мало
Да.
То есть вот это смысл, он какой-то странный у вас получается.
Смотрите, я, наверное, здесь лучше было написать, что поиск по резюме с ключевым словом LU дает 700 резюме, но я, видимо, резюме мне порезало глаз, что в 2 раза. Суть какая?
То есть вакансий больше, а резюме реально мало.
Не, и вакансий мало, и резюме мало, на самом деле.
То есть здесь больше 10% LoA-разработчиков EVA сидит в России.
Смотрите, вакансии
кажется,
есть...
неправда.
Неустроенных разработчиков, остальные все сидят и работают.
Да, видите, здесь красная книга абсолютно не просто так, да, действительно и вакансий мало, Ну, и Lua редкий язык, что тут сделать? Это факт. Я и говорю, что суть моей презентации как раз в том, что да, редкий язык, и что с этим делать, как-то так. Ну,
Окей, следующий вопрос.
Не могли бы вы рассказать подробнее о том, как вы тестируете код? То есть используете ли вы какие-то open-source вещи, или это ваша собственно написанная система? Используете ли вы у себя в работе там такие вещи, как Lua Doc для документирования текста, или это тоже у вас какая-то своя собственная система?
Смотрите, у нас есть самописный тестовый фреймворк, который написан на перле. Ого. Я так и знал, что вы скажете, ого, ну, скрывать не стану. Мы как бы открыты и правдивы. И этот тестовый фреймворк позволяет реализовывать некие функциональные тесты, то есть, собственно, ну, use cases, которые происходят в процессе эксплуатации с нашей платформой. Ну и, соответственно, тесты функциональные пишутся на перле. Да, есть майнтейнер этого, наш уважаемый майнтейнер, вот Дима Котельников, вот он здесь, он присутствует в зале. Это серьезный специалист очень, который тратит практически все свое время на поддержку и развитие этого тестового фреймворка. То есть он у нас самописный. И смотрите, так как мы open-source решений используем мало, у нас в основном все свое. Как-то так. Почему? Ну, наверное, потому что open-source решения нам не совсем подходят. И с точки зрения, скажем, уникальности тех решений, которые мы создаем, мы используем самописные. Как-то так.
Окей, еще вопросы?
Я хотел узнать, почему вам не хватает 700 потенциальных разработчиков?
Тоже хороший вопрос. Смотрите, из этих 700 резюме, Lua, примерно в 70% из них Lua, это вот некие упоминания о Lua, оно, вот знаете, есть там квалификации, которые пишут резюме, там, раз, два, три, четыре, Lua на последнем месте стоит. То есть там 75% из этих резюме это люди просто где-то что-то слышали о Lua и решили до кучи написать его к себе в резюме. Ну, да, остальные 25% у нас либо работали, либо уже работают.
Вот насчет распространенности Lua, может быть, он и не столь, значит, мало распространен, но просто, значит, может быть, многие разработчики в излишней публичности не заинтересованы. Вот, и по крайней мере, я немало таких случаев знаю. Это раз. Это одно замечание, значит, оно здесь уже упомянуто было. И второе, значит, предположение, что если, значит, код где-то работал, даже в нескольких местах, значит, поэтому должен, значит, работать, значит, и в другом месте, оно, мне кажется, излишне, значит, оптимистичным, потому что опыт показывает, что, к сожалению, значит, чаще, чем хотелось бы, значит, код иногда работает по случайным причинам, которые, значит, вдруг не выполняются при попытке его перенести куда-то. Спасибо.
Ну, смотрите, я хочу сказать, что библиотечный код у нас пишется специально выделенными, очень опытными людьми. И мы все-таки, да, мы добиваемся того, что у нас он хорошо повторно используется. Поймите, что это ключевой фактор может быть при успехе вашего бизнеса, потому что повторное использование кода снижает ваши затраты. Да, и поэтому мы очень сильно и хорошо за этим следим, за то, чтобы наши библиотеки работали в разных инсталляциях.
Есть мнение, что люди, которые изучают редко используемые языки, ну, Haskell, там, Lua, Erlang, что-нибудь такое, что эти программисты, они потратили свое личное время и проявили интерес, и, может быть, они лучше качеством, чем те, которые там какие-то массовые языки изучают. Вы не сталкивались с этим? Что можете сказать?
Знаете, наверное, моя презентация тоже немножко об этом на это намекает. Я полностью с вами согласен. Поймите, что человек, который пускается в такое плавание, как сказать, как коммерческая разработка на Lua, это человек, который готов к определенному риску. который не боится редко используемого языка. Не боится то, что там может быть сложно найти работу, может быть мало вакансий. Это человек, все-таки, который немножко энтузиаст. И который, как вам знаете, как в Assassin's Creed делает прыжок веры. Поэтому я с вами полностью согласен, что человек, который, мне кажется, наверное, да, программирует на там, редком языке, это, как сказать, мне такой человек ближе, честно. Потому что, опять же говорю, он не боится рисковать и делает тот самый прыжок веры, и, может быть, часто добивается успеха с этим прыжком веры.
А можно я вопрос задам?
Давайте, конечно же.
Сколько человек в год примерно вы превращаете в Lua-программистов?
Давайте я вам скажу, что с конца 2014 года, то есть 15-16 год, мы превратили в Lua-программистов 15 человек. Даже примерно, 15-20, где-то так.
И ни одного нового резюме на HeadHunter?
Смотрите, прирост Lua-программистов, да, происходит, смотрите, за счет кого. Да? Либо за профессионалов с опытом разработки на других языках, которые хотят себя попробовать в чем-то новом, либо за новичках, ньюкамерах, студентах 3-4 курса, которым им хочется устроиться на нормальную работу. Они готовы рискнуть. Lua, отлично.
Вы уже и до студентов дошли.
Да, и студентов я говорю, еще раз повторюсь, без ложной скромности, мы порядка 8 человек, студентов, приняли на работу, и они выросли и стали матерыми хардкорными программерами за 1,5-2 года. Я считаю, что это очень хороший результат.
А почему бы не пойти в другую сторону? У вас есть какие-нибудь курсы, которые вы ввели бы, не знаю, где-то в МИФИ, в МГУ, в Бауманке, whatever? То есть пойти в гнездо, собственно, где они...
Пока нет. Мы, естественно, работаем с вузами непосредственно.
И у вас будет очень хорошая, степень привязанности к вам у них заодно. Они так и не узнают, какие зарплаты можно было получить где-нибудь еще. И так далее. Особенно для мелких городов, кстати, лучше работает, конечно, чем для Москвы, да.
Мы думаем об этом и, может быть, и попробуем даже. Я скорее всего за то, чтобы все-таки это в Москве проделывать. Естественно, потому что, поймите, не хочу сказать, поймите, что Москва, Грибоедов писал, что едва где сыщется такая столица, как Москва, да, в горе от ума. То есть, Москва центр мира определенно, да, и не хочу никого обидеть, но скорее самые такие продвинутые, рисковые, люди, склонные к развитию чего-то нового, они, конечно же, в Москве.
Они прилетают в Москву, вылетев из гнезда.
Да,
в Москве 2,5% москвичей, извини.
Я, кстати, москвич, например, да, но я вижу, что, поймите, что в регионах что-то искать, можно, конечно, но сложно. Лучше, конечно, это сделать здесь, и мы, наверное, думаем об этом и, скорее всего, попробуем.
Вопрос, сколько вам людей нужно, на самом деле. Знаете, Новосиб тоже большой город, с хорошим университетом. И Воронеж, и все что угодно.
Это зависит...
Омск, он как раз не такой большой.
Омск.
Да, Ебург тоже, почему бы нет?
Сколько нам нужно людей, это хороший вопрос, это зависит...
Вы 15 человек взяли, но это же не такие большие. Знаете, сколько там на курсе у него будет? 100 человек, вам достаточно 15.
Понимаете, в чем все дело? Есть другой аспект. Понимаете, редко используемый язык, это одновременно может быть плюс, а может быть минус. Плюс то, что ты у тебя есть больше шансов устроиться в конкретной компании. Например, в OpenWeb, например, Mail.ru, может быть, еще где-то, да, где его используют. Logic Editor, да. Перечислю всех спонсоров. Но поймите, да, и риск такой, что если ты там не подойдешь, если там не сможешь себя проявить, тогда что ты будешь делать? Еще раз повторю, что это Lua — это прыжок веры. Я в этом уже все больше и больше, чем в этом убеждаюсь.
Вы сказали, что у вас в компании какие-то части кода выделяются в отдельной библиотеке. А скажите, эти библиотеки могут потом оказаться, допустим, в открытом доступе? Потому что наличие качественных библиотек открытых, это может вполне положительно повлиять на популярность языка.
Не только языка, прошу прощения, но и компании, которые публикуют эти библиотеки.
Смотрите, есть один нюанс, связанный с тем, что, во-первых, мы ведем разработку в интересах клиентов. И весь код, который мы пишем, он является собственностью клиентов. И выкладывать его куда-то мы не имеем права просто по коммерческим условиям. Это раз. А второе, наш уважаемый спикер Антон утром сегодня рассказывал о реализации Lua, которую мы используем, и, скажем так, она имеет некие специфические особенности, которые, скажем так, выкладывание библиотек в open source, вы не сможете ими пользоваться, потому что она учитывает именно, они требуют некого специфического сэндбокса.
Реализацию выложите.
Вопрос реализации, это выкладывание реализации очень интересная тема, но не ко мне. Ну, скажем так, у нас есть библиотеки, которые используются несколько раз, да, в разных инсталляциях.
Почему бы не выложить в паблик их?
Смотрите, мы таким образом нарушим коммерческие условия с нашими, договорные обязательства с нашими клиентами, потому что весь код — это собственность их. Это раз. А во-вторых, опять же, в чем суть, что тогда нам надо будет выложить и, собственно, нашу реализацию языка Lua, а мы пока к этому не готовы. Но
Спасибо.
все впереди, может быть. Возможно, это когда-то произойдет.
Получается, у вас один и тот же код принадлежит разным клиентам?
Ну, не совсем один, скажем так. Естественно, что у каждого клиента есть своя специфика, да, свои специфические бизнес-задачи, но, я говорю, повторно используемый код, естественно, есть. Ну, например, функционал там. Ну, хотя не буду рассказывать, пусть это останется секретом.
Нет, ну, если он используется разными клиентами, то его, получается, можно выложить. Он, получается, не принадлежит кому-то одному.
Ну, смотрите, не весь код. У нас какой-то базовый функционал находится в библиотеках, но есть своя бизнес-специфика для каждого клиентского проекта. Вот, а базовый функционал, он, понимаете, выложить его просто так вам ничего не даст, к сожалению, миру. Вот. И опять же, да, если так, то нам надо будет выкладывать нашу реализацию языка, а мы к этому пока не готовы.
Еще вопросы, коллеги? Спасибо. В начале часа ждем вас на сессию вопросов и ответов с докладчиками. Готовьте вопросы.
Раз, да, идет.
Раз, один, два. Один, два. Раз, два, три. Раз, два.
Раз.
Да, присаживайтесь, я пойду еще. Да, я пойду еще.
Раз, 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 раз. Раз. Раз, 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 один, два, три. Раз, 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 два, три. Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Какой? Раз.
Ну, в общем, я думаю, мы с тремя справимся. Smile, please. Раз, раз. Отлично. Так, ребят, мы готовы? Супер. Let's switch back to English. Thank you for staying with us all this day. And we continue with questions and answers session. Let me introduce guys once again from back there. Konstantin Osipov Tarantul, male are you?
Hi.
Javier Guerra Giraldes, is that correct? Guerra. Sorry. And from Cloudflare, Anton Soldatov from IP on Web.
Hello.
We lost Igor somewhere. Okay. The Roberto. Roberto Yerusalimsky from Puki Rio. Dmitry Potapov from Logic Editor. And me, I'm Alexander Gladish from Logic Editor too. Well, does anyone already has a question?
I do.
You do. Go ahead but speak to the mic.
Yes, I have a question to Roberta, and whether you have started doing 5.4 already, and if yes, what's up with 5.4? What you plan to do there, and things like that.
Well, actually, I think I started doing 5.4 like 2 weeks ago.
Great. So there's a timely question.
And the main thing is a new generational collector for Lua.
Great.
I think we work better than the last one. I'm really confident about that.
So it's like one release and one feature, one release. It's more or less focused, and
Yeah,
there are no
we are
small.
doing some very small optimizations, but that probably will change a little the internal opcodes, so that also makes it incompatible for a minor release. So you get the chance to do these small changes, but probably the only real big change will be the new collector. But we will see what happens until I finish the implementation.
Excuse me, guys, are you hearing Roberto Weil back rows? No?
No. No. Wow.
Can you maybe, Roberto, if no, it is on, but it's not loud.
Alô.
Alô.
No, hello is well.
Hello. Sorry.
Yes. hello in Portuguese. It's better, but then I have almost eat the.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, I have another question.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So sorry, no, Roberto. We don't hear it here and there. Now they hear it. Go on, please. Sorry. Another question, Konstantin?
Yeah, but this time is to the IP and web guys, and so what you gonna do about your fork? So tell us once again, what you gonna do with it? Will you open source it? Will you did you consider moving it over to 2.1? Code base?
Thank you for the question. Once again, I'm really not in charge of exposing any plans about open source, and just hope for understanding. And I can repeat that my private opinion as a developer is yes, it's a good idea to have it, to publish it, to open source. And speaking about compatibility with further versions of Lua, yes, there is a plan in our roadmap. We do not plan to stay bound to 5.1 only. We would like to extend this number of supported versions. Yes, so that's it.
And did you already think about the features of 5.2 and 5.3? Are they going to be complicated in terms of support in JIT and in the trace in JIT?
Well, it will surely require some work. So we have not yet performed any deep analysis of the problem, but it will surely require some work in both the core platform and the interpreter and the JIT compiler itself. And what is also important for us, it might probably require some internal changes, not only our implementation, but also in the guest code which is run in our code base, which implement business logic and all things. And this is an obstacle that complicates things a bit.
So yeah, every release is a migration problem.
Yeah,
but
sure.
this time it's a migration problem, not for compiler developers, but for users of the language.
Yes, exactly.
And do you imagine any obstacles to? Well, forget. Let me just rephrase it.
Sure.
Okay. I'll take a pause.
I have another question for Roberto, if I may. Roberto, on the workshop back in Moscow in 2014, there was a nice talk about this nice thing called typed Lua. I believe given by one of your post-graduation students. So can you tell us a little bit about what happened to this project?
He graduated.
Successfully, I presume.
Successfully, yes, he finished.
But that's the student, not the project.
Well, the project rendered a successful thesis. But you want about the future? I am not a big fan of typed Lua. I did that project more as to study stuff, and I think it might be useful for compiler, for some kind of any kind of JIT compiler to infer types, but I really don't buy much the idea of the optional type declarations in Lua. I think it's not the idea of the language. It's not I think it's as I said, if you want a typed language, there are many other good ones.
Thank you.
So maybe we should pass the mic to the
guys.
How long do you plan to stick to NCC with developing? How long would you stick to NCC?
C89.
Yes, it's 28 years
We are
old.
not with C89 now for a long time.
You said it during your presentation.
The C99
Also,
is on CC as well.
yes.
That's the same standard on the different version.
Oh, maybe there was something in the slide that was. I didn't say that. Maybe it was written from some old. I don't remember. But we are not sticking with C89. We still have an option to be compatible with C89, but for instance, we are using 64-bit integers. This is not C89, and we use long. And now a lot of features from POSIX we need C99. So we still have an option that you can compile Lua fully compatible with C89, but we are using several stuff from C99. But there is not much that is it's very helpful, except for the numerical part that we are not very involved. But
Next question, please pass the mic around.
Some time ago, a new repository on GitHub was created, github.com/lua/lua, that switched to hosting and providing actual information and state of the code of Lua. And last time I checked, it included actual commits with nice messages instead of just like separate releases like it was previously. Do you plan to move more in this direction, maybe start using issues on GitHub and maybe even pull requests?
I tried to move, but it's the problem is the past that it's all in those. So I'm not sure if I will move. We'll keep releasing GitHub conversions, but it's kind of difficult for me to change everything. I need some. Maybe someday I'll get it. I'm very interested. I like GitHub, but the problem is that because everything it's converted, but the conversion is not the real history of. So for me, for instance, to find stuff, etc., it's kind of very. I tried that with the GitHub conversion, and it was very, very hard for me to work on that. So maybe someday I'll do that, but not now. I was planning to do, but then I started, and then come on, it's not that easy.
Do you want Roberto to learn GitHub or to develop more Lua?
No, I learned enough. I learned enough, and I like it. I mean, I'm sure if I start now, I would use GitHub without a question. I really like the model, but the problem is exactly that, what I said, because everything is already in RCS, and so all my workflow is, as I say, to find stuff, to find where did I change that, why did I change that, etc. It was very difficult to find that in the converted stuff that I didn't do so.
And another one, you have mentioned that proposal about extended method notation with colon. And as I understand, you are not very enthusiastic about it. So
sorry, about
there was a proposal on the mailing list.
This one
it
of
is sometimes repeated.
a few days ago.
Yes, about extended method call notation, where you can put a colon, method name, and then some other fields chained with dot, and it would pass the variable before the colon as the first argument.
No, I don't think it. I didn't see the generality of that. I really don't see that. I think it's complicated. It's kind of difficult to read, and for some very particular uses, it doesn't seem to me as something really general that people would use all the time, and something that deserves the extra complex, the extra strangeness.
You said in your presentation that one of the main uses of Lua is using it as a glue language. And one of the main ideas during development is the speed. Do you think that glue languages must be fast? And some developers, mostly maybe of Python, said that the all areas of the Python usage don't need big speed, and it's not a problem for Python. And when I do apt-get upgrade and seeing Python using my CPU, I don't think it's true. I'd want to ask for your opinion.
Well, first, there is this stuff about there is this difference between embedding and extending, and I think that for extending, that is the main use of Python. That could be true, although I don't think it is, but because exactly if the main parts are in Python and the real work is being done in C. But for instance, if you have embedding, that some people here reported that you have a huge thing in C calling Lua for each transaction, for instance, then you have a situation that it's quite different. And so for sure, computation is all about performance. What I think is that we have to put that in perspective. I don't believe, performance is not important. It is always important, but you have to measure how important it is, how much performance you really need, what else you are willing to sacrifice because of performance. Otherwise, you just do everything in C. I'm sure you can get the best performance in the world. And why people don't do that? Because it's very expensive, and so there is a lot of things in the equation. And so I think that performance is important, it's always important, but it's not the only thing in the table. So.
I can ask one question. I'd like to hear your ideas about the LoRaJIT, its whole history. What do you think that the LoRaJIT is the main driver for the years for the new Lua developers, and mostly for those who need speed? And why do you stand apart from this project and don't try or maybe make some collaboration for the uniting the code bases?
That is very funny. That's a really very funny question to ask me why I stayed apart from LuaJIT.
Explain, please.
No, I don't think I should.
Well, let me just give a comment. Have you ever seen Mike?
No.
That answers your question. Nobody has seen.
Come on. I once met a guy
who said he's Mike Paul.
No, who said he talked to him on the phone once.
I once.
This is as close as I got to Mike Paul in my life.
I got closer. I know a guy who claims that he saw it at the Lua conference in London. He doesn't know which conference, though.
Yeah. We tried, for instance, we invited him for we did a Lua workshop. The second Lua workshop, we hold it in the Netherlands. That is common, is just 2 hours, 3 hours from Munich to attend. We personally invited him to attend. He didn't show up, and etc. We tried for many years to establish a contact, but then we gave up, and so.
At first, I thought it was a joke, but I think it's strange. It's very strange.
What?
The situation with Mike, that he hides.
People are strange when you're a stranger, indeed.
It is one of the main problems with Logit, I would say. People say that there's no single person like Mike Paul. It's actually 5 persons, like Alex Exler, and that old joke.
Maybe it's an alter ego of Roberto.
Let's just.
I missed that part. I'm sure it's not.
Let's just move on to something really. So I don't know how many people here like Lua for being a stable language, and I want to elaborate a little bit on my initial question. Like, I started asking about 5.4 and things like that, and I would once again just want to dig into that and ask how mature do you think the syntax is, and is it 99% complete?
This is very hard to answer because we say it's 100% complete until we see something. I mean, for now it's complete. I mean, we are not seeing anything.
Okay.
But if suddenly there is some really
revelation,
great idea,
basically,
the revelation that really can change the things and make things much simpler or faster or whatever, and maybe create some incompatible, then we will could consider that.
Yeah, so
but for now we have no plans at all of.
If I may, just now at the interview at the lunch break, I asked Roberto about does he think would we see Lua 6.0 in next 10 years? You know what Roberto said? I hope not.
Yeah, so just to put things in perspective because there are new people I've been involved with Lua for more than 6 years now, and when you are involved for a while, and this is not a lot, 6 years is not a lot on the scale, and when you get involved for a while, you see people coming and going, and you don't understand that the syntax of the language is not moving as fast as you like, because most of the people are asking questions about how to extend the syntax. Like, they have this newest fad about the syntax, and then they feel like, oh, it's not being taken in, and the language is stagnating. But the language is not about the syntax. It's not only about the syntax. That's just a comment.
The syntax is major in Lua.
Okay.
Like, Roberto told me once, if you want Python, go code in Python. That was a quote. I don't want Python. Please.
What is the main driver for Lua to move forward with changing? Maybe some requests from the users and companies. And do you have some to-do list to realize the ideas from it?
Yeah, well, usually I do, but as I said, currently my to-do list is more or less empty. we are trying to optimize what we can optimize, but inside the interpreter. Without we are not going to rely on assembly or anything like that. So there are some small optimizations. There is the increment, the generational collector. This is something that came up in the list often. The problems that, I mean, people are not asking for generational collectors, but they are having problems that would be solved by a generational collector. And this is what it is in my to-do list. It's currently, as I said, there is not much.
Then if I may ask Javier from Cloudflare, whether Cloudflare, I mean, just a few words about how many installations run in Lua, like how many machines, because like here you can say in this company we have like 500 machines running Lua, and in IP on web there are probably thousands machines running Lua. How big is the cluster? Of course, it's not only running Lua, but using Lua. And what is the wish list for the language? What is like?
Yeah, there are quite a big number because we have like 110 data centers around the world, each one with between 10 and 1,000 machines. So there are several tens of thousands of machines running, mostly mostly Nginx with the LuaJIT is the biggest the biggest process in all there. So it's quite heavy.
And do you have a sizable Lua development community in the company, or it's just a few people writing Nginx rules, or how does this work?
Well, yeah, we have two different teams at least writing mostly in Lua, but that part of the code is not that it is stable and done and there, but it has a very well-defined feature set. So it evolves mostly about the security issues, the firewall, and a few specific functions for extra companies, and that's mostly what evolves about that. And most of the other developers are either the network developers, low level, because we do a lot of strange things about routing, and also there are several other small processes running mostly in Go. So the Lua teams are quite smaller, in fact.
So you must be having a lot of networking problems on your hands, and there are some attempts to use Lua in software-defined networks, like SnapSwitch is one such thing. And do you have anything? Are you looking at SnapSwitch? Are you using something else, or is it all written in house? And maybe it could use Lua as well for network-defined stuff.
No, we're not using Snap or nothing like that in Cloudflare. All the routing stuff works is mostly eBPF very tightly with the kernel, or offloading with the Solarflare cards, or also it's not only about routing inside the machines, but also about the wide problem of routing around the world, doing any cast on HTTP, which is not what this was defined for. And yes, it takes quite a few people to get the Anycast network just running okay and doing all the patches or almost all the management in the Juniper code in the routers. So it's quite a different space.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I have a question. How do you tell people politely that Lua is written with only one capital letter and not three of them?
Politely, you keep silent and look.
I don't know. I mean, I think anyone here can answer that. Anyone here has his.
I had a
its
CEO
own
at the
answer.
previous.
Usually, you just explain that it's a word, not an acronym or not initials. So,
If I want to be brief and relatively polite, I send the link to the Lua website, which has a whole section dedicated to the Lua name. Usually it works.
I had a CEO of the company who was saying, it doesn't matter how you pronounce our company name as long as you're a paying customer.
Let me be not so humble and continue the topic of my talk, which is ensuring compliance with Lua. But I think that my question is addressed to both Roberto and probably, I don't know, just like almost anyone here in the room. So my question is, if someone started that amazing project about building a portable test suite for Lua, and if someone started building a reference manual free of mentioning implementation details,
clearly marking implementation.
or clearly marking,
you cannot not mention that.
Sure. Sorry. So to do this, what you, Roberto, would expect from community to offer you? What would Lua team would offer in its turn to contribute to this project? And probably anyone, any ideas of how to start moving this forward? Because, well, personally, we are surely interested in such project, but I'm sure that lots of people are as well.
May I add another remark regarding the manual? I do believe that the only thing missing is a definite way of distinguishing the what is the implementation detail, which is just what is normative and what is not normative. It not necessarily must be the manual, but there should be a way.
I think everything in the manual should be normative. Otherwise, it shouldn't be the manual. And if it is there, it shouldn't be.
But then will you accept patches or bugs regarding the wording in the manual? Because I'm not sure that that very wording that Lua implements incremental garbage collector, as it is written now, is good normative wording.
I discussed that, didn't I? Or not with you, or only with you, or with I don't.
Not
remember.
with them.
Not with them.
Maybe. No.
I don't remember. Yeah, because I discussed that, but maybe it was only with him. The point about the incremental garbage collector. Oh, no, I said that.
No, you said that, but that's something that requires your explanation to a person in private.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because we are specifying the language. So if something is invisible in the language, of course, it's irrelevant. You don't have to say this is irrelevant.
I think it's more about just being able to work together and resolve the differences. I can give you an example. I mentioned in my talk that we are not big fans of Lua Rocks. That is, we are big fans of Lua Rocks as a tool, but we are sometimes skeptical about the rocks themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we prepared some of our own rocks for some common problems, and we were able to actually achieve very good collaboration with Hisham the author of Lua Rocks. I have never seen any other language in which Lua Rocks would be not only available as a tool, but is also embeddable in the spirit of the language. So Lua Rocks is embeddable. It has an API. You can embed it into your own application. And this helped us a lot to help our users get the rocks the way they, because say on Mac there are it's not that easy because Mac is lacking the package management system. It's not that easy to deliver rocks there for say anything using LuaJIT because the default Lua there is Lua 5.2 and all the paths are screwed up. So we were able to fix this problem by shipping our own Lua rocks basically for Mac. And so not the default one. And this is just one example. And I think it can go on in this spirit for many other things.
And what's the outcome?
The outcome is that we fixed Tarantul rocks for Mac users.
So
and we are essentially Tarantul has its own control command like Tarantul CTL, and it can install rocks, and it is using Lua rocks under the hood.
I see, but you use in this case as an illustration.
Yeah.
And what's the crux? What's the
illustration of collaboration in the community.
So your point is just what we have to get together and talk to each other more often.
I agree with Roberta. Like the case of generational GC is not a critical case. It's like
it's an illustration too, but okay.
Well, but okay. But in this case, we need some more white and black case for discussion so far.
Okay, so the Roberto's position is that the reference manual is normative.
Should be.
Should be.
Yes.
And then I think Roberto will accept a discussion on if someone thinks it that is not.
Yes, as I said, for instance, the create table, we changed that exactly because someone did exactly his observation. And again, it's more or less like the incremental collector. We put that those parameters are hints. So it means that it's a kind of a suggestion. What I said about the incremental collector is that it's a kind of suggestion because there is nothing formal about an incremental collector that you can formally distinguish. I mean, a non-incremental collector is an extreme case of an incremental collector, as I said. So that's what I said. So when we say it's implements, it's kind of we expect to have a reasonable implementation, but the manual doesn't say anything about the quality of the implementation. So you just, as I said, you can say, oh, it does have an incremental collector. I'm sorry. It's a crap of incremental collector.
Sure, that's a nuance of our implementation.
It takes so long for each increment. But formally, you can say it is an incremental collector. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's almost anything about garbage collection is that when you say that a language has a garbage collector, it cannot have one, and you just it's too slow and
it's just never runs.
Yes, exactly. It's something that it's very difficult to formalize unless you really put numbers, you really put guarantees, and I know no language, at least, or no normal language that does that. So in any language you can beat for instance, in Java you just put a lot of threads creating garbage, and then the garbage collector cannot cope with that. So garbage collectors have limitations, and the problem is the manual, the specification does not put where is the limitation, and so you can just say, oh, the garbage collector, it's a kind of very, very slow, so you need more memory than you have in your machine to run. If you had more memory, then I'm sure it would work.
Yeah, give me an infinite amount of memory for sure.
Yes, but that's what I mean. When you say a language has garbage collector, this is already a kind of a suggestion. You expect to have, but what you have no guarantees about the collector, so you are actually saying nothing.
Okay.
So that's my point.
Thank you.
So that's my point.
Thank you, Anton. the first part of your question is actually got lost in the discussion. Yes. Can you?
No,
Okay.
I would like to complete that exactly. Again, there is a big difference between the manual and the tests. So the manual is supposed to be a kind of normative, and please complain about, because it is our intention that the manual should be a kind of a specification of the language.
I'm sorry, is there a line in the manual that says that?
Is that?
Is there
are
a
you
line?
asking or are you saying?
I'm asking. Is there?
I don't know.
Maybe you should put it there, but okay, sorry.
Yeah, but that is too much normative. But the tests, as I said, they have no intention of being anything near compatibility or anything like that. Tests are for our internal use to find bugs in our implementation, and I would really appreciate if someone decided to do some compatibility test. I could collaborate, but it's not in my roadmap to take the initiative to do something like that.
Anton, I have a question for you to follow this. Thank you, Roberto. You said that you were using the Francois Perrat tests.
Yes.
You got to them rather late, I know, but still.
Yes.
Are they something close to the normative tests or to the compatibility tests?
Well, depends on how you define close. Well, I think.
Can you let me rephrase? Can you imagine someone forking the Francois tests and starting the work on the normative tests from that point, or will it be futile?
Well, I think it could be a good start because yes, well, of Francois' test suite, it really looks solid, yes. But I have not conducted any deep research myself of how representative the suite in fact is.
I'm sorry. I'm not speaking about completeness. I'm speaking about approach.
Well, the approach it looks very right, except that sometimes what we did observe, it's another interesting story about us integrating the suite. Some implementation dependent things are already baked into this suite, so probably it needs some sanitizing just to become implementation independent, but the approach looks right to me. Yes.
Okay, we have the question from the audience, no?
I'll ask sometime late.
Okay.
So LoRox was mentioned. So I'd like to ask, what can you say about your experience with LoRox, and maybe give some more details about that experience and also the LoRox ecosystem and what can be improved about it.
Well, I'm certainly not Hisham to answer the question about what can be improved. We were able to use LoRox, and we are using it for our own modules. So since there are so many implementations, we are an implementation in a kind, even though we do not have changes in the, well, we do actually have changes in the source code of the interpreter itself. They are not major, they are integration related. But we extend Lua C API a lot. So you can write programs that use the database with this API as well as the interpreter. And since we extend the standard sort of API, the rocks that are built for us, they don't work with the standard Lua. So LoRox must distinguish such rocks, because if you just take a rock that is built for Tarantul and you try to install it in a Lua environment, it doesn't work, and you only see it when you start it. So Lua Rocks internally supports it. You can provide the differences in the rock spec, and we also were able to embed it so that our users always know that they fetch the right package from the right Lua Rocks repository. And basically, we are happy with its features. I mean, for anything more than that, you can use a package manager. But if you need a local install, it supports it. If you need a system-wide install, it's okay. If you want to use make, it works. If you want to use CMake, it works. So I think the basic core set is ready, which is very important, by the way, for the language. As for the wishlist, the wishlist is not for Lua Rocks. It's for, it's largely for, again, for the community to create a system where Lua packages are at high quality and are easy to find. And by easy to find, I don't mean Google them. I mean, there should be a sort of a, no-brain way of getting your problem solved with the package. So this isn't like Node.js packages. It's infamous for thousands and thousands of broken packages. And this isn't like cpan. When you are a package maintainer, you sort of it's like cyber squattering a name. That would be the name. I mean, in Perl, for example, if you have a name attached to you, nobody else can contribute to the package under that name. And this prevents. So there are some orphaned packages which lost their maintainers, and people don't want to migrate because they would have to change tons of source code which simply use the name of the package. So that kind of problem is more of a community problem, a naming problem with Lua. And this is not a problem with Lua Rocks itself.
So you're speaking about a separate, curated list of packages.
I think the community needs to come up with sort of namespaces, a standard set of namespaces, curated lists for namespaces, and acceptance criteria for getting the things in and things like that.
Okay, I have a question. You're saying community has to, community needs to.
Yeah.
Then you say that. Do you feel that you yourself is a member of the community, or the Tarantul is a member of the community, or Mail.ru is a member of the community?
Sure, we just haven't passed the. So we haven't gotten to that point yet. So, like 1 year ago or 2 years ago, we had just a few, maybe half dozen or a dozen of Lua packages, which are maintained by us. At this point, we have 40. So when we have, say, 200, I think and I'm sure we will have 200 in some time.
Unless you will switch to Swift or Rust.
Well, Swift is a completely different story, and it's not about switching. Like, it's about, we are an application grid, and it's for us, the only question about switching is like, what is sort of the frontline language? We will always support many languages. So we already support C and C++ for extension, for just like Lua supports C and C++ for extension. So it's about the frontline. And for the frontline, I think the idea is to have more packages available. And when we reach the level when we need to sort of manage that namespace, and when we can say, hey, because right now we're essentially screwed because of Lua. The stuff we have in our packages is not compatible with bigger Lua. So it's not possible to not just because of the extensions that we provide, but because of the stuff that FFI and things like that. So when we get through this, and I'm sure we'll get through this, so we will learn how to build sort of version independent packages, and still efficient version independent packages, and things like that. Then we'll be, of course, trying to sort of resolve that problem, but we are not there yet. It's just my anticipation.
Okay, and a more technical question. You said that you embedded Lua Rocks, but I think that Lua Rocks doesn't have an official Lua API. So did you just use command line interface?
No, we just talk to Hisham. You just talk.
And he
now
told...
it has.
Well,
So.
okay. Okay.
And actually, it's a funny case because I mean, people don't like to talk. I had to push people to reach out and discuss things with Hisham. So people just want to, the fork, do their little stuff, and so.
And Hisham really well responds to the feedback.
Yeah.
And he's, so to say, enterprise-friendly guy as well.
Yes, but it's the Lua interface is still not documented, at least, even if it's sort of stable.
Well, just nudge him, and he'll get it documented and stable. We were the first people to need this. Not first, but maybe the few first. So.
Okay. Thanks.
The question to Roberto: do you think that Lua have a problem of absence of some big company behind the language that may help the more widespread of the language between developers?
Kenny, I think that it's not a problem, it's a blessing.
Me too. Yes. Yeah, I think it's complicated to have a big company behind the project because it's very difficult to navigate the pressures of big companies that, just put that because that's exactly what we need in the language for our very specific need, and that's, what I think is good in Lua is that anyone can do that and doesn't need to pressure us for anything. It's just
Anton, will you talk to us today about the other kind of test suite we mentioned in the discussions? Not the compatibilities test suite, but the Igor has the proper name, which one is with the code snippets.
The test suite. You mean the test suite that we use for pure regression testing, for catching bugs, or what test suite?
I mean the initiative we discussed about getting the code from the community to test new Lua versions and alternative Lua implementations. There's one thing is to, then I will explain this. One thing is to, write a synthetic set of tests that check the compliance. Another thing is to write a synthetic set or half-synthetic set of tests to find the language bugs. But to really implement the language, I believe that there's a need for a test suite which incorporates real-life code, real code examples from real programs. So you can see non-synthetic usage patterns, and you can catch the non-synthetic bugs. And I believe that's a hurdle that language developers, including Roberto, have to overcome, the lack of this suite. Did I capture the gist of it?
Yes. We too would be very interested in extending the basis of testing with not only synthetic cases but with some real life code, and yes, internally we kind of solve this problem because we have lots of that code. So we do not test it on production, of course, but we always can set up a split experiment, and if it would, as Artyom outlined in his talk, in the last talk, which was in Russian, we unfortunately cannot donate ourselves the code of our project because it does not belong to us. So it's it's a no go. It's rather strictly it's business required. It's contractual requirement or whatever. But still, if we are talking about just some external, probably already open sourced applications and wrapping them up nicely and integrating and umbrelling them with some common infrastructure, that would be a really good idea, I think.
Please raise your hands who are willing to contribute real-life code, any, in Lua, for this project to test the Lua code implementation. I don't see a forest of hands, come on. Do you think your code is crap? We need to test on the crappy code as well. The only reason is legal reason here. The shame doesn't come to it. Write crappy code intentionally and submit it.
You see what I was talking.
Yes, I see. The people are not enthusiastic about this. But that's a real opportunity to really actually participate in the language development. Lack of this youth is holding the development down and lengthening the iterations. Think about it. Okay, there's little time left, I believe, 5 minutes. So if anyone from the audience, can ask a question, please speak now, but don't remain silent.
When I can start using smileys as variable names in Lua? Emoji.
Never.
Too bad.
We actually avoided that. We had this talk a long time ago, and we decided to forbid that because we think there is a lot of problems of mainly you put letters with accents, and there is some different representations of the same stuff in Unicode, and you need some kind of normalization that we don't have. So we prefer just to keep ASCII, and then you put the emojis in your comments.
Or write code generator, a translator. Okay. Someone wants to ask a question, but please pass the mic.
I have a question about specifically require function. Do you have any plan to support requiring from current folder?
Current directory.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible in Lua, I know, but it looks a little hacky.
Code loader.
No, you mean change?
I don't know how to implement that. If you tell me how I can implement that in Unix, then I'll do it.
Sorry, don't know.
Submit a patch. That's a patch request for Roberto. Applause, everyone.
It's not a patch; it's a suggestion request. I want the technique, not the code. The code is easy. The technique is the.
By the way, I just wanted to share, as we spoke about require, I wanted to share the way we use require, and we dynamically reload modules in runtime, and we use package loaded as as a table and since a package is just a first class object, you just lose all the references to the old code, and it goes away. And I think it's a great feature of the language, so that you can do it, and we use it all the time. it would be handy to sort of make it part of the syntax, because require right now does nothing if a package is already loaded, so we have to nullify the reference manually, but generally it's so this is the pattern we use.
Okay.
By the way, we do have that feature in Windows, because exactly Windows has an API for that. In Windows, we do have, you can put in the path something that represents the current directory, but in Linux, if there was an implementation, we would do the same. But
okay, one last question.
May I ask?
Go ahead.
You told that in Lua 5.4 there will be a new generational garbage collector. Are you planning to expose a hash function of internal objects for example, custom implementation of collections? No, I mean, for example, hash rate map trees implemented in pure Lua.
Are you planning to make the hash values of objects, internal hashes, visible to the Lua implementation, to the Lua code?
you want the hashes to be visible or to be implementable?
No, visible, of course.
Just visible.
From debug API, for say.
It could be, yeah. That's easy.
Start a post on the mailing list.
Yeah. Now that we have integers, also it makes more sense.
Yeah. It also would be useful even for mine code in some rare cases.
Yeah, to know the hash of an object.
Because nowadays you have to turn it to string if you have a table to see this pointer thing and do something. It's not convenient.
No, it's not convenient and it's not reliable.
Yes,
and, it's not exactly
and the hash is better.
Yeah, well, I think we can. That's easy. I guess sometimes it's not. I have to check that.
So everyone, many thanks for coming, and if distinguished guests will allow, we will make a group picture in a moment. Roberto, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, to say that it's not easy.
To come to the Lua.
I think, yes, because what you mean by hash is I don't have a formal name for that, but I assume is the pre-hash with before normalizing for the size of the table. Yes, and different hashes are normalized differently. So the number by itself, you cannot compare numbers by themselves because they when you actually use them, they are different depending where they come from.
Outline your case in the mailing list. Maybe there's something Roberto can do.
Some hashes we do because the tables are always a power of 2. Some, when we believe the hash are random enough, we just do an AND with the size -1. So it's module the real size of the table. That's what we do for strings, for instance. But for addresses, this is very bad because you lose all the small bits. So we do a real module by the size -2, which usually it's almost prime number. So this maybe we could have a function like you give the object and the size of the table, and then it would give the real hash for a table of that size. But otherwise, the API would be very strange. Things are subtle sometimes.
Well, that's it for today's conference. Hope to see you soon at the events of Lua in Moscow. We plan some for this year too. And thank you for coming. And if you want to be in a group picture, come on here and let's make it. And thank you, everyone.
Thanks.